Pirelli, Michelin.
In Romania, most of the cars come with Continental.
Continental also, yeah, good car. Well, old
Most of the
tire.
tires on all the new cars are Continental.
But now there's like a lot of new players in the tire market, especially from Asia. Yeah. Japanese tires and Chinese tires, and more like southern Asia. No, isn't like Singapore, Vietnam, those countries that they're producing good tires too now.
Yeah, because basically it's a global market, so where you can find it cheaper, you're gonna get it from there.
Maybe time to sell Michelin to buy Indian tire stock company. Wow.
Yeah,
Good thing with
we
tires
can do
is
that.
trucks also need them. Everything needs them, right?
Yeah, it's considered a consumable, so
They
basically
have like a prototype
everyone needs them.
for air tubeless tire that wouldn't blow up like current tires.
Yeah, I run Firehawks on my my sports car. I love them. The Firestone Firehawks.
Yeah, we don't have them in Romania or in Europe, I think. I don't think we have them. We do have Michelin, Pirelli, we do have Continental. Most bigger brands and also smaller ones that no one has heard of. For example, Miranda and weird stuff like that that came from no one knows where, but they're dirt cheap. So
Depending on how you drive, I mean, cheap tires are good. I mean, if you burn through tires every 6 months, then I wouldn't want to pay a whole lot if I ate through tires that quick.
yeah, I know, but they're dirt cheap. For example, I just changed my tires on my car with all seasons. I know they're not good in winter. They're not good in uh, the hot weather, but they were quite dirt cheap, and my car has quite big rims, and I paid for them about 500 euros. That would be about equal to $600 for a set of 4 all-season tires. And I have them for 2 years now, and they're still going and they're still okay. But my driving style is not that aggressive, so it may also depend on that. If I wanted to buy Continentals as I had on my car originally, that would have cost me about 2,000 euros. That would be about $2,500. So you see the price difference between between tires.
It's funny because when I look for tires, they have this A, B, C, D, E system in Europe now, where it's like
Yeah.
ecology. So, I guess everybody's looking for like A tires. Me, it's quite the opposite. I'm looking for the most red one, because I go by the rule that if the tire is not eco-friendly, it means that it sticks well to the ground, right? so I'm like, I want good handling. I don't care about fuel efficiency, especially in Europe. Our roads are not a straight line, so we're like,
And yeah, they're not, we don't all live in Germany to have Autobahn and run with 250 kilometers per hour every day. So
yeah, there's no need for yeah, but still handling is like, and then you have the characteristic for emergency braking under rainy conditions. That's kind of important too. Like, you don't want that one to be like a D or a E. But if you find a tire that's like F but has like A under wet conditions, I think those are probably good ones, yeah, for
the ones
security.
that I have right now on my car are like
C,
B.
no? B?
No, B. They're like B for rainy, C for mud, B for snow, uh, and
Oh, you said
for
all season,
normal
right?
weather,
Yeah.
yeah, all season. And for
Yeah.
normal weather, for example, 40 degrees outside or something like that, they're like B as well. The only part that is D is in the consumption. They are D in the consumption part, and also they are F in the sound decibels that they produce.
Yeah, that's probably not that important if like the sound of tires, really.
Basically, I have a Kia Sportage, and it's quite okay isolated, and I don't kind of hear
Where's
the
third?
tires.
Where's third? I'm sure she'd like discussing tires for a bike. But anyway, back to crypto, no?
Yeah, back to crypto. This was just some side notes.
Well, it all started with Tesla, right? And BYD cars.
Yeah.
What's gonna trend this decade? Like, I get it, electric cars, but the hype is already here, you know. Like, what's the next sector? You said robots. Tesla's gonna be like robots, so it's gonna be the same company continuing to trend. Yeah, I guess that's pretty likely.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
that'll be like a new
what's
company, you know, a new
no,
Tesla.
what's actually going to trend before robots and before everything? Let's go back to the basics. What do you need for robots, and what do you need for electric cars?
Rare earth minerals.
No,
I mean, it's
besides
what
that.
they tell us in the media, right?
Besides that.
Engineers to conceive
No, what do you need before that?
money to build it.
No, what do
So
you need?
resources, human
No,
power, a
no,
factory,
no,
steel,
no,
commodities. Like
no.
I don't know.
I
Out
don't
of
know what are you looking at right now?
a chart. I
Time.
need
Okay, a chart, and the chart is on a screen, right? And what's the screen
oh
using?
silicon,
No, no.
electricity, energy.
Yeah, electricity energy. You see?
Yes, of course. But energy, I mean, right now it's cheap. Like we have plenty. No, it's okay.
Doesn't matter. The most
The energy.
companies that will flow within the next 10 to 20 years, from my point of view, it will be the electricity generating companies. So, for example, we can go to SMR in the United States. They are small, medium nuclear reactors. We can go to Raytheon and the Raytheon division that actually has power, the Raytheon Power Division. Or we can go to um,
But General Electric, no?
General
Yeah,
Electric. That's what I was going to say.
because
General
the
Electric,
SMR
the
is
Vernova,
population,
the
no?
Vernova section of General Electric.
Yeah, the thing is they're pumped already. Like it's the same in France. If you look at NG, or actually NG doesn't own the. It's more like EDF. You need to look for France, but
Most probably the power companies, because if you need robotics, if you need AI, if you need anything, you need power first. If you don't have power, doesn't matter if you have the silicon, doesn't matter if you have the rare earth minerals or whatever you need.
no, I
If you
like your
don't have
idea, but
power, you can't do anything. Data centers run on power, electric cars run on power, robots run on power. Everything basically that we do right now runs on power. If you don't have power, you can't get silicon. If you don't have power, you
the thing
can't do
is,
anything.
I fully agree with you. But the timing for that play is kind of gone because the and I was in it. That one is probably the only fundamental good thing I did these last 5 years, because I did bet on energy going up before the energy crisis, and you know, with energy crisis in Europe, and we're still in it, by the way. It's just that it's been a bit forgotten, but there's still an energy issue.
I'm still in energy. I'm in hydroelectrica for Romania. I'm in SME
Yeah, so
for
they're probably
United
gonna
States. I'm still in G Vernova. So
they're probably gonna continue to do good, but like the time to buy them was a bit. I think overall they pumped.
yeah, they pumped, but I don't think it's a lost time. If you look at it
Dividends
over
are
5 years or 10 years, No, they will pump more because we need
So,
more energy.
well, unless there's
So
like free energy coming from space, from like laser power.
no, but do you
Oh,
remember the Kardashev scale? Are you familiar with
yeah,
that?
yeah.
Yeah, so the Kardashev scale basically tells the level of a civilization based on the energy usage. So we're at 0.9 or something like that right now. So energy is always in demand, no matter what energy. If it's clean, because that's the push right now, within 10 to 20 years, maybe you would look at your GE Vernova stocks and you would be like, okay, I bought at 98 and now they're $3,000 or $8,000 because they have a lot of power plants that basically support Microsoft's data centers or Google's data centers, or I don't know what company will come with the next AI.
yeah. No, but
Energy is necessary for everything we do. Just imagine if we run out of energy, basically all that we think about right now will be gone. No computers, no Bitcoin, no Ethereum, no nothing. We're gonna be back in the Stone Ages if we don't have electricity.
in France, we have Total as an energy company, and the dividends on that stock are crazy. You don't care about price when you buy this company. I mean, there's just ignore price. It really doesn't matter if you plan to hold it like at least, um, let's say at least 2 or 3 years. It doesn't really matter what price you buy it at. Just the dividends are interesting.
Yeah, I know. It's it's the same here. For example, I have Hydroelectrica, which is a national company that sells on the Bucharest Stock Exchange, and I have quite a lot of shares, and the dividend yield for those are about 22%, just for holding it, because basically it's the national company, and also it controls all of the dams in the country. So
Mm.
about 50% of Romania's energy comes from dam power, and they are building more right now. And also Nuclear Electrica, which is the nuclear power plant that we have in Romania. And they are in high demand and they pay a lot of dividend. And yeah, that's the same with most power companies because we depend on energy. Back 100 years, we depended on having what to eat and what to wear. And back then, most companies that were in demand were food and, for example, clothing. But right now, what's in demand because we need more and more of it, which each passing year, it's the energy sector. Also
Unfortunately, yes.
the
It
also the
actually doesn't.
pharmaceutical sector, but yeah.
It actually doesn't matter if your energy is clean or not, because what matters is what you do with energy.
Yeah, basically, if you want to build an AI or you want to build a data center or anything, you need energy and you need to buy it from somewhere and you need to basically have a company that can provide that energy. In order for that company to provide you with, I don't know, 20 megawatts of power on your data center, they may need to upgrade their infrastructure, which means more investment, which means that basically they invest about 6 months of their profits to give you 20 megawatts, but you're gonna pay to them for the next 50 years if your operation works. So, in a sense, they kind of make money either way.
Hey,
Yeah.
I have a quick question for you. At 22% interest rate, your money will double every 3.27 years. Are these stocks restricted as far as investment, etc.? It seems odd because that would, I can
Either five.
imagine. Yeah, I can imagine that would be insane. That's an insane percentage.
Well, you can get 7. You can get 7, 8 years to get like. There's a lot of stocks where you can find
It will
7, 8
double.
years.
No, I understand that, but if they're guaranteeing 22% per year, it's doubling every 3.27 years. Using
Yeah,
the
they're
rule of
not.
72.
Yeah, they're not. They're not. I don't think they're restricted. You just need to have an account with the Bucharest Stock Exchange, and you can basically buy into the company.
They're doing better than Warren Buffett by far, twice as good as Warren Buffett.
Yeah, because they have very low costs of maintenance, and basically they just sell electricity, and that's all. The dams are working, everything is working, so they have very low cost maintenance because the
Right.
dams are already built through the communist era. So
Can you post post the symbol for it?
yeah, just
Okay.
one moment.
It's a bit the same with Autobahn in France. These companies, France sold part of the French Autobahns to private companies. They're making so much money, but it's not publicly
Yeah.
traded. I mean, some of them are, but the real good ones aren't even publicly traded. But they're making
Right.
crazy tons of
It's
crazy
H2O.
APY. Yeah.
It's H2O, but here you go. I posted in the chat here.
Okay.
And it's the same reason. It's because the Autobahns were built like 50 years ago, and they didn't need to invest that much. Yeah. So they don't have a lot of debt to pay for or anything, so you get crazy APY. Yeah. But usually things that give a lot of APY don't gain in value, or even it ends up badly often, right?
So if you invested at 22% over 30 years, you would have 350 million times your investment. Let's see. You would have.
That's sustainable growth. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct, but they change it year to year as with every company.
So it's not.
For
It's not
example,
guaranteed.
when they listed, I think about 5 years ago, when they listed, they paid dividend yields of 78%.
So $100 investment over 30 years would net
But
you.
the
14
caveat is the currency
trillion?
here. No, it's the Romanian currency. The caveat. No, the currency is probably
It'd be 14 trillion.
Check the currency is probably falsing the measures.
Yeah, it's also in RON. It's not within euros or
Yeah.
anything like
But
that. It's
it
in
doesn't
RON.
matter. It doesn't matter what the if
Well, it does,
the,
right? Because if
value.
your currency is losing 20% per year and you're making 20% per year, well, you're actually making nothing, right?
Well, you could instantly convert it. I guess I see your point. Yeah, it would be 14 trillion you'd have with $100 investment over 30 years.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Massive. Yeah.
Jeez. What's the ticker you said?
Thousand.
Typically, they just go to zero. No, these stocks.
I'm just looking. Yeah, they're just looking at it.
No, they're not going to zero, and they can't go to zero. They're basically, even though if they go underwater, they will still not go to zero because it's a state-owned company. So it's basically impossible for it to go to zero.
They'll just pay the debt and rebrand it and create a new company.
Yeah, but they won't do that because it's the most profitable company within Romania. It provides 50% of the Romanians' energy needs. So totally it will not go out of business.
That reminds me of Air Liquide in France, which is like looked as like the safest stock in France, where you just buy it. It's like recession proof. Well, bullshit. They go down.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey there.
How's your day?
Oh yeah, for example,
Good
one interesting stock that I invested in back within the day was Digi. Digi is a national internet provider, telecom provider, whatever. They like grew to multinational within 3 years. They are now serving Romania, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Moldova. I think they are preparing to enter France as well. Poland. So basically, their stock like skyrocketed over the past 5 years.
Ive, are you there?
Am I here? Yeah.
Yeah. How's it going there?
Good, good, good.
So for everyone on YouTube there, Clive, can you give some advice? What would you do different when you were in your 20s and 30s?
Let's see. That would have been in the. What would I do different?
Yeah, what would you if you look back now, what would you have done more or done less? Financial advice, any advice?
Ooh. Let's see. That would be 50 years ago. So I can't think of too many mistakes I made in my 20s. I graduated college, got my master's degree, invested already.
And what would you focus more then? What would you focus on more if you were, say, in your 30s?
Currently or back then?
Looking back at where you are now, what would you have done so that you work for
I
what you
have
have
more.
now, kind of thing?
I think I made. Yeah, this is going to sound egoist, but I think I made all the right choices, except for
That's good.
wives. Except for wives, I've had 5 of them. Yeah, that
Okay.
cost me about 6 million.
Oh, geez.
So I might kiss you. Yeah. Though I learned a lot from it. I learned a lot from it, and without them, I would not be where I am today. So yeah.
Yeah, for me, I guess it would be just focusing on crypto more when I was younger. I didn't
Well,
even.
30 years ago, I mean, crypto wasn't
Yeah, there's
around.
nothing you can do around. Yeah.
Yeah. My first exposure to crypto was a poker game where a guy owed me $500 and he gave me 40 Bitcoin.
Oh, geez. I hope you kept it.
I sold them for 7,700 apiece.
Okay.
That was the second climb in crypto. Second time
Well,
it had
profit.
broken 5K.
Look at it as a profit. Still profit.
Oh yeah, I've taken that money and 100x'd it. If I had just held on to it instead, okay. Well, in that particular case, at 1250, I can't compare it to any stock I have at 100,000. Berkshire A went from 11,000 to 800,000. That's my most successful stock. Part of my degree was futuristics. I studied in futuristics at the University of Hawaii. And most of the views I had of what would happen in the next 50 years have come to fruition. I expected more war.
Yeah.
I expected that the world would be less stable than it is now.
So you wanted more war? Are you not
No,
satisfied with
I
all
said,
the wars that are going right
I
now?
didn't listen to what I said. I said I predicted. I didn't say I wanted. I said I predicted. Just because you predict something doesn't mean you want it.
That's
Yeah, I
true.
was making a little joke.
Yeah. No, war is good. We need
Yeah,
wars.
war makes profit.
Yeah, absolutely. It is one of the biggest stimulants of any economy. If you're on the right
Sadly,
side.
people need to die to make profit.
Everyone dies all the time. We do not live forever. There's only one creature on the planet that lives forever that we've discovered so far.
Yeah. I think we discovered two, but that's just my
Maybe.
opinion.
It could be a
And
subset of that. A jellyfish.
no. I'm quite biased. We have here in Romania a saying,
Oh,
our first president was
oh,
Ion Iliescu, and for every cigarette you smoked, he gains 5 minutes in life.
oh, there you go.
So he's like about 99 years old or something like
Uh-huh.
that, and he's still going.
Well, look at
He's,
Hirohito. He was the same way.
yeah, and he's still not dying. He's
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Now, there is a jellyfish that lives forever, and
Yeah.
they can't measure. They can't measure how old it is. They
Yeah, it
know it's at least
regenerates.
100. Yeah, it moves back to pupa stage, and estimated at least 400,000 years.
There are still some alligators that are quite old, but nothing
They're
that
old, but
comes close to that.
no, they don't. They don't move back. Yeah. Parrots live longer than us.
But there's plenty of animals or even plants that live much longer
Oh,
than us.
plants.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, you
There's
can
a
find trees
tree.
that are 10,000 years old, but I've never heard
Google it.
of something that never dies. That's not more than just bacteria, or the
Right.
bacteria can hibernate for millions of
That's not
years and
life.
then come
Yeah,
back
that's
to
not
life, right?
considered life.
Well,
Yeah.
it is life. It is life, and it does. Like there are some bacteria that are really hard to kill. But when you
Yeah.
talk about the jellyfish, that's a big creature. How would it even
hmm
evolve? Like if it never dies, I find
You
that
can Google it.
very hard to
It doesn't
believe. But
grow. It
I need a
reverts
bit
back
of
to pupa.
proof, honestly.
Yeah, they proved it.
It doesn't
It
grow.
reverts
Yeah, sharks live a long time too. No, some sharks are like
long
100
time.
years old. Huh?
Yeah,
Yep.
sharks actually, in terms of scientific discoveries, they can't actually prove how long a shark lives. Basically, they didn't actually find a way for a shark dying other than being in fights or being in, I don't know, killed
Mhm.
naturally. But they didn't actually find the shark that
Yeah.
was like
They
dead
say
of natural causes because they don't even get cancer, they don't even get anything of the
right,
diseases that are normal. So in a
right,
sense, a shark kind of is immortal, but is subject to the world around it. So for
right,
example, if there was a shark walking around right now and he got in an accident, he could die from that. But other
right.
than that, if he didn't get in an accident, he could basically live forever.
Oh, hold on a second here.
Dbloc, this
But
chart is
but
very
depends.
interesting today.
Science didn't actually prove it. So they're kind of on the sidelines saying, okay, it could live forever, but we don't actually know because we can't actually test it because most of the older sharks we found were dead due to injuries, due to stuff, but we can't actually disprove or prove the fact that the shark is immortal or not.
Trees, it's probably plants, that live the longest, like
Oh
trees or
yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Dbloc, what was the arrow that you showed there?
some mushrooms. No, maybe there's well, whatever.
Mushroom people.
Well, the roots stay a very long time, right? Like you get new mushrooms every year, but the roots
Yeah,
keep.
they're called the mycelial network. Basically, no mushroom actually dies. Mm, they have the roots so deep and they connect to the trees, and they're called the mycelial network. It's very interesting. So in a
Yeah.
sense, in quotes, the consciousness of the mushroom is kind of held in this basically mycelial network that runs underground for thousands and thousands of kilometers within a forest and basically communicates to every tree and every uh, plant that is there because it's underground. It's very interesting. I've seen some documentaries of that, and it's like, wow, nature is no, it's crazy.
Dbloc, that arrow that you showed there, are you thinking there might be a retracement in that vector gap? Is it Dbloc busy there on the chart?
Yeah, it's Dbloc. He actually said that he expects a downward trend to
Oh, here we
retrace to
go.
about
Just pointing
107
it
or
out.
something like that. Yep, yep.
Okay,
Well,
here
it's
we go.
just a bear flag, right? A parallel upward with its measured move.
Mm.
The thing is, if we break that flag to the upside, we break it to the upside, right? It seems like right now we are the upper resistance.
The old phrase: "If it breaks this, then we're going up. If it breaks this, the other side, we're going down."
Yeah.
Yeah.
The technical analysis is always the same.
No, I mean it's not
Now, it's
because you
just
have
a
a measured
probability.
move down there
And
that it's gonna go down there. Right, like, right now
I made
we're
a
at
prediction January after the 70K that once we broke 100, that we would not visit 90K flat again this year.
you mean the whole 2025?
Yep, that's my prediction.
Clive,
I like.
on what
I
do you
love it
base your
actually.
prediction?
I'll never get
That's
stopped out. That's cool.
that's my prediction.
But on what do you base it? On technical analysis or just on experience?
Economy.
Economy. Okay.
You know, the other day, someone when we were coming down to 100K and we bounced up, someone said 200K before 99K. If that becomes true one day, it's gonna be an amazing call. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you could project. I don't think we're going to hit 200, 250 in the next
Yeah, I agree. It's what I told
3
them.
years,
Could do
5
like
years.
could do like
In
130
the next
before
5 years, we
90.
won't hit it. The next 5 years, we will
150 is
definitely hit it.
possible.
In the next 5 months, we won't, which is all we really worry about right now, the end of this bull
Mhm.
market. But in 5 years, yeah, we'll be over $250,000 on Bitcoin.
Actually, we could hit it in the coming 5 months. It's not that crazy, 200K. Bro.
I told y'all, if
Decent.
the U.S. adds one single Bitcoin to that strategic reserve, it's going to light a fire on market cap. We'll be at 10 trill, 12 trill market cap. At
When-
that point, we're
Didn't they
above
do
200.
something along those lines, or is it just the seized money?
It's just the Bitcoin that they held already. But it's a
Right.
big
Okay.
difference between using U.S.
Mhm.
funds to actually purchase Bitcoin. That sends a
Right.
signal across the map.
Agreed. It currently owns 4% of BTC.
They
Michael
can't tax
Saylor.
me to buy Bitcoin. That doesn't make any sense.
They can't do what?
They can't tax me to buy Bitcoin. The government's goal is not to do that kind of financial moves. It's to
Congress's decision.
It's to provide services to the citizens. It's not to make a crypto gold mine or whatever. No.
Listen, when your dollar's getting debased like ours is, a Bitcoin strategic reserve is a service to its citizens. The future will thank us for this. Promise you.
Yeah, that's a good point. But
you got to wait till my generation dies off.
Well, even ours, it's like for
Yeah. You're a little resistant to it.
I don't even know
I
if you
probably-
noticed, but this generation, like that used to be the play. But this generation decided to build a parallel system, like enough waiting for the older generation to die off. We're just gonna do this, and then they'll catch up.
I'm referring to the boomers,
Yeah.
and then what comes next after boomers?
What millennials or something?
Hold on, I gotta go.
Yeah, I think
Gen
millennials are
X,
after boomers.
Gen X, then millennials, then Gen Z, or is it? Do I have that backwards?
No, it's
there's
millennials.
there's probably
that
plenty
sounds
before
right to me.
millennials. No, but boomers is like people born in 1960. Millennials are born like in 2000s. No.
Yeah, 2000s.
Well, there's 40 years there. You have enough time for like two or three generations. No, 40 years is a long time.
Nah, we're
It's gonna
already
be
we're at generation skibbity toilet right now. We're way past Gen X and millennials.
What did you call it?
Skibbity toilets, Gen Duh. And we have a clear
Yeah,
point
we're a
for when this
generation
generation
TikTok.
started. This recent generation, we have a clear point for when it started, when we can, and it was when the first kid ate the first Tide Pod. It officially kicked off this new generation on the very day.
I think the 90s and well, late 80s generations will still do a good job in politics and stuff like that. But I'm totally afraid of the TikTok generation going to power.
But the good thing is, by that time, we'll just be like high on
Yeah,
old
like
people drugs, and it's like whatever.
yeah. Yeah, yeah. But I'm afraid of that.
I guess that's one of the good things about getting old, right? Is that you don't have to live to see what happens to this place.
Yeah, yeah. Or maybe we don't get old and some new
We're
technology will
getting there, man.
basically.
There's a good chance that if you're, a lot of people in this chat, good chance if you're, in your 40s, under your 40s, early 50s, that we get some real technological advancements that start
I'm in my 37
start adding to
years.
your years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm 37, so I'm still hoping for some improvements in age therapy and stuff like that, which I can actually afford with some new trades.
That's the important. That's the important part. The technology will be here, but will you be able to afford it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, because you can't actually give it freely to people, because in about 10 to 50 years, the Earth will not be overcrowded, will be unlivable if you give everyone the possibility to not die. And that's just a fact.
But
So,
I know it'll be, well. You could give the possibility. You could give that drug to everybody, but only if they don't have any children anymore. Right? So you would need crazy birth control, a
What if
bit
you
like
put
China did, right? Like we've
what if
done
you
that
put
in the past.
what if you put birth control in the
How
drug?
many people would take that deal?
With how
You don't.
egoist
You don't. No,
treating
seriously. Think about it for a second. How many people would take that deal? You don't gotta die, but you can't have kids.
I would be 50-50.
um depends on the
That's a rough one,
societies.
bro. That's a rough
I
one.
think in developed countries, a lot of people are very individualistic and they would take it. Maybe
And
in
then
poorer, I'd say like
milk and cheese.
90%, even
Yeah, but
99%.
think of the implications, because if you don't have to die and you don't have kids, basically you never need to uh, get a pension, so you can work forever. So would you want that? Or would you want to have kids and want to have a normal life? It's a philosophical question, but if you start to think a little bit about it, y- right now I would say, yeah, I would take it. I want to live forever. I want to see technology. I want to see whatever. But if you start to think about it, you will see that maybe it's not such a good deal, because
That's so
basically I can't
dark.
have kids. I need to work forever. I never get pension. I
That's
never
so
get to
dark,
rest.
Cole. Cole on YouTube said rich people would just farm poor people for children.
It's true.
That's so true. You're gonna have
Yeah,
kids.
yeah.
You might not be yours, but you're gonna have somebody's kids probably.
You're talking about the Handmaid's Tale. That's
Yeah,
what
yeah,
happens
yeah.
there.
It'll all be
If
in
you know the
virtual
novels.
reality anyway.
I mean, a lot of
So
people have kids because they want to leave something when they're gone. It's just an interesting sort of idea. I don't have kids, so I don't have that same, but it's an interesting sort of idea of if that motivation was gone, right? If you lived forever and you didn't have to leave anything behind, would you choose it? Would you choose kids over that?
Do you lose the right? You know how you lose your right to vote when you're a felon? Do you lose the right to take the drug if you're dumb or a criminal?
I don't know. That's everybody have. I mean, there's so many levels of dumb.
It's
Right.
about genetic diversity, that question, right? Yeah. As long as we record all the different genomes, then what happens after that doesn't really matter. Huh?
Yeah, Sample. You could still die from an accident, but you wouldn't be able to die from any sort of disease or health. And I mean, even the accident part, at some point, you're gonna be able to fix everything, in my opinion. Unless it's just really like, you went through some horrible shit. Maybe I've just been playing off the
It kind
grid
of
too much,
depends.
but I've been running around with metal arms and legs for the past 3 weeks, bro. I'm getting used to it at this point.
Dbloc, it kind of depends because if the brain is intact, you could basically salvage any part of the body. You could 3D print a heart, you could 3D print an ear, you could 3D print whatever you
We're
would
talking
need.
about transhumanism, basically. Like,
Well,
you're gonna wake up EMAD.
Finland started to.
That's funny.
Finland started to save DNA from extinct species in case it's needed later on. Yeah. So, about your question about them people, can they take the pill? Well, it's important that we keep people different, right? So I think they should be able to take the pill too.
So
and
you
we
want
should
them?
also, and even if you don't want them, you still need to save them.
Well, I take this back. The reason why I tied it to criminality is I meant dumb as in like harmful to other people. You don't want those people living. I didn't mean dumb as in like.
Well, I mean,
skilled dumb.
we'll still have laws, right? And like life in prison has got to be horrible if you live. I mean, oh my god, can you imagine?
That's what I'm saying.
Like, you really don't want to. You really don't want to risk life in prison when that means 300, 400 years.
You know, when they say consecutive life sentences,
Oh,
that's literally
man.
consecutive life.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
what if that
you wouldn't actually want
what if
that.
that becomes one of the punishments? What if somebody does something so heinous that they give them the longevity pill just so that they can rot longer?
40 consecutive life sentences, sucker.
You don't even need to think about the future. We already have these debates today because with the tests, you can detect diseases before children are born, and people have the choice of killing aborting because of a disease, right? So we are
No, but
already
there's no.
selecting,
There's a difference between, we're talking like never dying. That there has to be a sharper contrast than just better health or longer health. It's, these are kids you're talking about. And it's an unfair question for anybody that already has children, obviously, because you would pick your kids over anything. But it's an interesting question for those of us that don't have any kids.
I mean, animal owners are pretty happy people. I mean, if you had that choice, you're like live forever or lose the ability to have kids.
Bro, I'll take 400 years and 3 cats, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At least you have an option of not being lonely. If
And
that's
you can
your
always
thing,
adopt
right?
other people. Like, you can, like, there's nothing to say that
Don't
you can't have
compare,
a stepchild.
Here
I
I need to step in. Don't compare kids to animals. It's a different sensation. It's a different thing.
Dude,
I don't
I
have
understand,
kids,
but you can't tell a pet owner that are absolutely anti-human because they think that we're just we're pushing ourselves into extinction. That
okay, I get what you're saying.
they just
Okay.
don't like people.
Bro,
The people
and
that don't
over
like
here,
people.
honestly, there are some people that, like, they really treat their pets like kids. Like, I'm not saying they're
Yes.
right, and I'm not saying it's comparable, but bro, they dress them up, take them everywhere.
You're just
with them.
stating a
It's
fact.
like, it's super crazy.
Yeah.
Or dog dressed up, but I would give the pill to my dog anyway, so he would also not live forever.
Yeah, that's a real pet lover right there.
Well, why would animals suffer by dying if humans chose not to die? We could also.
I'm most probably sure that
make them not die.
if such treatments would appear, and they are in testing right now, and we can expect them in 10 to 20 years to be publicly available, I'm expecting them to be at a higher price, and basically not many people will afford them. For example, me or you or anyone here that is working a 9 to 5 job will definitely not afford them.
It's just like all the stem cell treatments that there are now. There's a lot of real good shit that's out right now. It's very costly. But they got some. I mean,
my mom had kids, and like every week of her life, she was like, I wish dogs could live longer. And like she quit getting dogs like the last 10 years of her life because she like couldn't deal with the dogs dying.
Nah, it's rough. I'll be honest with you. Pets dying sucks.
Yeah, she was really. I mean, she like she just she had my dog. Well, she let me get a dog in high school. I don't, and then I don't know. She complained that I didn't take care of it. Um, but I mean, but I lived in an apartment where I couldn't have the dog. I don't know what she was thinking. Like I was gonna take the dog with me, but she took such good care of that dog. She like cooked it dinner. Like she's like she was serious about that dog. So I don't. She was a really serious dog person, and she had children too. I don't know why people say that like people who are like I don't know. I think you can be both, like a people and a dog person.
I mean, yeah, I hope so.
But this was the question though. The question was if you live forever, you can't have children. And I'm saying the worst case scenario, you at least can have an animal and live forever.
So we'll have to decide for our dogs if our dogs can have children and reproduce.
Real quick, as far as price action goes, remember I told you the pattern doesn't make the move. Any moves inside the pattern don't mean shit. It's the breakout that makes the move. We didn't get the invalidation of the bull flag, no matter how bullish that green vector looked. Right? We didn't break out. We didn't invalidate. And we're now losing the bottom of it. We haven't confirmed it, but we are broken out.
Cool. Maybe we'll get more than 1%.
I mean, how are you going to control the brain? Elon still takes medicine for that, whatever, pills for that.
Your mic was a bit.
I'm saying, how are you going to control the brain? Like, even Elon still takes pills, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about him taking pills?
I mean, you saw what he did. I mean, then he's apologizing and all. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I mean,
A lot of the longevity shit that's going on right now isn't about fixing any particular thing. It's about reversing the aging process so that those systems never break down. Elon's already been through some shit. That's why Elon's even with Elon's, to your point, even with Elon's Neuralink, which I'm almost positive that he has inside his brain, he couldn't avoid saying some wild shit on Twitter that he had to take back. Like, you know.
I mean, everybody knows Elon likes his ketamine. He likes dabbling with.
I mean,
drugs.
you know, he's not a preacher. He's just a business guy, richest man in the world. Think more
And
Tony
he
Stark than, you know.
And he doesn't deny it either.
You know. You think
He
him and
owns it.
Grimes weren't? Oh my god, I can imagine the trips that they went on.
Yeah, they're battling right now for custody.
I mean, the way the alts are going right now, I think we'll have to take a pill forever before it actually happens and alt season comes.
I
Dude,
got
on that,
and it's called Dump Eat.
on that stem cell thing though, my company that I work for just released it in the insurance program as preventative medicine. So you can get it without using your deductible because it actually saves them money from surgery.
It's good stuff, bro. There's shit that you had to live with, like after a certain age, you know, your knee goes bad or something, and well, good luck. You have 40 years ahead of you with a bum knee.
Yeah,
Yo,
it's
Dbloc,
amazing.
real quick, can you take a look at Doge for 5 seconds and see if that on the 5-minute chart? 5-minute chart, is that a stopping volume and could potentially be the bottom of a W?
It's not a stopping volume, and you do have your 800 underneath, but there isn't a lot of volume on that wick on the 5-minute. It is a higher
On the
low.
5-minute? Why is it not a vector on your chart?
I don't know. I'm on Binance. You know, I'm not on Binance Perp. Maybe it's Doge Perps.
mean, 800's not that far off. I mean, 800's right there. It's a better place for a Doge to bounce.
I think the
This
best place
candle's
for
already
Doge.
dropping below the body.
Yeah, it's
I
not.
think
I'd see it on perps. It's a vector, but the structure looks weak. And with Bitcoin doing what it's doing, you're not going to counter trade that. Look at
yeah, I think
dominance.
the best place would be 6.168.
Well, a low below 14 cent would be the best place. So.
But
Oh, I love
just
this vision.
wait for
Let's do it.
Bitcoin to finish flushing out,
Yes.
guys. And then look at the alts. Don't drive yourself crazy looking for targets on alts when Bitcoin's on the way down.
Oh yeah, totally. I agree. Right now,
The
it's
Thank you
reason
for
that I
your
say
energy,
that is
bud.
because we can't predict what dominance does, right?
yes, sir.
So any of those supports underneath you could break or get front run if dominance does something different as Bitcoin comes down.
I'm just happy this is a relaxing short. Oh,
I noticed a lot of people over trading today in chat.
Yeah, on the 15-second.
Very quick,
We were
like
trading like crazy.
in and out in these little tight ranges.
For 50
yeah,
bucks.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
a
this
lot
is
of work,
pretty
bro.
easy
It's not worth the
from where
squeeze.
we came from.
I
This is a
haven't took a
pretty
trade for 2.5 days.
But hey, if it works, it works, right? If you're profitable,
Yeah,
you
no,
work.
don't get me. And
Stop.
it's good
Don't
practice.
stop. But
It's good practice. Just be aware when you're over trading because it's the problem is when you don't notice it.
Yep.
But if you're like, I'm just gonna go ham today, I'm gonna take as many trades as I possibly can, even if I keep them low just for the experience. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm all for that.
Can you take a look at
Yeah.
Ondo, please?
Yeah, but give me a
As
second. Let's flush
yeah.
this first and then we'll look at it. We're at that
oh,
double
this is a
bottom where it can still hold right here, right? This is where we bottomed out on higher time frames.
and it's a head and shoulder counterplay to go long here. I'm gonna pass. But yeah, on ETH, right? You have a like ETH 5-minute. I think has a bit of a head and shoulder.
My thesis, guys, just so you understand, is that this visible range that we were in up here this whole time, waiting for CPI numbers, was the market going sideways and not wanting to make any decisions until CPI came out. Right? Just in case the numbers were amazing and you had some sort of crazy run. Came out good. Numbers came out good. Still could not break our resistance, even with that. So we had a liquidity sweep that couldn't break resistance. We had good CPI numbers that couldn't break resistance. You're going to lose the will to hold this range. Right? There's nothing to look forward to now. Right now it's like, okay, fine. Like basically everybody knew what needed to happen, but they were trying to fight, they're trying to fight it. Now you capitulate to the idea that, okay, we waited, didn't work, cool, let's get some lower prices.
I see your point, but couldn't you also think of it a bit like longer term, right? And so with this CPI, well, with at least inflation not increasing, right? There might be people who want to take more risk.
No, it's
'Cause
bullish.
the
Yeah,
Fed meeting is
it is bullish long term, 1,000%. 1,000%. I'm just trying to
okay.
look at
So
what's going to happen in the next couple of days.
So for me, this move made a lot of sense because you have a lot of people probably going long because of CPI numbers, and the bigger players might want to also hop in long, but they cannot because there's just nobody selling. So
They need it,
so
yeah.
they just
Exactly.
so they need to bring it back down in order to buy the stop losses of people who bought after the news, right? And when those guys get stopped out, it's plenty of liquidity for them to buy. And then we go up, like just typical fake out up, fake out down stuff. While we remain still range bound. Like I don't think we're gonna. Well, we'll see if we exit this range or not.
Like I said, we're at that double bottom, right? This double bottom is the base of the range. So
maybe a
technically,
week to.
we broke out of the visible range, but this is the price range that we've been in here. Sparked by that double bottom. That's what sort of locked it in.
Maybe a wick to 1072. Although that would be a nice exit of the range. Right? Yeah, it's too small.
What we do is we wait to see if we have a deviation. If we do get a breakdown, we have to see if it comes back into the range and holds support. Right, then we'll know that it's just a deviation and not a break out of the range.
That's when I'll hit buy on ETH.
I was supposed to go to bed. I just wanted to see if the structure was going to hold.
I wish you get a quick answer to that, but I think this is going to be sort of played out, long and drawn out.
Yeah, no, it's been good. It's been good. At least I got to open some shorts and some of the big gaps. Then I saw a Doge.
You see the so look at the VPVR, look at the gap that we're above right now. Right, so if this double bottom doesn't hold, then we fall into this low volume range here. The next high volume node is sitting at 176. If that doesn't hold, we go into another low volume range that takes us down into the psychological highs. That's why I said my first target is the bottom of that. Second target is the psychological ranges. And then we're literally a stone's throw from CME gap. You think they're going to come through these ranges and not grab CME? So for me, the only way we don't get CME is if we hold support at this high volume node and push away. And this is just a deviation out of the range, come back in, hold, and then eventually pop. But this high volume node is going to be very important.
That's that 107.2 right there?
Yeah, 107.7-ish.
That CME gap, it's 8th of May or it's
the most recent one, 105.2 to 104.4. Yeah, anything else underneath, I don't think. The amount of buy orders underneath, I think CME is the last and deepest target that market maker wants.
Right, like with the good CPI numbers, people are probably gonna
it's
buy
time to
the
go,
dips.
guys.
The
I don't know.
question
There's
is
been
the
time to
size
go
of the
since
dip.
74, guys. I don't know how to.
The size of the dip.
Yeah. I don't know how to say it
If there's even one.
without sounding like a dick, but we've been talking about this shit since 74K.
Even before.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to be I don't want to be a complete asshole and be like,
it was your don't fuck it up buy zone.
Yeah, 49.
No, 85, no?
Nah, the first one was down at 49 on top of that vector where we're like, if we come down into this range.
Right. But you had another one after that, no? When we were
There's
range
been a
bound
couple.
between 90 and 100, yeah. Don't screw it up, buy zone. So where would you put it now?
$97,500. Let's go, baby.
Between 106 and 104.4.
That's too close, Dbloc.
That's how bullish I am.
Oh, buddy.
What's crazy is when everybody's like super bullish like they are now, I'm considered bearish for wanting it to come down to 104. When it's really not that. This is you don't understand. Me saying that I think that this is me saying that I think this is a good chance that this is as deep of a retracement as we get is incredibly bullish. And yeah, there's always a chance that you leave the CME gap. Like I said,
And you get
if we
front run
hold
even on that.
Yeah, if we hold on that high volume node, then it's very possible.
I mean, especially if you zoom out on a weekly and say that's the retracement we're getting.
Yeah, like really.
That's why I think we might get a little more.
I will definitely listen. If that is the retracement that we get, I'll definitely be targeting that during the bear market heavy. Those vectors that we left behind, that's going to be my #1 target for the bear market.
Notice total is lagging a lot still, even with ETH starting to rise a bit. Like total didn't make a new all-time high. It didn't even come to the previous high. Like, what's up with total chart? Can we get a pump on that too, please?
So look at total on the daily.
Yeah, it's even weekly.
Well, no, let's actually. You know what? Let's go to 4-hour.
Most of it's just recycled money.
I mean, total looks good. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but
it looks good, but
think total looks
It's
amazing.
at an area
Look
that
at these.
if
Look
we
at
don't
these recoveries, bro. Hold on a second.
if
This
we
is
don't get new blood
total
in here,
Yeah,
1,
but
2,
Dbloc, Bitcoin.
3, and 4. Right. Just take a look at the recoveries that we had on this.
Lower high, lower high, lower high. They're all lower highs.
tell him, Zeusy, tell him.
Total
It's
3
still
is a
not.
lower high. Total
It's
total
still
3 and others is a lower high, which is why we aren't in low caps right now.
these
Well,
are
that's why I'm not
these are
in mid to low caps.
these are all
But
downtrends still. Yeah.
well, yeah, but what? You're not gonna get excited until we get above 3.5 trill?
Of course not. That's when I'm
Oh, well,
getting
then me and
bearish. It's
you
the
have different.
ABC. I get excited when we're in a downtrend, and I sell when we're
Oh,
in
well,
an uptrend. But
then you missed your time to get excited. I hate to break it to you. This was the time for you to be excited. This was the time
I
for you to be
know. No,
excited.
but my point is like it's still lower highs. Like we can't really sell and exit and make money.
And
Why would
technically, we'd
no?
have
This
to
is
go
not
over 3 point.
selling. This is
Would,
confirmation that the buys that you made are gonna make you bank. This isn't about. We're nowhere near selling time.
but for total, wouldn't have to get over 3.7 to make a higher high.
Bitcoin made a new all-time high. It gave a sell opportunity, right? But total
Total
didn't.
would have
That's
to
what I'm
get
saying.
above. Yeah, total have to get above 3 point. But that's what I'm saying. Like, are you gonna wait to get excited on total
Oh no,
until
definitely you don't want to.
it breaks this downtrend? You know what I mean? Like, no, like this is, bro, this is an amazing recovery here. If you're not pumped right now, then I don't know what to tell you.
Well, can I be pumped tomorrow? I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
all right, there we go.
This
Cool,
is,
cool.
bro. This
Hey,
is
Dbloc.
this is macro shit that we're talking about. I'm not saying that you've got to be in position right now or you're screwed, but it's time to start shedding some of the bearishness. Like I don't know what more evidence we need.
Yeah.
Hey, Dbloc, have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen it where it's done this before, where it makes new all-time highs, but it's very little, and it just keeps like what do they call that? Death by a thousand cuts, or it's not
Yeah,
death, but
yeah.
like yeah. And then does that pattern indicate anything positive, or is that a negative pattern?
Wait, what do you mean?
Like,
It
is
can
that
be.
a bearish pattern for it to keep going up, like, you know, 0.5% for all-time high, and then it goes for a little bit, and then does another 0.5% for all-time high?
Nah,
Is
the
that
big moves,
bearish or
big
bullish?
moves come after you break those local highs and those all-time highs. There's always going to be resistance there. What you don't want to see is hard rejections.
It depends on the context of why price is low volatility and is climbing slowly at that moment. Right? If the context is a sign of strength, if it comes after an up move, then it's kind of bullish to see. It's like,
Listen, at the top
you
of
could see it as a
at
sign of strength.
the top of a bull market, this is what you'll see. It'll come down, you get a sharp recovery, it'll make a lower high, and then it'll eventually just bleed out, bleed out, bleed out, bleed out, bleed out, bleed out. The difference is I can't say that when I look at this chart because I know where we are timing wise, I know where we are liquidity wise. Right? I know where M2 is. So yeah, there's a danger to just look at charts and say, well, you know, that's a lower high and that's obviously bearish, or you have to put everything in context. If we saw this same thing in October, end of October, November, then yeah, we can have that discussion. But we're coming off of a massive downtrend already, right? This is a recovery. And in my opinion, in my thesis, we see way higher highs on all of these. So our only job is to figure out where our entries, right? If that's the thesis you're following, your only job is to figure out, did your entries hold and where can I add more? If that's not your thesis, then you shouldn't be longing. And you know, it all depends on what you think is happening. If you think we're at the top of the bull market, then you're probably one of those people that's shorting every single high that we get.
I think a lot of people are hoping that Bitcoin
It's not a
is
bad plan, you know.
kind of at its top, and the alts still are going to run. I think a lot of people are crossing their fingers on that tip.
Yeah, no,
At least
Zusi, it's
it's a
not a
plan.
bad plan. If it's the top of the bull market, that is the plan. That is what you do.
Yeah.
But you have to be
Plan what you're
very
gonna
careful
do,
about being
and then
wrong
just
with
do it.
timing. Remember what we learned from The Big Short, right? Like being early is being wrong. You get no points for being early in this game.
Yeah.
Timing is everything.
Well, I just wanted to point out that total hasn't made a new all-time high, so there's still room for at least the same money to come back. Because for now, the same money has not come back. Like the money that left ETH is not back. It's back in Bitcoin. Bitcoin made new all-time highs. It's just not back in stable coins or whatever there's in total. You know, everything else. Because Bitcoin made new all-time highs a few weeks ago. Well, even I forgot exactly, but doesn't matter. While total did not. So there's money missing.
Well,
It needs
it's
to come
Bitcoin
back.
versus alts.
Yeah, and stables also, no?
It's not difficult to see where the money's at. It's right here.
In stables,
You know
yeah.
what? Sometimes there's heavier liquidity, and so that's harder for price action to happen on Ethereum than Bitcoin. I've noticed that in a lot of exchanges, and even on some, of course, DeFi, because Bitcoin, to run it, you got to run wrap Bitcoin. But it's, if there's all of that liquidity on Ethereum and the liquidity providers just piling on, even if someone's pumping money in, there's so many orders in the book at that level that the price action is just not going to be there. And I think there was moments where Bitcoin, even though it's number one, you can see even days like this last week even on Coinbase, Ethereum had more volume, hence more liquidity providers. Hence, sometimes it's even harder, even though you have more volume, if their liquidity providers are really piling up.
It's funny how alts are so insignificant because total divided by BTC
You see
equals
it?
ETH BTC.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't.
Well,
Let me
but
show you.
it's so similar.
No, and I'm gonna show you why. There's a big difference, and it's why I'm not in low cap alts yet or mid cap alts yet. So this is our bottom, right? On total divided by BTC. Right. So pay attention. What I want to pay attention to is this gap. Right. I'll take a look at ETH BTC.
But honestly, if you overlay it on top, yeah, there's differences, but they're like tiny. Overall, it's the same chart.
I just want to point out this is ETH BTC finding its way back to bottoms and breaking out. Right. Now take a look at take a look at total 3 divided by BTC. Uh-oh. That's not good. Right.
Dumpy.
Take a look at others versus BTC.
Yeah, but they don't have to go all the way down there.
Don't they?
No.
They don't.
Well,
they don't. But
that's where
what if
support
they
is.
do?
But well, there's two options. Either you go where you draw on that chart, or you reclaim the previous low that was there. In which case, the probability of going to the next support is kind of lower once you reclaim.
Well, my point is, why take the risk? These are obviously still putting in lower lows. This is unless this looks like a bottoming formation to you. I see no bottoming formation here yet. Right on total 3, I see no bottoming formation against its BTC pairs.
The other one had one though.
We just broke. We just broke lows. We just broke fresh lows.
Yeah, exactly. So if you reclaim those lows, then you might be at the.
Yeah, but the problem is, where's the support? I know you say we don't have to come back all the way down, and we don't have to do anything, right? But
right now it's where it's headed.
But what stops price?
But there's two options. Either we go all the way down to that support, or we reclaim the last support, which is actually very close on that chart. It's the 2 wicks on the left. Right?
Look at total 2 versus
we could do both
BTC.
too. I mean, we could reverse up and then go down.
Same deal on total 2 versus BTC. And that's including ETH.
What's the percentage drop there? It's like 20,
If we take
30,
it to about 25%.
25. Oh,
So
well,
my point isn't that they have to come all the way down. My point is that my money is safer in Bitcoin and higher market cap alts until these find the bottom. At the very least, in total, find the bottom. Now, obviously, you want to look at your specific, you know, if you're looking at a specific coin, you want to check its BTC pair. But just for my overall motivation, my risk, right? I don't start taking on more risk until these start finding bottoms.
well, you know, the dominance reaching 70% will line up with those charts finding that bottom.
That's why I think it's still a possibility, right? The only reason is because dominance is still doing this. My tune would be completely different if we were at 62, 61, making our way down.
Yeah, like 70, 72% dominance is technically achievable. It's where resistance is, and that lines up with all the charts you just showed us. In the end, it's the same thing. It's Bitcoin dominance.
Yeah. We need to start really holding a downtrend on total before I can even start getting excited on it. Like, yeah, we got a nice downtrend here, but I mean, all it did was bring us back into our range.
So what's them? We need to sell alts to buy Bitcoin. I was thinking
For
about
me,
doing the
it's
opposite.
here, right? For me, this is the challenge. 62, 61%. And then here I'm all in on micro caps. We get down to 60, 59%. So then I'm going to be riding the big chunky coins with tons of mind share that are easily accessible. Except for a few little lottery tickets. We got the breakdown, we got the confirmation. So remember what I said before. The pattern doesn't give you the trade. The pattern means nothing. The measured move means nothing until you get the breakdown and the confirmation. Right, so we've broken down out of this move. We've confirmed it. Now we've got to see if our double bottom breaks.
Yeah, I was gonna say ETH is at an interesting level here. It's the previous.
Yeah, ETH is coming
downward.
down. ETH fell short of its cup and handle, and it'll invalidate the rest of it at 275. But I can have no complaints. ETH, I mean, guys, let's flash back to just a week ago. Right, when we were sitting down here and we had our deviation out of the range, and I was saying we can't close any daily candles underneath this if we want to reclaim it. And then if we reclaim this range, we shoot for the top side deviation. Right? Big chunky arrow. So we had the deviation, we confirmed the deviation. We made it all the way up to our top side deviation, which we have to assume is a deviation until we confirm, right? Until we come down and hold that top as support, this is a deviation. And that's how you play these. You deviate, you take it, you take your profit at the top side deviation. It's the best way to play a range. Unless you just want to chop in the middle. And I mean, there's trades to be taken here, but the best trades in a range come through the deviations. Top side deviation to short, bottom side deviation to long. Now we have to have ETH confirm it, right? Which means we need to come back down to this range and hold it as support. If we come down and we do this, then that's a breakout. If we come down back into the range, retest, and fail it, then this is just a topside deviation. And we have to assume that price will move its way towards the bottom of the range until stopped by volume. Or something else like a trend line, like this trend line right here. This trend line is very strong, right? From our bottom side deviation held, came, acted as resistance, and when it finally broke, it was explosive. So we just have to see if it holds basically at this point. Yeah, they usually are, Sean. Like the deviations are usually sort of equivalent in size. Think of it like a pendulum, right? Like if you grab a pendulum and you pull it too far to one side, like it's gonna go past the mid a sort of equal distance, and as long as it's not affected by any other force, it'll start to slow down, right? You'll get smaller and smaller deviations, and then it'll get tight, and then somebody else flicks it.
Hey, there's Dbloc. If you can look at Ondo.
Yeah, I got you. Ondo. Dun, 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 dun. Well, there's a good chance that this was the left side of its higher low fractal, but I already had one Ondo trade sort of poop out on me. Right? That was the bet that I made here. That this was the higher low. We ended up putting in a lower low. Reaction looks good so far, but on the daily, we're not above that 50 yet. Right? Remember, that's the goal, is to get all of these assets back above their 50. So it's a pretty hard rejection, bullish and go out, bearish engulfing. Looks like it could probably come down a little bit more, honestly. This move on Bitcoin, if it takes a long time, we kind of want it to be fast. If it's long and sort of drawn out and dominance is still going up, then the alts are going to bleed daily, you know? If we can get it a quick move down, then maybe we can spare some of the lower numbers. But for Ondo, just on the short time frame, I'd be looking for that vector here at 858, and then you've got another zone underneath you at your psychological high and low. Remember, your psychological high and low hasn't been retested yet, so most of these coins are going to be coming down to their psychologicals. Right.
Got a little bit of sell pressure. It's testing the local low right now.
See, like everything's making a beeline for the psychological ranges right now. Doesn't really matter what coin you. Some are closer. See, render already hit.
Yep.
So might be a decent target for the alts.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thomas, nothing caused the dump, bro. It's the liquidity sweep, right? We had our line here for the longest. We said if they couldn't get above and hold, that we were going to sweep these longs. The market was on pause until CPI came out. Right? We had one more attempt at the top, and then, yeah.
And if you really zoom out, we didn't really dump. I mean, we're still above $108,000.
Yeah, this is nothing to be panicked about.
I wanted to say that we're calling 2% down moves dumps, no?
Yeah, exactly.
I
I'll be right
guess
back,
it is a dump, yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm on my knees praying for a dump right now. Like, bring it, baby, come on. All right, I'm not on my knees. I'm standing up.
Are you in a short, Drew?
No, man, but I
Oh,
just want. I'm looking at a coin
you
count right
are.
now. There's this. What? Yeah, according to Zushi, I am in a short.
You sold. So your
Yeah,
next action is to press buy. So
yeah.
you are in a
I
sense in
sold
the
it.
short.
I sold a few days ago. I sold 2 days ago, 2.5 or something like that. I don't even know. But yeah, I'm not in position. But yeah, technically, I mean, I'm watching the coins go up every time the price goes down. If I hit the button, they go in my wallet. But until I hit the button, it's not active. So it's not an active short. But I'm imagining that I'm shorting.
I understand. So yeah, so why do you want it to go down?
You
Needs
get
to
more
go up.
Well,
coins
Buy
and
from
more
here.
because I
potential.
don't want to force it. Like not too hard, but I wouldn't mind. Me, I really think it would be healthy to touch $97,500. I mean, I really think that would be good for the long-term bullishness trend to continue. Like
I
for
don't
real.
think we're gonna go down there anytime soon.
But
Yet it can
101, I'll
happen
be
in.
happy with 102, 103. I'll be happy. I'll buy around there.
Guys know it can happen in one hourly candle, right? It's just
Yeah.
4%, well, 8% lower. Can happen in a few hours.
Yeah, I feel like there's something fishy up that though. Nobody's really sold a big amount yet to give us one of those scam wicks to scare the market a little bit, and to start cascading some
Because
stop
because
losses.
because there hasn't been any need since ETH went so low that people completely gave up on alts. Like there's no high leverage going on these alts. They're not even at 0.01%, most of them. Like some of them are even negative. Like there's no need to liquidate
It's
longs and do a huge wick down. There's
it,
no.
it's yeah, it's crazy when you look at the alts. Like I've been scanning through some of them and just like, man, how underperformed they are like compared to Bitcoin. It's bad.
Well, yeah, we're at almost 70% dominance. Yeah, or 60. What I forgot the number. Looking towards 70% of the money. I mean, it means most of the money, 70% of the money is in Bitcoin. Yeah? That
I mean,
leaves
it's
only
technically could
30%.
be. That's not necessarily bad for like someone that's really all in Bitcoin. But I'm just saying for the overall market, I think even for Bitcoin's longevity, it would want to have a better balance and a less of a spread between it and Ethereum. And I think Ethereum still is too big a market cap compared to the whole rest of the market. Once Bitcoin and Ethereum lose some dominance, I think that's when really we'll see like a full blown like nothing not manipulated. Everything's always going to be manipulated, but you're going to see a more organic market, I think, once we have more balance.
You know the charts Dbloc showed with total 2 and total 3 divided by Bitcoin? Even if you go into detail of why these charts are not at support yet, it's only a few handful of coins that are providing that. It's coins like, well, BNB is not in total 3, right? Total 2. But it's the big caps, right? It's stuff like XRP. Sure, go ahead. What?
What happened? What did he say?
I
It's
said
facts.
facts. It's only a few, like the top 5, top 6 coins providing most of that chart.
Yeah, like why is it not already down at that support, right? I mean, if you look coin by coin, I think you're gonna find that 80% are there. But some bigger ones are like Solana, like XRP, are quite pumped still. So I guess it's those that explain a bit.
What's something?
Also, the new AI stuff, maybe there's some AI coins that are not down 99%. Although I see AI 16Z dumping like hell, but I think it's volatile. Man.
Better feed that kitty, Tom.
Gotta feed the cats, what up?
I tried that Amazon stuff that's supposed to be just like that frontline medicine that you put on the back of the shoulders. It's the Amazon stuff. It's way cheaper. It works.
There's some unfinished business up there. There's some unfinished business on total chart on Bitcoin because this recent push couldn't put a new all-time high. Different time frame than total. On total, the unfinished business is much bigger. It's all the way back with it's all the way back with December. You know, the December high. So Bitcoin was at 108 back then, not 112. And these alts, they don't have any unfinished business because they, well, haven't really started their alt season overall. Some did. Some never even had a bearish alt season like BNB.
Yeah, BNB got a little bit of artificial insemination.
Well, it divided by 3 its price, but that's all. Yeah. Like Bitcoin dropped more than BNB. So it never had. So that it makes sense that we're not getting an alt season, because if you don't have a bear alt season, then you're not gonna get an alt season, right? Like that kind of makes sense on BNB chart. Right? Like you're not gonna see a crazy impulse seeing BNB go to like
Yeah,
1,000.
BNB is a little different because I think
Because
BNB is a little different. You know, it's it has, I'd say, most control from CZ indirectly. You know, basically doing what he wants and with a lot of injections happening.
Yeah, but the small increase in total 2 kind of comes from BNB being at all-time highs. It's one of the few alts that is at all-time highs compared to 4 years ago. You know, BNB is at 660 right now. It's exactly the all-time high from 2021. Like we're at the same level at least, right?
Yeah, because it's been artificially injected.
Yeah, so it's providing more upside on total 2 divided by BTC than most other coins. It also is not providing the opposite because it didn't drop much either. So, well, 65%, 70%. Maybe we can get like 1,200 on BNB. Maybe
I'm not touching BNB.
But yeah.
Does Voxies look like? I've been looking at it. It's been staying around that 5.5, 6 cent. Be the bottom.
Which coin?
Voxy. Voxel.
Oh, is that virtual reality?
Something
It's
like that. I mean,
it's a gaming coin.
yeah, I like. I watched the previews of it. To me, it's like a game that all the family could play, and like it'd be like more PG. And
yeah,
I think that's going to be a big. To me, I would think a big plus because it's that type of atmosphere that I think you want. Especially
it's kind of like Minecraft.
Yeah.
But a little bit different.
Yeah, I've watched some videos on it. I like it. And
What happened in April to this coin?
I did a good. That's when I pumped it.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I went in all the channels, man. I was like telling everyone in the back channels. I went ballistic, and then I sold, and then they kept on pumping it without me because they knew I sold.
That's some crazy three green candles in a row. Whoa. But that's what's there must have been a lot of bearish open interest, and the point of going up like that is to get rid of all the shorts, and then you just resume the same thing again, right? I'd watch the parallel downward there going on since that April pump. If we can shift that trend a bit.
You guys are sleeping on me, man. But I'm telling you, man, I set off some catalyst for Voxel and Mudang. I know there's heads hitting hard, but I I went deep. Like I spent so many hours in the back channels, like just trying to, get those moving. And I'm telling you, pushy. But that's a sweet spot. I think gun is like, something that could be pushed hard. I just wish it wasn't on Avalanche. But besides that, like those numbers, 50 million market caps, man, once they catch fire through some of the channels, there's just like, people are just looking for new plays just to play with, and it's just like money just flows from some of these wallets.
Yeah, I've been adding a little bit of gun. I want to have a better average than Boss Man, but I doubt it. But I want to try.
Dbloc just explained us that we shouldn't expose too much to low cap alts.
Yeah.
You guys are talking about buying like
no, we were just
position 1,000 altcoins right now. That seems wrong.
Well, Voxy has a community. It's on Coinbase, so it's not like just one of those low caps. But Dbloc was saying there could be some more downside on gun too. Of course, it depends what happens here. He said it could go down to its opening.
Well, you're looking at like 20-25% dump potential. No, that's not that much for these alts. Like Voxel wouldn't even put a new bear market bottom, right? If it dropped 25%. Yeah, you just go to golden pocket actually. Oh, that's beautiful. If that Voxel drops 25%, you end up at golden of ignoring the wake, but the second high. Because yeah, there's probably some stuff going on in that wick that's worth ignoring a bit. So just fibbing it from the, yeah, then 44 cent is potentially support, no? I mean 4.4 cent, 0.044.
By the way, I think I may have found why we are dropping right now, and we may keep dropping for a long time.
Oh.
Apparently, CNBC, U.S. preparing to partially evacuate Iraq embassy over regional security risks, as well as U.S. orders evacuation of family members and non-essential personnel from its embassies in Iraq, Bahrain, and Kuwait.
Dump it.
Yeah, I mean, isn't Middle Eastern issues are not really preventing this bull run? There's wars going on all over the place in the Middle East.
Yeah, they're not actually preventing the bull run, but they affect it over the short term due to the fears that another war will start and stuff like that.
That's bullish. We're gonna need to produce weapons. It'll pump things up again. Although the factories are.
That's why American weapon companies pushed and Bitcoin is falling.
It also depends who does China side with, because if now, while the U.S. and China are trying to have an agreement, they might have some differences on their opinions of what's going on in Iraq, and if that comes up, they might have to erase and rewind.
Yep. But that makes sense. Trump is isolationist, right? He doesn't care about the rest of the world. It's America first. So he might be giving up the Middle East to Asia in exchange for his tariffs.
Well, no, he's making deals with Syria right now, interestingly. Big deals with Syria. And the U.S. and Syria are becoming very good allies, what it seems like.
Against Lebanon? Against who?
Against the neighbors, I guess. I don't know. But it seems strategic. A lot of people are scratching their head. Why is Trump so interested in Syria and becoming
not
so
against
friendly
anyone?
with Syria?
That's the interest of Syria itself. It's not going to be against the neighborhood, because it's there is some kind of history here, which the people themselves who's living in those countries will never turn against each other. So the thing is just doing stuff for maybe development, investment, stuff like this. for the good of the economy of Syria
Oh,
and economy of the states. Especially that they
well,
have very nice location in the Middle East. But who's doing really well with Syria is Turkey.
yeah, and Turkey and America are kind of military allies. So
Yeah.
America wants to use Turkey to exercise what to do what.
And if you notice, actually, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, UAE, Turkey, Syria now, because they just like they used to be following Russia the whole time when the Assad regime was there, and now most of their bases are getting disassembled now, sending their troops back. So I think the region will just come into a very calm situation for the next maybe 10 years, hopefully.
But you don't think there's any chance that right now the U.S. is trying to strategically align a little bit stronger with Syria just to have better positioning against Iran?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, they have already have they own, in my opinion, they own East Syria since 2010. They have their bases there. They have a very big base actually in Syria, in East Syria, which is fully secured. They have very big runway actually for having this big bomber, the B-2 bomber.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's been there since 2010. I know those things because I'm living in the region, so I know exactly what I'm talking about. It's not about like just saying my
Yeah, no,
feeling.
I know
Like,
you always
yeah.
you drop knowledge,
I'm
man.
telling
I
you,
love
I'm just
listening to
saying
you talk every
facts.
time you say stuff. Yeah, man.
Yeah. It's not. I'm just like what my emotions are saying. I'm against too many things which I'm saying at the moment, but that's the facts.
You got any bearish news? I'm trying to buy a fire sale soon. I'm smelling a fire sale coming up tonight.
Sorry?
I'm trying to look for bearish news right now because I want to look at a fire sale. I want to get some cheap prices tonight.
Actually, the bearish news actually the states is just requesting the what was that? It's from Iraq and from, let me see, what was the news? Asking for non-high officials to leave Iraq, Bahrain, and Kuwait for some threats against them. I don't know, but let me see that. What was that? Just trying to find it.
That sounds like it could be short-term bearish.
Yeah, defense security, US military, this one. Yeah, it's this. Defense security has authorized the evacuation, departure of the US military from multiple locations across the Middle East.
Oh, so soldiers are retreating from Iraq?
Not retreating. They are asking them to move because of high security threat against them.
Spooky.
So who's going to replace Americans in Iraq? Is it ISIS? Is it China? Is it Europe?
Maybe some movement, especially with Gaza thing, man. It's just escalating too hard in the Middle East against the Western side because they are feeling that the Western side is not doing anything to stop this war. So everyone that sees what we are, maybe you're not seeing the same what the Arab news is saying or showing on the news. Actually, the starvation is getting to a limit where people are trying to look for pieces of bread between the wreckage of their buildings.
I think World
And
War III.
Israel is not allowing any humanitarian aids to enter Gaza Strip whatsoever.
I think World War III is inevitable, especially with the BRIC situation. And, Iran is part of BRICS, right? Russia, China, and there's still, it's not 100%.
That's true. It's too bearish. We won't be able to trade.
Come on, let me cook here, man. I'm thinking World War III stuff. I'm thinking Black Swan events. I'm thinking Bitcoin at like $47,000.
Bro, y'all are tripping right now. It's just a couple of red candles, man. Just chill out.
Oh, damn, man. Here comes that.
Seriously.
Have
There's
you looked at
240
Dow
people in
Jones?
here listening to y'all panic.
Have you?
You know, I'm cutting up there a little bit, right? You guys know I'm trolling a little bit, but you know.
Hey, even if World War III starts, have you looked at Dow Jones price action during World War II? There wasn't that huge of a dip to buy. Like COVID dip was bigger than World War II's dip. Just check it out. Dow Jones has price action all the way back to the 19th century.
I mean, what I'm really interested in is the China mining migration and how many China miners are hitting right now. And we don't know that where they're at. Spooky. But yeah, there's some sells coming in. We got a little sell pressure. About to test that 108.
A little sell pressure. Let's go. 800 is just below. 800 should probably be around like 106.
Yeah, America joined the war at Pearl Harbor, right? December 41, right?
We were kind of like volunteered into that one. But
Yeah. Well, you were forced to join the war by getting attacked. Yeah. I mean, actually, it's not political, right? It's the
Some say we
blockage
attacked ourselves.
Yeah, because of the oil blockage. You literally starved the country of oil, so they attacked you. Like, someone could have foreseen that would happen, but I guess they wanted it to happen to bring America to the war too, right? Maybe. Just a thought. That's speculation. But if you look at Dow Jones, it reversed upward as soon as America entered the war.
But we've been through
Like, it
like
reversed.
5 Great Depressions in crypto that just made the Great Depression pale in comparison. As far as percentage loss, obviously not overall effect, but
Right. Well, even on the 5-minute, we dropped 1%. Huge loss. But the Great Depression was something. Dbloc, it was 90%.
yeah, it's a bear market. Ooh. I went down 98% on my Jasmine, bro.
Michael Saylor just said today there will be no bear market before reaching 1 million.
Inshallah.
Seriously? 1 million?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I know. I know your boy will be taking profits before we get to 1 million. Let me be completely clear about that. We can revisit it and see if I'm gonna regret it or not later. But
Let's see. Could an 8-month downtrend be considered a bear market?
the time, I think that the percentage is bigger than the time, is more important than the time. Right? Like I can see them getting shorter before they get smaller. We got diminishing returns, but I can see them getting shorter.
Because you see what I'm saying? Like the word bear market is so vague. Like the phrase or bull market, it's very vague, and everyone has their own definitions of what a bull market and bear market. Of course, Legacy has theirs. A lot of people in crypto like to, argue on what theirs are. But once we figure out, like, all right, are we gonna have a long-term downtrend? Like that's 365 days or longer. Then I would say something past a year is definitely a bear market in my book.
Well,
Anything
it's the
under,
third. Yeah, it's the 4th year of the 4-year cycle. Right. So does it have to last a year? That's the part that I.
Right.
But the timing of it, as far as where it's gonna land in that cycle, is always gonna be in the same place. The question is,
The thing is,
with this much institutional adoption, you know how we get that drop during the bear market and then we get that run flat where you've got to convince the world that crypto's not dead? That's the part that I think might get shortened. There's no more convincing left to do, guys. Everybody's convinced. You know what I mean? So we're not going to get that same like pause at the bottom where you have forever to just fill up.
But you're in Miami though, Dbloc. You got a different.
No, I mean just big money. Like, the institutions. There's enough big money that doesn't need to be convinced about Bitcoin that when we get down to lows, they're just going to buy it.
No, yeah, I feel you on that. Yeah, for institutions, but I was thinking also on the retail tip, like just
oh no, they'll think it's
around
dead.
neighborhoods
They'll be
around here,
saying
like
it's
let's
dead
say
and everything. Yeah, it'll be dead for the
nobody
world.
knows. Like they still don't know, even though it's in the headlines for us. Like because we're still kind of an echo chamber, and it is in the headlines, like without being an echo chamber every now and then. But people still aren't down. They just like hear it and kind of pass through it, and they don't engage.
But I've heard people go from that shit's never gonna work, it's a scam, to they're eventually gonna put an end to that, to oh, the big guys are in already, it's game over. I was like, damn, you skipped right to the end. Like you didn't give yourself you didn't give yourself any time at all in the middle. Like you went right from thinking it's fake to thinking, oh, it's real, but it's out of control already, and
But I think it's still never going to be too late for them, which is that's my viewpoint. Is like, you might miss the cycle, like a proper positioning for the cycle, but if you withstand a few cycles, you're never going to be late. If you're looking for a long term, and you're on the top ones, you're good to go. So no one's really going to be late, because I think crypto's going to be here for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, just posted what Sailor said actually on the bubble chat if anyone wants to see it. A screenshot from NASDAQ website.
That's for your cycle. It's only Bitcoin in theory, right? It's only Bitcoin that gets a halving every 4 years.
Well, it's the global liquidity cycle as well. It's really the Bitcoin cycle is tied to global liquidity. So global liquidity is obviously more liquid than real estate. The reason that real estate's on the 18.6-year cycle is because of mortgage cycles, and because it's not liquid. Right? Global liquidity runs more on a 4-year cycle. It's a print, basically a print buy cycle.
Because I was looking at Doge, Litecoin to see if there's like a 4-year cycle like Bitcoin has, and it's not as clear as on Bitcoin. Right?
Look, is that a stopping volume candle?
HS, it just means God willing. That's all. Whenever somebody says something that, and no, it's not bad for anybody to say it.
Dbloc, can you zoom in a little bit? Is that a vector candle? Is that a stopping volume candle?
Yeah, little blue vector.
Wait, so does it have to either be pink or blue for it to be a stopping volume?
It has to be a vector. You want it to at least be a vector. Doesn't matter which one. It
doesn't have to be pink or blue?
No. It could be green, could be red.
All right.
Oh, okay. Now your question made me think. The question you asked made me think you weren't.
Well, Trump did say a lot of things against Iran, right? So I guess this makes sense.
So if we didn't hold above the targeted measured move, then we're gonna keep moving down to reach to where? Because I cannot see this yellow line.
Well, that's why we were I was looking at the VPVR earlier. We turn this on and just take everything off the chart. So we've already started to move through that first low volume gap. And I was saying if we break that, we're gonna move pretty quickly. Our measured move is right around these high volume nodes here. Right, so turning this into a SR flip would keep us from going lower. If that doesn't happen though, we've got another large volume gap that brings us through these vectors into our psychological high and low. Right underneath that psychological high and low is our vector gap. And the vector gap is also a low volume gap.
And the CME.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, CME. That's what I'm talking about. So, yeah, it's either we hit that measured move and it holds and we get some volume and get out of here, or we're coming down to the psychological ranges. And at that point, really hard for me to think that they don't go for CME, right, being that close.
Yeah, being that close, exactly.
Yeah, so there's a couple of spots that we can still hold up on, but I honestly don't have a lot of faith for it. And I don't think we should really be hoping for it. Right? We saw that move to 100 that nobody wanted to do, that I kept saying we needed to do because we needed to pick up those and we needed to get rid of those. We needed to mitigate those imbalances to be able to have a nice strong push, right? Like that's the same thing we're talking about here. We can keep going. We can just consolidate and keep going and consolidate and keep going the same way that we did back here, instead of coming down to the ranges that we need to right? It was the same here when we needed to come down to 100K. We wanted to keep going and keep going, and you can keep going without coming back and making corrections. But unless you want to have another one of these where you've got to fully correct and come back to it, then it's best to get them out of the way while you're close. This doesn't hurt sentiment too much to do this. We go to a 125 and have to come back to 105, that's going to hurt. Or we go to 115 and have to come back.
Exactly. And another question, I was looking at the vector candles the other day. Like whenever I'm like in a smaller time frame, let's say each 15-minute candle has 15-minute, like a single minute candle in it. So sometimes inside this candle, if the market maker want to do one big vector candle on the 1 minute chart, then in 15 minutes we can still recover it inside its candle, then move upward. I don't know if that makes sense to you, or you understand what I mean.
I was telling somebody how to do that yesterday. So what you want to do is, sometimes you see a vector and you're like, okay, it only recovered half of the vector. Like, why did it only recover half? So you can just literally take a box and put the box around the vector, right? And then just go down to the 1 minute. Right, and now you can analyze inside of the vector. Like, okay, there are no market maker orders above, right? So the true size of this vector gap is really about that small, and that's already been recovered. Right, so if you roll it up to the recovery, and then you come back to your 15-minute chart, right, then even though the top of that vector is still a vector because this whole candle's a vector, you know the market maker orders aren't sitting there. Market maker orders are sitting inside this box. So that's why sometimes you'll get in a situation and price will come up and you'll be like, okay, it's vector recovery, I'll take profit at the top of the vector. But it gets front run. And you're like, what happened? You know, you can go into the candle and see and be like, okay, that didn't become a vector until, 1% down or whatever.
Loud and clear. No, makes sense to me, exactly. So that's why you don't look at the higher time frame vector candles, right? Because
I mean, I do, like, I'll, for big macro moves, right? But if we're trading intraday, nah, I like to be aware that, we just left 5 green vectors on the daily. But it's really more important to me what happens inside of the consolidation and all of that. Yeah. But vectors on higher time frames are really strong. They're not really to be ignored, because they end up being retracement levels for bigger moves.
20K.
Yeah.
There's one at 20K.
This is the one that never got hit, the 32 to 25. This one got mitigated halfway, but yeah, this one never got. Yeah, Dom is just pushing, man. Dom doesn't care about your feelings right now.
And we're moving slowly, so that will hurt on the alt, right?
Yeah, you You want it to be quick if it's going to be like that, because even if Bitcoin just goes down 0.5% with Dom going up, and that's another 2% on your alts. And if it does that all day, or if it does that for a week, that can add up. Rip the Band-Aid.
Thanks, D.
No problem, brother.
About the Middle East, Macron is supposed to have a news event. I think it's this week on
Macron.
Saturday. Yeah, Macron. Yeah, I mean he doesn't have a lot of influence, but he's gonna say bullish
Don't
stuff.
talk about your president like that, bro.
Well, he doesn't have that much influence compared to Trump or Putin or Xi Jinping, but he's gonna, he's gonna show the European way, I guess. But yeah, he's supposed to have an announcement about the Middle East in a few days here.
Yeah, with Spain, Ireland, and another country. I forget which one was that. It was regarding
Probably
regarding
about.
Palestine. Yeah,
You
it
heard
was
Ukraine is starting their strategic Bitcoin reserve?
Yes, they did.
Yeah. He's serious about it too.
I know.
Hey, all are welcome, man. All are welcome.
He's always serious, man.
With which money, though?
Oh, that's one thing.
Aren't they supposed to be bankrupt, spending all they have for war?
Probably more of a reason to start a Bitcoin reserve.
How to pay back the debt?
Or to just, to ensure the future stability of your country.
My question, did he really think that he's getting all those helps for free?
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, in this world, even if it's the right thing to do, it comes with an invoice. There's still an ask there. That's just the way things work.
Yeah, but it's basically the same thing that happened during World War II. So America came and saved Europe, and it came with a bill. It's basically the same thing.
That took countries like Great Britain 60, 70 years to pay, and
Yeah.
children of people who fought were paying the debt still.
Yeah, we need y'all to hurry up with that.
Trump is pissed at the EU. It's odd, man. It's odd.
It's all political theater, man. It's fun. It's sport. It does affect people's lives, unfortunately. So it's more than it's like a blood sport. But that shit is way outside of my sphere of influence.
Hunger Games, baby.
I worry about the news when it. I worry about the news when it makes the chart do something that I didn't expect. That's when my ears perk up.
Trump needs to go with Biden in a old people house. They need to go and play some cards there.
Yo, you need to stop talking smack on my president. You need to go ahead with yourself in the old house.
Yeah, my
Come on,
president.
it's pretty old.
At least my president is younger, so.
Bro, I wish retirement for anybody over 70. And not even like in a like I wish that peace and that calm and that I wouldn't want my grandfather running the country, bro. Not because he would screw it up, but that's a lot of stress. And you can't afford you know how the presidency ages you, right? At a certain age, bro, you can't take that accelerated aging process. Like,
yo, Obama went gray in like 3 days.
It was horrible. It was horrible. 8 years that he gained like 20.
Yeah, it's a lot of stress, and it's a lot of for example, besides stress, what you need to do every day, because you basically need, as the American president, for example, in Europe, most presidents are in charge of external issues, but they're not in charge of internal issues. Within the United States, that's different. Basically, the president is also the prime minister. So it's a lot of stress taking care of the internal stuff, taking care of the external stuff, making sure everything works as it should. And it kind of takes a toll on you. And when you're kind of old, you just wanna, for F's sake, just wanna sleep.
I
And
just want to
Yeah, but
chill,
if you're
bro.
like
you
I
know,
Trump,
mean,
man,
bro, when I
you
get
need
to
to be
that
24
age,
7
I
at
just want to
the.
wear sweats and chill on the couch.
that's what I'm saying. Though Trump, like he's at that age, so you'll see him at the golf club. He's not stressing it. He knows like this is nothing for him. He's been through a lot, man. You know, he's like, all right, whatever. You know, he's like, I'm gonna go play golf. It's all good.
Instead of we go 4 days or 5 days, we go 3 days. Like this, tell him because I will not lose my work. I want to be.
Hey, open mic.
You got an open mic,
Open mic,
Sam.
yep, open mic.
I can only hope to
Trump will
have
never
access. I
retire.
can only hope to have access to the drugs that Trump has access to when I get to his age, bro. Because I would
He's
love to
definitely
be
got
able
the
to fill that much stuff, like to get that much stuff done in a day at that age is incredible.
He's got something.
Yeah, but I don't
People
think
who
he
like
does
their
it all
jobs,
on his own. He has a lot of people helping him. He
Yeah,
doesn't do that on
I hope
his
to
own.
have that too. Yeah,
He's got a good doctor.
best doctors.
people
Gotta have
like
the best
Trump,
doctors.
or retirement is like death for them. No, like he probably doesn't even think about retiring.
I mean, there's a difference between being the president of the United States and just running some companies, though. Like it's, I think you can do one to death, and the other one will kill you. You know, his businesses for the most part probably run themselves.
And you know, people who like their job when they retire, they're a bit depressed. Like it's a bit like a punishment too.
I wouldn't say that. If I would be to retire right now, I would open some companies, and also I would go all over the world and visit everything that I can visit in this
But
lifetime.
opening the companies would mean you're not retired. Retire means you're not really engaging in business.
No, retiring from 9 to 5.
Yeah.
That's not retiring.
It also makes a difference if by the time you've gotten to that age, you've already done all those things. Like,
Yeah, that.
you know what I mean? I understand. I know what
Yep,
you
yep.
mean, bro. There's a bucket list. You got to handle the bucket list. But I have a feeling Trump probably knocked his bucket. I think the last thing on the bucket list was president, and now he's just like winging it. It's like,
No, actually, I think he has one more thing on his bucket list. Is like president of the global
world
solar
domination.
system and world domination stuff. No, I think he has one more thing on his bucket list.
That's funny.
I think he wants to get his children in presidency. That's on his bucket list.
Yeah, and also
Yeah,
get Mars
yeah,
for
yeah.
America.
Dynasty.
Yeah.
I mean, given the history of this country, there's a pretty good chance when it comes to presidents and their family. For some reason, we feel like just because you're related to somebody that was in charge, that gives you some sort of.
Yo, I'm thinking Baron Trump's going to be the Prince of Darkness, straight up. Like, he's getting ready.
I guess
Hey,
he's
wait a
old
minute.
enough,
We have
right?
the
I don't like
Prince
to
of
talk
Darkness
about
here.
people's kids, but he's old enough, bro. He's always giving me creepy vibes, bro, since he was little.
Yo, he's plotting. You don't see him plotting? Like, I see him plotting, dude. He's over there scheming.
Now he's got money and crypto. There's no stopping him, bro.
My favorite.
You're my friend. We have the Prince of Darkness in Romania, so stop it. That's no Prince of Darkness. That's like
Yeah, well,
BS.
yeah, but that Prince of Darkness is already, he's 6 feet under right now, or we have one that's living.
Yeah, but he can come out at any time.
I know he does come out.
Yep.
Yeah, RH. They played nice. They played nice on social media. They kissed and made up. That's awkward, right? You know, you ever have friends that are together and they break up, and then your boy's like, "Man, I left her," and you're like, "Bro, real shit. She was never the right one, man. She was always like, she wasn't shit." Da da da. You trying to make your boy feel better, and then you come over the next day and they're on the couch hanging out, and now you're sitting there like you said all this screwed up shit about this girl. Now your boy doesn't want you over because he knows how you feel, and it's like, bro, oh, this is awkward.
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, I've been there a couple times.
They don't
I
learn,
don't know.
man. They learn the hard way.
But now Elon and Trump are friends, and anybody was on Elon's page talking shit about Trump, now they're like, oh,
That was a test, man.
just
I think
kidding.
they had some internal conflicts, and they try to figure out whose camp is, who's real, who's ride or die, who's not. Maybe,
No,
who's
that
actually
was basically BS theater, from my
exactly.
point of view. It
Now
was
there's
just
probably
BS
some.
theater. Let's
Yeah.
tank the market a
Elon
little
likes
bit by insider
yeah,
trading, and
Elon.
then
He likes to dry his laundry out in the yard for people to see sometimes for some reason. And yeah, I think Elon he puts his heart on his sleeve a little bit too much, and I think Elon was genuinely kind of pissed off and
It was,
was
yeah,
trying to.
it's so. I agree. I think both things are true. So you remember we talked about there's going to be some sort of fight, some sort of just. We talked about that way before. So that part, I think, 1,000% is political theater. Elon being mad enough to say that shit he said about Epstein was not in the script, in my opinion. That came from the anger that he was still dealing with from getting in that fight with Bassett in the, or getting punched by Trump. Whatever happened, shit got personal. He came out and he said that there's no way that Trump can defend himself against those allegations. You can't. It's the worst thing you could do. So if somebody puts that on your jacket and says, you're a PDF file, you can't. There's the more you fight against it, the worse you look. Elon had to take that back.
You know what I think happened? Why he took it back too? Then not only that, I came up and Bannon came up with some like actual laws that showed the team, and they ran it through some AI, and they're like, you know what? We could actually deport this MFer right now if we want to, Mr. Trump. And then Trump went to Elon's like, hey, Elon, we got this in front of you. What you gonna do? You gonna bow down to the king, or you not gonna bow down?
Nah, Bannon's the guy we were just talking about that felt crunchy. Imagine how Bannon feels. They get in a little fight. Bannon's like, I never liked that guy. Actually, he's not even a citizen. Let's get him out of the country.
He's that dude.
And then the next day they make up, and now he's like, damn, all right, I guess I don't get to come to any more of the dinners and shit.
Yeah, that's totally
yeah, but I have one question for you guys, because you're from America and you most probably know the politics there better than I do. Don't you feel that actually democracy is not well represented? Because the fact that, for example, a president to be elected, there are only two parties.
But do you know what that word democracy means?
There's more than two parties.
One moment. Basically, we have the Republicans and the Democrats, and that's about all. You don't have any other parties there.
Yeah, there's more parties. That's what I'm saying. They just never gain enough money to make it to the debates.
That's where I wanted to get with the money side. And basically, whoever pays more for campaigns and stuff like that basically wins. And when they win,
the popularity
they
contest.
actually need to pay back the people that sustain them through, I don't know,
deals,
tax credits, deals, whatever, stuff like that.
Yeah, you got to figure it out. That's about how it works. Listen, I can't remember who said it, but they said the biggest problem with democracy is that the best thing about democracy is that everything gets a vote. The worst thing about democracy is that everyone gets a vote.
Yeah, it prioritizes the will of the majority over the rights and interests of the minorities.
And every once in a while, the majority gets silly, But that's why we have 4-year term limits to sort of, keep us from screwing things up too much.
Tied to the money, and
money's the biggest problem.
The people that actually helped him to get
money's the biggest problem. Money's the biggest problem. In my opinion, if I was president, I would immediately change campaigning laws, and I would say, look, ABC, NBC, all these broadcasting channels inside the United States, if you want to continue to broadcast from the United States, then every election year, you're going to give a certain amount of time to each candidate. I don't care how much, 1 hour per candidate.
That's totally fair.
And then, we put, listen, I'm not done. Let me cook. And then we put any donations on blockchain.
Ooh.
So
It's
now
already
we
like
can
that.
follow every single dollar that comes into what candidate, who it came from, where it ends up going after that. And that would take care of a lot of, I think that would take care of a lot of issues.
It's
That's
already
totally
like that,
fair.
and it's already like that in France in political debates for president elections. Every candidate gets exactly the same amount of time to speak. The problem is we have like 10, 12 candidates,
That's
but
good
they all
though.
get the same. Yeah, it's good, but they don't get a lot of time. Like some parties are, bigger. They could speak more, right? Like,
Bro, we
but everybody
get,
gets the same time,
listen, we
so
get a
they get.
debate. We get a debate where they're allowed to talk for 5 minutes on each topic. Like, you know how different it would be if, let's say, there's a Joe Rogan 4-hour podcast for each presidential candidate. Right? That's how you get to know somebody, not with like 15-second commercials that you're paying millions of dollars for in between sports events and clips and all these sound bites. And that's why people campaign the way they campaign. That's why it's all fluff.
For example, in Romania, they just implemented for about, I think, 3 years now. They implemented blockchain technology for elections. Even though we still go vote on a ballot, uh, we are registered through our ID card via the blockchain. So you have the public website, you can go, it's based on Ethereum chain.
That only makes sense.
And yeah, and basically you can see the people that voted in real time, anything like that. It's
Yeah, but it doesn't
registered in
matter
the.
though. Think about it. Doesn't matter, Romania, because what happened? It doesn't matter what the people vote. They throw in whoever they want to because the parliament and because the EU
No,
strength.
it's just the first step.
Yeah, no, but it's good. You're right. It is good. It's a good thing. But I'm just
It's
saying.
just the first step because
Yeah.
right now they're just registering you in the blockchain that you voted. It doesn't matter who you voted for.
Right. It's a good thing.
That's so you don't have that's so you don't have people running around like we do here talking about, oh, there's millions of dead people voting, and you get rid of all of those sort of
Yeah, that's
concerns.
exactly what they fixed.
Yeah.
There are not many dead people actually voting because you're on the blockchain and you need to swipe your ID card, and that's all. When you swipe your ID card, you get the ballot and you get the signatures
I mean, I
thingy.
can swipe a dead person's ID card if I really want to.
No, you can't because it actually goes to the public servers and it checks that you're dead or alive and you're a citizen
Well,
or not.
yeah, but there was someone that didn't register, like someone that's committing fraud, and they didn't register and didn't tell the authorities that somebody passed away, and they're collecting royalties and money.
Yeah, that
And they have
yeah
access
that
to those
that that
IDs.
that
You can
may
still.
be that
Yeah.
yeah that may be 0.0001%.
A lot of people do that.
A vote is private stuff. Why would it be public on blockchain? Like, does it mean that I can
Not
find
what you voted
who for
for,
what?
not what you voted for, but that you voted or haven't voted yet.
At least you should be able to verify that you voted to see that it's there and it's open source. When people see it, you should just be a code that nobody can decipher what that code is, but it's you represent, you're there, you're authenticated. But you'd have to be able to see yourself to verify when you go home to be like, did my vote go through? Is it registered? Bang.
Not
And then
only not only that, but we
I
get
totally
real
fucking agree with
time.
that.
It's useless
We
if
get
they don't
real
know who
time
I voted
results.
for.
We get real time results that way too.
No, actually you don't get real time results
If
because
they
the
mark who we
institutions.
voted for, they do. Yeah.
No, actually the institutions don't need to show that publicly until the vote is finished.
If it's
But
on the
They can't.
blockchain,
It's
there's
not
no.
allowed. In France, it's banned. You cannot have polls, or you cannot have people. It's not even allowed to debate the day of elections. Like,
They have it
there's
here
no
too.
debate.
100 or 200 yards from the polling places, you can't like fly any banners. You can't wear political shit to the poll, right? Like you can't wear your
yeah,
candidate's
but
shirt or whatever.
for example, I can go vote on the blockchain. That would be the next step, Drew, as I was saying. For example, right now we are just registered via blockchain that we voted, and doesn't matter who we voted, we still have a ballot and we need to introduce it in the voting stuff, blah blah blah. But a very interesting thing and the next step would be to actually be allowed to vote on the blockchain. For example, I swipe my ID card, I go on the blockchain that I want to vote. I have an electronic machine that basically tells me you have these options. I click that option, then I vote with my ID on that option. Then it goes into the blockchain and it's registered, and that's all fine and dandy. And all of that information, even though it's public information that people voted 90%, 60%, whatever, it doesn't actually show the result until the election is finished. And you can actually hide that. There are blockchains that actually hide your transactions, and they
Like
can be
XMR.
publicly done after the
Yeah, but it
election.
seems
So
like you'd be taking away a feature. Like a way to sell it to people would be the fact that you get to see in real time what's happening with the votes. But privacy won't
That's a
allow
terrible
that
idea.
in this
no,
country.
No, it should. Why is it? It's not a bad idea as long as you don't see who the names.
In
It's
this
just the
country, because of
code.
privacy, they won't allow it.
But it's not only privacy; it's a terrible idea because it would influence why people go to vote.
That's what
And
the
who they
polls
vote
do.
for, right?
No, if it's
Bro,
just
that's
the
what
code.
the polls do that now. People go and they turn on the news and they say,
Yeah,
"Oh, the guy I like is in
That's
the lead. I don't even have to vote today."
but
that's why
what's the
polls are not
problem? What's the
allowed the day
problem
of
if it's just
election.
codes, though? Why would it be a problem of privacy if there's just numbers there? Nobody knows what those numbers mean. Only the person that voted can decipher it himself and authenticate that he voted on the block.
exactly, yeah, exactly,
Yeah,
bro.
but people,
Exactly.
it's just how it feels to people. People don't want anybody keeping track of who they voted for. That's why they don't take part in polls. Remember that
Because
one.
people have
Remember when
fights.
you see
Because it's
polls.
politics. People fight for
Remember
this,
when
right?
you
Like
see
my neighbor.
polls, it's somebody who's willing to stop and actually talk to a pollster and tell them their opinion and tell them who they voted for. And we saw
I
during
always
Trump's
thought,
first election how bullshit that was, right? Because everybody at poll door said they were voting for Hillary. And then when the votes came in, it was like, no, you didn't. You just didn't want to tell the guy at the front, in front of those people, that you were voting for Trump. But you went in there behind that curtain and you voted for who you wanted to vote for. That's why the polls are bullshit, because you can just lie to a pollster, but
yeah, but that's a different,
they still
that's a
affect
different
it.
problem. Yeah,
It is
but that's a
private
different
information.
problem.
It's supposed to be private. Like your neighbor shouldn't be able to look up on the blockchain who you voted for.
Look, they can look up here if you're Republican or Democrat. All they need is your address, basically, and your date of birth.
Well, not in Europe because we fought wars because of this. People killed communists, people killed fascists. Like there was literally wars going on for hundreds of years because of politics.
Tell them, Zusi, we don't play that shit in France. We'll set,
Yes, France
So
don't fuck
that's
around.
why
we will burn
that's
this
why
bitch down if we have to.
They'll go
that's why
Napoleon on you.
well that's why they put these laws in place to prevent people from knowing who believes what.
The news was calling the shit that's going in LA World War III, and the French were just laughing their ass off. Like, what? Our sports events are worse than this.
Yeah, but you can actually have.
You know what? This morning, while going to work, instead of taking a 30-minute commute, it took me 2 hours, 20 minutes because taxi drivers were on strike. They completely block access to Paris for like 2 hours.
Good for them.
Literally, imagine you can't get into New York for 2 hours. All the motorways around Paris are blocked at the same time. Complete chaos.
The taxis in New
That's
York
pretty
did
much
something.
the way it is all the time.
Taxis in New York did something similar when Uber came in. There was a big fight not to let Uber into the city because it really did kill the yellow cab, right? Which was such a sort of iconic part of New York.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why they were doing this protest exactly, but it pissed me off because, yeah, I mean, I spent 2 hours in traffic instead of just half an hour typically.
Unless you have a governor that decides to, shut down a bridge because there's somebody on there you dislike. That could happen every now and then.
Not an
Well,
angry French guy.
I mean, you could have a fire in a tunnel. I mean, those are accidents, but no, this was like a coordinated strike on all accesses simultaneously.
Shut it down.
Hey everybody.
Oh no,
Hey
Fly.
Dbloc. Hey Drew. Hey Zeusy. Hey El.
Hey there.
It's
One thing I have to
right.
add. One thing
Hey,
I have to add,
Ozzy.
and this is the last thing I have to add to this conversation, is one thing. If voting would go to the blockchain, uh, for example, the state could only display the presence at the voting stance, and then at the end, it can present the full results that cannot actually be changed, that cannot actually be stolen or anything like that, because your ID would actually be based on the blockchain hash that would be put in the block uh, due to your vote.
Yep.
So they can basically display it like they do right now. They display, okay, this is the presence of the people that are voting right now, but they don't display the actual vote, and they just display the vote at the end.
I don't know if you guys remember, Dbloc, you probably remember, we were talking about this probably back in 2020, and the U.S. Post Office or U.S. Postal Service, they did a patent for voting system combining mail and blockchain.
Yeah, they were early on that shit.
Early. So if anyone's interested on seeing it, I think if anything's going to happen involving blockchain and voting, it's probably going to involve this patent that the U.S. Postal Service has. And they registered it in September, I think 2020, or maybe August. But you all look it up. It's pretty interesting. U.S. Post Office blockchain voting.
Everything's going to be on the blockchain, man. At the end of the day, it's just better code. Better code will always prevail.
And that's what their pitch was. It combines traditional mail with digital verification methods to ensure secure and anonymous voting.
Hey, this hourly candle is red on Bitcoin, but it's a pretty bullish candle, no? Also,
Dump
we're
it.
back.
No, bearish.
Yeah, but you know, the sideways fake out idea is kind of still valid. Like,
This
I think,
mean reversion to
that
the 50. I really think this thing is still coming down. It's just the worst part of what we didn't want, right? For it to be slow with dominance going up and then have that affect the alts. But until we get above that
you say it's
downtrend,
true. We should eventually come back below 108,200, and right now it's above 108,200, so we're back above the previous low. You know, so
yeah, but we're below. So look at the range that we were looking at earlier, right? We were saying that our job here is to figure out if this is a deviation out of the range, remember, or if it's a breakdown.
I blame the stock market, bro.
Right, so we're not there yet.
Stock market had a retrace.
But no, it pumped today, no?
The stock market, in pre-market it did, and then it corrected the rest of the time.
We just haven't done anything except sweep that, unless I don't think it needs a reason personally. Like, we had a ton of liquidations underneath us. We didn't hold this double bottom. We swept it. Just came down to the bottom.
Yeah, but
of
we're
the
back
range.
in the range, Dbloc now, so I don't know.
Well,
You
it
guys
has
been
to
following
prove
this
it.
like evacuation on like the
Yeah,
embassies? You think like a black swan can come up, like if some like American person was killed or something?
Oh yeah, talk dirty to me.
It's
Or
simple.
Guys, relax.
It's my birthday today, Dbloc. That's why it's going
Happy
down.
birthday,
That's why it's going
brother.
down.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Happy
birthday.
birthday.
All my favorite people are here.
Happy birthday,
Yes.
Fly.
Thank
It's
you.
an Australian birthday, mate.
Good to hear from you, Rick.
You too, Fly.
Thanks, Joe. Oh, everyone's here. All my favorite. Thank you.
This is like an accurate representation of Australia's, ratio to Americans on the planet. There's like two of us. And
Yeah,
like,
we're at our limit. I don't know
200
if we can have another one. We'll start to like be a bit of an imbalance at that point.
I know. Too many Aussies.
You got the best two. That's all right. You got the best two Aussies.
We're at our fill of Romanians.
Definitely do not want any more Romanians.
We are definitely at our fill. We're well represented ratio wise.
Happy birthday, Fly.
It really is
Happy
all my
birthday, mate.
favorite people here. I was gonna say, where's Taname?
What's going on, fam? How's it going? Happy
Another
birthday,
one.
Fly.
Well,
There's
that's what made
another
me come
one.
on. I was like, your favorite people, huh? I haven't been talking. I'm gonna get on there.
Happy birthday, mate.
Thank
So you
you.
throwing a party on the balcony tonight? What's going on? What's cracking?
Nah, I'm not. I don't know. But I had a
Yeah,
pretty
you're gonna.
nice day yesterday. I was alright.
Nice.
I got some
Chiming in
nice
to wish you
person.
many, many more. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Got a pretty nice person in my life at the moment. I'm pretty happy.
Nice.
Bro.
Maybe
It's a
you'll get
beautiful thing.
a nice rebound for your birthday from here, and you're gonna get about 27 to 28K per entry. So that would be nice.
Fly, check your DMs.
I will. Thank you. Quite gone. Another one. Thanks, man.
Well, the Franklin Templeton spot XRP ETF application has a deadline. SEC deadline is the 16th of June, so that's coming up.
I wonder
So
if
it's either
I wonder if the new SEC pushes us all the way to the end, like how the old one.
yeah, like
Remember how
most
they would go to the very last day, every
I
last
know.
extension that they could possibly hit us with. It'd be interesting to
Yeah.
see if you start seeing these ETF applications accepted early.
Have they ever accepted one straight off the bat? That's what I wonder.
Not that I know of.
Maybe it's tradition to just keep kicking it back.
Yeah.
I guess they wield the gate, you know, they're gatekeepers. They maybe it's like an anticipation build and it has more of an effect if it's delayed to the deadline.
I mean, for our purposes, we want as long a runway as possible because traditionally, as it gets accepted, is really when you want to be taking your profits into that
Right.
pump. So the longer the rumor phase, the better.
Sure.
Damn, butthead, who peed on your birthday cake, bro? Butthead said, birthdays, the day everyone loves, celebrates the day that you're one day closer to death or 1 year closer to death. Jesus. We're gonna throw a massive birthday party for you, butthead. I'm gonna make everybody put on party hats and all that shit.
Yo, so I got a question.
What up?
When I change my candles to Higanashi, it changes the oscillator. It's like it changes the RSI and it changes the stochastic.
Yeah, because of the can. That's
like a rebalancing.
When you're on Hikanashi, you kind of want to shut all that other shit off. If you're on Hikanashi, you're just looking for your candle momentum, right? It's gonna screw everything else up. It's gonna screw your vectors up. It's gonna screw your oscillators up. Or I mean, I guess I shouldn't say screw up. It's gonna smooth them out, but it's gonna take away your definition, and that's sort of cuts into your edge.
Akinashi is cool to see if price is going upward or downward though.
Hikanashis are good for lazy trades when you've got 4 or 5 trades running and you might have a side screen with 3 or 4 screens on, and you just throw them on Hikanashi on a 15-minute or something. But it is a lazy way of trading.
One benefit is if you're inclined to get like scared out of trades because of one candle, Hikanashi can smooth out the bumps and keep you committed for longer.
Yeah.
But Other than that, I don't tend to use them. It's to each their own, I suppose.
I just
Find
lose.
your
I
style.
lose too much, right? You first of all, you lose all candle structure.
Yeah.
Right. You got your support and your resistances, but you lose all the detail from the candle structure, candle patterns,
kind of like
individual candles themselves. Everything's a doji.
Yeah.
It's like,
it all just becomes momentum then. That you're dialed into what's momentum, what's not, or where's the momentum shifted.
I have a thesis that it's the same Japanese. It's basically the same group that came up with the original candles, right? It's supposed to be the version 2 upgrade. I think they try to take our edge away. I think they're like, we gave them too much edge. Let's introduce this new version of candle. We'll just give them the bare minimum, and then let's keep the rest of this edge for ourselves because
yeah.
they look good. Renko candles are interesting. I like playing with Renko candles because
What about
they're
people that trade
time-based.
What
trade
about
online.
just using the line only? The line, I've never done that.
Line's cool too,
line
but it
around.
also like I said, you lose candle structure, you lose all your wicks.
Does it go off close? Candle close the line? Is that where it plops the point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'll do sometimes is like, okay, like let's say I have a structure like this. I'm like, okay, we're in a bear flag. But let's say there's just a lot of volatility, right? Like let's say there was way more wicks than this. And you're just confused about what the actual pattern is. If you switch to your line chart, it simplifies it. Right? You see your flag is right there. Right? Everything else is just volatility. Or sometimes you'll switch to your line chart and be like, oh, that doesn't look like a flag at all. Right? I'm counting too many wicks to make up the structure of this. But I don't know. There's not enough.
So I see,
I need way more detail than that.
Yeah, you can see when like a fight is on to sort of show how the close of the candle happens sometimes. Like you'll see this random push at the last moments of the hour or the 4 hour or the daily or something, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this is how it's going to print. This is how it becomes the data, you know?
Another one that like hardcore TA guys like to use a lot are the bars.
I got bars for days.
Right, so these bars here, where it just basically gives you the open and close. And all you're really focusing on is that open and close, but you still get wicks, at least on bars. And you're just looking to see, is the open and close in an uptrend or are you downtrending? I see the wicks are there, but you're really paying attention to the bars. But Renko candles are cool. Like if you look at Renko candles on the weekly for Bitcoin, what Bitcoin looks like on the Renko chart. Right? When you're on a daily, you don't get a new candle just because you're on a daily. So this was the bottom. This was 78, right? This was the bottom of our bear market. Here. You see how on Renko you've only had 2 real drops or 2 real consolidations? On Renko, you don't get your next candle until price moves a predetermined percentage, right? So you see how all these candles are the same percentage or the same height. So if price just goes back and forth in this range and doesn't break out the high or out of the low, this won't print a new candle forever, months and months and months, until it finally does that. So it's a good sort of like, if you're a macro investor, if you're a buy and hold type of person, right? This is all you care about. You don't care about all the choppiness in and out. You don't. Give me a new candle if we break below the last. If not, just let me know that my position is still good. You know that when you start to see your red candles, that's when you take profit. And when you start to see your green back-to-backs. But it's just interesting because it's time-based, right? I mean, it's price-based, not time-based like regular candles.
You said this is called Recco?
Renko, R-E-N-K-O. And I mean, smaller time frames, it's the same shit.
Yeah, this shit is like gibberish to me. I can't really chart like that.
Right, so if you click on the Renko candles, it should be on traditional. Okay, so the box estimation size here, right? Box size assignment method is on ATR. So until Bitcoin moves one ATR on the hourly, one hourly ATR, you won't get a new candle. But you can switch it to traditional. And traditional has a smaller right, traditional has a smaller percentage that it needs to get you that new candle. But the trends are very defined, right, because of it. But yeah, this is there's levels to this shit. You don't want to just jump right into Renko candles. Dog, I know this isn't what you want to hear, but if you have $200, you shouldn't be trading leverage at all right now. We're in like some serious choppiness. And if you're working with a small amount of funds, then you need to wait for a clear breakout, clear direction. People are getting chopped up in this mess left and right.
Yeah, I'm one of them. I haven't been having that good day. I was on a roll for a while. Yeah.
Market makers being quite satisfied to reverse price. And I mean, it's not even their fault. It's just the licks have been so close to price on both sides.
Too many DJs.
Yo, Dbloc. So you don't think there's something brewing in the Middle East right now? Potentially.
Always something brewing.
It was like right when the news came out that the U.S. was evacuating embassies. That's right when the spy started like nosediving.
Well, yeah, that legacy is always going to react a little harder to news. But
Earlier when I was telling people, sir, I'm like, yeah, it could definitely come down. The blah blah blah. People say a thing like, I don't think it can come down that low, and I'm like, yeah, of course it can. Oh, we would have to have really bad news. We haven't gotten any bad news. Well, there's always something. Like that's what I try to tell people. I'm like, there's always something. There's gonna be something. There's always.
Where in the Middle East is it?
I was laughing earlier when you guys were talking about it. I was just moving my chart around on Discord, and I was like, do I gotta add another one of these boxes down here? Like, am I gonna have to start adding this insert new story box at the bottom of every dip from now till we get to the top of the bull market?
For 2%.
Things need to retrace, man. It's not a
lot
big
of
deal.
things. Yeah, I feel like a lot of things, a lot of moves, not all moves, but most of them, you can find any news piece in the media, whether it's positive or negative, and point to that being the reason that it did the thing. Like if the price moves, you know?
And they do.
Like,
That's what, crypto
yeah,
Twitter
they
has
do,
gotten
yeah.
so big that like it's literally your job now to, when something happens, be the first one with an explanation. So the second that you see a red candle that they didn't expect, they start going to the news. They're like, okay, well, what happened in the last? Let me see recent. Oh, boom, this. Look, this has to be it right here. It says that this happened and da da da. And it's like, oh, I pay attention to the news when the chart does something that wasn't on the chart.
Right.
If everything is screaming down and we get massive green candles right here to 125K, I'm 1000% going straight to Twitter to figure out what happened, because something just happened.
Yeah.
You know, like, or when somebody comes in and says, "Oh, Doge, Elon tweeted a Doge something or another." Before I even go to Twitter, the first thing I do is go to the Doge chart. Go to the Doge chart. There's no green candles. Bullshit. Fake news.
You know what else is a really good source for news? Is Crypto Panic. It's a news aggregator, so it throws out things really like quick. You get to see what's happening. You know what just the
Yeah, this
freshest
one
of
is amazing,
fresh.
actually. I like it.
Yeah, it's good.
And remember, like
Using this,
these guys
actually,
get
this app
paid for posts and shit.
2017.
So it's like very easy to jump on AI and say, "Give me the top 3 news stories that affected the price of crypto today," and then copy and paste that on your Twitter and send that viral because you've got 100,000 followers, and then that's what we're talking about for the next 4 hours. You know, I'm not talking about the Iran thing. I mean, just as a generalization, what usually happens.
Yeah, it's yeah. There's always there's always something to talk about. There's always something to look at. Always some kind of narrative in play. So if you want to dip, it's coming. If you want to rally, it's coming. Like both things will happen at some point.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second.
Off topic, man, I hear your voice, boss man, a couple of weeks ago talking about y'all just don't know how to use the 5 and 13. And yeah, I kind of see it a little better now on the 12. It's kind of like instead of watching the NBA, I'm watching the WNBA on the 12. On those two, 5 and 13, it's a little bit slower for me. Everybody got all quiet.
It's the calm before the storm.
You got quiet first.
Yeah.
We were just like, you know,
Thinking of the
doing
next
same
thing to
you were
say.
doing. We were just doing the same thing you were doing because we wanted to be cool.
Yeah.
I'm just reading Crypto Panic and panicking.
Crypto panic.
I used to read that all the time. I forgot about that. It made me panic out of so many trades. I'm like, nah. This.
It's good to look to when if something big has happened and you're like, why? What's going on? You can
Straight away to Crypto Panic, have a look. Yeah.
Yeah, see
Something
what
will
the
happen.
panic's about.
The big thing will happen.
I logged a few charts personally on this micro dip of 1%. It's very small invalidation, right?
Dude, Doge dropped like 5%. Some of these coins are more than 1%.
Yeah, but Bitcoin made a 0.3% lower low than the previous low, so.
Yeah, Bitcoin barely moved, which is like, it was weird. It is weird.
It was like at 108, like, fly that psychological 108 even Steven on perpetuals. It was 108 even, and then the vector came on in, and, now we're above the 13.
I would have thought 105 was interesting, sort of the 50% down from this range.
Immediately.
I think people are even looking to buy higher than that, more like at 107, 107.5. Which is why they might be front run even though. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, screw 107. You're right. Either if we gonna dump, yeah, why not go lower than where people expect? There's two options. There's a lot of people talking about 107 right now, and that's why either just completely ignore it on the way down, go a whole level lower, or front run it.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be the only one who says it, and because it's not gonna be a popular opinion, but I think we're gonna limit 74K, and I might be wrong. There's a higher probability that I'll be wrong, but I think we're going with 74K again. And
yep,
I don't mind being the only one that's wrong.
The trade is beautiful. It's really beautiful.
Wait, 74K from here or like much higher? Or
no, from
no, from
I think
from here. I think we're gonna hit 74 before we hit 120.
Oh,
do we get 74 before a new all-time high?
Maybe not. We might see a slightly new higher high.
This came
What'd
in
you
an
say?
hour ago.
What'd you
Coinbase
say,
is listing 3 new
Quagon?
tokens.
You're like really quiet.
One of them is Altcoin.
My mic down. You probably just got my volume turned down.
I don't know. What coins, Rick?
Is this better?
Yeah, Coinbase is
great.
listing. Coinbase is listing 3 new tokens tomorrow: Fartcoin, Cake, and SQD Subsquid.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Fartcoin.
Yeah.
The most
Fartcoin. Let's
degen
go.
shit I've ever heard.
Cake
Remember when
is good.
Coinbase didn't even want to list Doge because they thought Doge was too degen, and they were like, "Oh no,
Too
we only
ridiculous.
list reputable coins." Now they're just listing
Yeah.
anything.
You remember?
Fartcoin, they got Wu Dang, they got Whiff. Like, come on.
Remember when in the bear market, when
they got rid
everyone was
of
like, when
what's
everyone
his
was
name?
pinging them to list Pepe, and then their stock fell when Paulie was like flooding Coinbase.
Yeah.
It was like cancel. He had cancel Coinbase hashtag trending on Twitter because they wouldn't list Pepe.
Oh damn.
What
Who they got on there now?
besides Fartcoin? What are the other two?
QD.
So and Cake.
Isn't that
Pancake
a
swap token.
Pancake swap?
That's a Binance
Pancake
coin.
swap. Yeah, Fartcoin, Cake, and SQD.
I don't know. It's cutie. Pancake swap's been running really hard this year.
Nice steady push from 108 to 108.629 the last hour. Just a slow, steady.
Let's see if we can make this 800 EMA to a neckline for W. George W.
Be time to do something different now, but
I don't know. I mean, it's still going down until it's not. I agree with Dbloc. It has to break that trend line because you're pretty much above all of the hurdles at that point. And maybe it tries to liquidate some of the shorts that jumped in halfway through the move.
right.
And then probably a lower high, and then we go down further. That's my best guess. But I'm kind of screwed because I took a hedge long position on Doge, and it's not working out very well. So I need to get out of that. I might end up having to just cut it at break even.
Someone's got like some mobile interference or something.
Me?
No. Someone. I'm not sure who it is. Can you guys hear it too? It's like buzzing.
I don't hear.
I just hear Qui-Gon chopping up a bit as he moves away from his mic.
It could be just coming through my headphones.
What the hell's going on? I don't
Nothing,
know why.
Qui-Gon. Yours is fine. Yours is fine. It's just a little bit choppy as you move away. It's loud when you go close
It's
to it, though.
probably because the AC's on, like the fan from the AC is blowing on it. Probably.
It sounds about it.
I got a green vector on the 12-minute.
All right.
That was like the bottom.
Turn this
on
off.
the 12. And I'm liking
Is
the
this any
12,
better?
man.
I love your swing trading idea, but all the way back down to support at 74. Like, I know, but just
yeah, your mic's
we'll
not too
call
bad.
for the bear
Qui-Gon.
market. You know,
Guys, I'm
next time
stepping
we
out.
go down
I'm
there.
stepping out to eat real quick. My food got here. I'll be back.
Yes, sir.
See you, dude.
Thanks, Steve. People will be calling for bear market. How much of a bounce upward would you expect? You'd expect how much of a bounce upward could you foresee after that drop to 74 though?
200.
We get close to 200K.
That's
think
funny because I would expect a
237.
lower. I would expect if like time frame wise, it's probably gonna take a month or two to go down there, so it's gonna bring us to like August, right, at least, and then yeah, the only problem I have with that scenario is you're running out of time, though, to pump to 200K.
I thought that Bitcoin was going to collapse from 30K. And when it went back down to 25, it bounced and freaking shot up to 112K. So, like, I'm not ruling
No,
anything out of the realm of possibilities.
the probability, staying short from 109, 108 even, or 112 if you manage to catch it, or 110, expecting to take profit at 74, the probability of that trade winning is very small. Like you're thinking less than
I wouldn't
10%.
bother trying
But
to short it. I would just wait to see if it happens. If it does, load up as much as you can on spot. Because the altcoins are probably going to be at the basement.
The problem with a drop all the way to 74 with Bitcoin is I think people will. Well, I would expect a lower high after that personally. Not 200K. You'd fail at 100.
All right, let me see if I can do an actual real measurable. What I would be thinking. Something that's more realistic.
Like double.
It'd be a double bottom if we got back there to what, the 74? Be a double bottom? Because a lot of people came in and bought hard at 74. I did. I went hard to the upside. I was getting my chicken at Popeye's Chicken. I flipped over my phone and I saw 74. I was like, oh, I got to do something. I got to come in and rescue the boys.
Love that chicken from Popeye.
It's tasty as hell.
All right, so let's see. Slow move. I guess. Maybe it wouldn't be that big. Maybe it would be more like 130K, but let's check it on what. Yeah, I mean that's not super duper impressive, but still, it's gonna have to do something. It has to make a higher high and go off top. I wonder if I do an estimate like this, that means it would make those states with no volatility. Yeah, that's too high. 312 day. I don't think that's happening. I don't know. I'll go ahead and say
Retesting, we retested COVID all-time highs, found support, and are trying to impulsively move away upward to go into price discovery and all. If we retest again COVID all-time high, that level is gonna become weaker this time. I'm not even sure. Like, I wouldn't really expect 74 to hold this time, honestly.
yeah, well, it will be the best shakeout ever. It will be the most convincing shakeout ever. And everyone, all the weekends will be selling
Yeah.
out, and all the institutions will be rushing in. And then it's gonna go.
You're expecting
That
a
will
huge
cause it to
weekend right
bounce.
now?
More like
What?
golden around 66k, like it would have to bounce around 66. Otherwise, you're looking at retracing the whole bull run, and that's what the definition of a bear market is, right? Yeah, that's at 32k, by the way, currently. If you want to retrace this bull run, 32k is a good bet.
It can't go below 84, Qui-Gon.
Why?
Because the poem says so.
84, 94. Hey, that was a nice step up from 74, 84, 94. That was like nice. Didn't take advantage of it like I'm sure not all of us would like to have, but I mean, it was 74, 84, 94.
But if you like fours,
It was there for a couple of weeks.
I prefer 8.
Yeah, I like 8.
84 is in there.
Some people like 7.
Some people like to kiss. Some people like to hug. Some lesbians like beating each other shit out of good.
I like lamp.
And the risk to reward, it's like 30 to 1 for a short down to 74k.
You guys sound really
Remember when?
bearish.
Hey, Fly. Remember when they
I don't know.
blocked Aussies from using derivatives on Binance? Like you used to be able to use futures on Binance Global.
They should have never let
Not
you guys
anymore.
back in.
Well, they blocked you guys first. They blocked the US first.
I only ever traded spot on Binance, but
Oh, okay.
there was a huge Binance FUD. My friend's neighbor was like head of Binance here, and he quit his job after that whole choke neck thing. He packed up.
Damn. Your friend's neighbor. Wow.
Yeah, he was like head of Binance here in Australia.
That's cool.
Sorry, I haven't been listening very, very long. Why are you guys just talking about like speculatively, or are you expecting a big dump?
Well, it's speculation, of course. No, well,
I'm expecting
personally,
something to happen to shake people out. I'm expecting something that's going to happen that will shake people out, and then that will be the final big dip in capitulation before we break into price discovery and we get the parabolic rally. I don't know what it is
I
or
feel
when it's
like
going to
that's
happen.
happened. I feel like the big shakeout was the Elon Trump thing. That little.
No, it was
Tell
the
me
tariffs.
It
No,
Oh
has
it
yeah,
to
the
go
wasn't.
down
tariffs
low
was
enough.
the macro.
It has
Well,
to go
yeah,
down low enough where people start to say, okay, the bull market's over.
Yeah, the tariff
Literally,
dump.
but that just happened last month
74K.
in April. I mean, 2 months ago. That's what
Hmm.
happened. People were calling it the end of the bull run.
The
people have
biggest
to be
Dow Jones
actually
ring.
convinced, though. Like they have to be convinced. Like,
No.
oh, like people have to be looking at the chart and be like, this looks bad. Like the bull run's probably
over.
over, and then that's going to be the last dip.
It's a timing issue that makes it less likely to happen, actually, in my opinion. And but the reason why I agree with you is that the setup is there. It's a huge ABC. You know, it's exactly like 65 and 69K.
I'm just looking at a raw chart on the weekly, and I'm trying to see why, like what technical setup says that Bitcoin has to crash or correct. It kind of looks like it's working on an ascending triangle, really. On the high, like, you know. I always fear the rising wedge though. Like that always makes me scared.
Fear the wedge, obey the wedge.
Fear the wedge, yeah.
You like that?
Wedgies.
Yeah, there's definitely. I mean, there's a macro wedge.
We're still having trouble, aren't we?
There's so many supports to break now before 74. Maybe let's cut that trade into a few bits now.
Dude, it's gonna get like halfway down, and then the other half is gonna happen all in one day. Watch, just watch. Just remember, I said this if it happens, and if it doesn't happen, then just forget I said anything.
I need a date. You know, the problem is that that could have happened on 12th May. Like that was a good date to do it. It could have happened 5th June, like beginning of the month. It didn't. Now we're out
when
of
nobody
time.
expects it. Everyone's gonna wake up and look at their portfolio and be like, "What the hell? I got stopped out of all my positions," and then it's gonna go flat for a couple days, and then it's just gonna rip.
We're almost in the middle of June. Like even June is running out of time to create a red candle. Yeah, even June is halfway done now. So maybe what you say is gonna happen more like July, August. Then wow.
Check out the hopium on Bitcoin. Like there is a cup and handle looking thing, Bitcoin on the daily chart. You zoom out, see it.
Right now, like you see it really good right now.
Yeah, I see it. I've got my screen up if you want to check it out.
Yeah, because I'm just stuck
I'll
on
even.
the 12.
Yeah, I'll side by
Rick is
side it
backing
with
it up with the TA.
with the S&P. I'll show you. Okay, might have to.
Well, you could also
snap
say
off
inverted head and shoulder, right?
Yeah, but just check this out. Bear with me. Okay, we had our bear market. Like, check this out. I know that the angle's different between these two, but both. I mean, this S&P 500 was a cup and handle right there. You know, you had a pullback, you had a big dip, and then a baby dip next to it, and then there was some kind of a neckline like that. It's just Bitcoin's got one going that way. You know, it's an ascending looking thing.
Different time
So,
frames, right?
yeah, that's like the weekly, but it structurally similar in the fact that both charts raced up to the initial point like this.
Yeah, but the end of your cup was a lower high. Here, the end of the cup is a higher high already, and
yeah, that's sort of comparing the nitty gritty of it. But yeah, I think overall, the idea is like you've got a big scooping dip, and then you've got a pullback and a recheck of a support. So I feel like it's all eyes on this line here. See if we can bust through it. You know, it's possible.
Right.
It's a very cup and handles are
How about
very
inverted head and shoulder?
loose. Inverse
With
head.
like
Yeah. Where are you
the
seeing
problem
that?
is
Like more locally? Are you seeing
no
that like
the
down on the
well
On your chart,
your cap is the head.
it looks like an inverse head and shoulders. It looks pretty
Oh yeah, I
bullish.
see what you mean. The problem is
The right shoulder is small, right? And it's a bit upward
an
slanted.
inverse head
Yeah,
inverse head
exactly.
and shoulders is the but the problem
Continuation
is
in a
it's
continuation
not
upward pattern.
yeah, a continuation inverse head and shoulders is a bit strange.
Yeah.
I've never really
Well,
seen
we're
them
already in
covered
an
in a
uptrend, and
textbook.
if you put an inverted head and shoulder at the top of an uptrend, typically you just continue the uptrend, right?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I would.
It's a reversal.
Yeah, that's if this was if price had crashed into this, then I would agree with you that it's an inverse head and shoulders. But because price rose into the pattern, that invalidates it as an inverse head and shoulders. Just if you ask
I
me.
don't think it
But
invalidates it. Just means potential continuation of the same trend, no reversal.
it could. Well, yeah.
It'd be a
If
confirmed
you
breakout.
if you generalize it, like if you just go to the weekly, you can see. Well, I mean, we're already there. We've already broken out from the these highs here. Like if I was to just do that, you can see it's checked back and found support. You look at all these wicks. See how long those tails are? That's like demand stepping in
Yeah, buddy.
as it approaches 100.
Can you zoom out a little bit on that weekly? And do you
Hmm?
see the? Oh, it's so different on log. Damn. That inverted head and shoulder. The whole previous cycle is also one.
Oh, this is definitely one. This is your classic inverse head and shoulders right there. Just like
yeah, mine
this
is
is a
much
head
bigger
and
and gives
shoulders.
a bullish target for the crypto cycle. So between 65 and 69 is your left shoulder. Then the whole 69 to 74 is your head. And then the 74 down to 48, back up to 74 is your right shoulder. In structure, right? It's a bit upward slanted. The interesting thing is we came back and retested and found support there. So that one is kind
Well,
of...
you know me, man. The
Hang
slant
out.
doesn't bother me. A lot of people are stressed about the slant, but
Well, it's actually even more
I'll
bullish when
always
it's upward slanted, right? You're just going to go even higher.
be. Yeah, I don't focus too much on the slant. I watch for the breakdown or the breakout, if it's but the real tell is what's going on with the lows, because on an inverse head and shoulders, it's the identification of it is like where the lows are. You got a low, a lower low, and then here's the big hint, the higher low. And then only then, if you've established those three features, you then look at like where the neckline breakout would be. And then the whole measured move thing. I mean, I've seen a lot of measured moves fall short anyway, or like not produce the same like level of breakout, or or go beyond.
Well,
so yeah, it's kind of a vague.
For this one not to fall short, we're going to need to reach 290k. That's roughly what the bear market created.
So you'd be disappointed if we don't get it 290k.
No, I'll TP half of that measured move. 180, around 180, maybe 160, 180, somewhere there. But
nice.
because the probability of reaching half is pretty high, actually.
Yes, sir.
The last impressive run that we've had has been that, as far as like price discovery, the kind of bull market stuff. This has like this. While it's great and everything, it was doing was recovering this. So it's not until we get something of like this size or some kind of blue sky breakout is when the market really turns on. Because this is just we're back to this level. Like it's no big deal, right? As far as macro expansion in the market. We're just dealing with another level of
Let me draw
resistance.
this bullish hopium.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, the hope's still there. I think it's justified to be hopeful.
Let's go Helkinashi, make it pretty.
Yeah, let's see how different it looks weekly with Haikanashi on.
Yeah, Akinashi is usually what I started with because I like the way it kind of gave you what I thought was more information, like you kind of mentioned. But yeah, I'm happy to know that it's the lazy way now before before I got heavily invested and used to it. So I'm trying to switch up the charts and just I don't know. I'm trying to get a feel for what's comfortable to the eyes, I guess, right? That's what it comes down to.
Yes, sir.
Everyone's
Gives you
preference.
momentum. Yeah, if you want to know where the directional bias is, the Haikanashi definitely helps with that.
Yeah, the regular candles are typically more accurate candle by candle to let you know what's going on with each candle, like if one engulfed the other, blah blah blah. But and the wicks also tell a different story. But if you want to cut out all the noise and you're looking for a trend, like the Iganashi does a really good job of just cutting out all the noise, like within the trend.
And even better, a line chart is or a moving average line that like an EMA or something that is tight to the price, so like a 10 EMA or something like that.
I mean,
With your
generally
candles
speaking,
turned
though,
off.
with Heikenashis, like if their candles are red, you're generally going down still. If they're green, like you're generally going up on whatever time frame you're looking at.
Chart Prime has a
Yeah.
free indicator called moving average shift that changes colors
yeah?
whenever the moving averages cross. I can't remember which moving averages they are. It might be just like the 50 and the 200. You can change it too. You can like in the settings.
Where's this at? On TradingView?
Yeah, on TradingView, it's called moving average shift.
Okay, thank you.
It's a
Yeah,
chart.
I have the MA, but I didn't have the shift one. I'll try that out. That sounds cool.
I
It
think this
and it just
beautiful
changes the.
candle.
It looks a lot like a Heikenashii. Sorry, Drake.
That's all right. I was just going to say this candle here, I think it's important to defend that. Like we don't want to see that given entirely back because that's bad. That's when I'll be bearish for the
Hello?
medium term is like if we just delete the progress of what we did here. Like need to keep it alive, need to defend this level. That is an ugly candle though. Yesterday's daily. That I guess it's like a hanging man doji. Oh, we just got a close as well.
Yep.
So you could technically say that's a bearish engulfing that we just had on the daily.
A temporary bearish engulfing.
Yeah. I mean,
at least what I like to
I
think.
can find many instances where engulfing candles don't produce the expected result. From when you get an engulfer. This was
Yeah, I
a
haven't been.
nasty engulfing candle there. That was horrible.
Let me see your screen. You
And we
sharing
got
it?
you got a rebound off it, but overall it kind of forecasted this 5-wave down.
Where's your 200 EMA?
You want my 200?
Oh man,
Let's see. I can
that's my best
throw
friend.
one on.
I want to add more to my positions for longing. Like so I'm just swing trading right now, but I feel like even Dbloc said this looks like it go way lower. I'm surprised we're only at the 108.
Yeah, I want to be better at that. I'm a one-trick pony, like in spot on alts, but just leverage BTC up and down, and just basically a one-trick pony. I can chew bubble gum and walk though.
I mean, that's good
Right.
though, man. From what I've seen, I mean, for newcomers, right? For people who aren't as experienced, for people who are still learning and watching others and trying to soak it all in, like I still think their best bet to start, like the way I see it is you should start the cycle. You know, if you're there on timing, you're there with everyone else, grab your, gunpowder, whatever we call it, dry powder, and you place it where it should go, and you just sit on it, and in the meantime, like if you do want to become, if you want to take on more of the day trading aspect, if you want to, jump in with leverage and, obviously within the right experience, but at least you can kind of tag along and see what's happening. Like you don't
Yeah.
have to be in a leverage trade to learn about leverage. You can simulate it even with paper money from what I've seen, and kind of see how it would have played out, and then maybe tally that at the end of, a month or end of the specific cycle, and see, like, if those trades would have played through, would you have been in the negative compared to your swing trade that's probably now up, 50, 60, 70K?
Sure. Yeah.
Or sorry, we talk X's,
What I
not Ks.
found, what I found on Bitcoin just now in the last like 6 hours was this trend line got broken, and then price, as it tried to come back up, it got slammed back down as well, got rejected. So yeah, there's A, B, and then we were looking for a C of support to like bounce again up, but that trend line I feel has been invalidated now. See how it's like punched through it and then rejected right there.
Hmm.
So that's not great. So, and that's like, look at how these lines came into effect. See this line here. This existed all the way back here before all that Elon and Trump fallout, which was that V shape. But that line pushed forward into the future gave you this rejection right here. Like it gave you, and look at how it lined up with this pivot. It was like a conjunction, like a crossroads right there to reject the price. And then there is like somewhat of a it's a loose kind of bull flag looking thing happening right now. Bitcoin, I think.
So that's Bitcoin they got open right now? Because I'm zoomed in. I'm on my mobile phone.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, this
okay.
is Bitcoin. Yep. Yep.
It
Do
seems
it on the
similar.
hourly chart.
Do you mind opening
Yeah.
up, taking a look at render? Because it looks like, oh no, hold on, let me zoom out.
Render.
Do you remember your first ever looking at a V-shaped recovery? Mine was
Yeah.
Matic in 21 when we went up over $2 and then back to 74 and then back to $2. That was my first that I saw a huge V-shaped recovery. That was my first.
That sounds
Nice.
gut wrenching. Wow, from that low to that high. Okay, nice
It was
recovery.
crazy. Well, no, all I did was buy it and hold it, go up and go down, and then all the way up and then back all the way down, and I just held it. Like a retard. But
Nah,
you
you
gotta
do good.
learn, right?
I see you screaming, Rick.
Yeah. I'm just getting my bearings on it. I'll start from like the weekly and then work my way backwards. Okay. It's definitely on a macro series of like lower highs, lower lows so far. So you have to break that curse essentially on a higher time frame. So it's not gonna, yeah, it's not looking bullish on this scale, but that's the same with a lot of alts at the moment. They're still dealing with their lower high, lower low situation. So, all right, daily, you were working off a nice double bottom. So you had changed the character of the market by getting above this last high here when you crushed it here, right? So that was good. Everything was turned on and looking good on the daily. But once again, you broke the structure back after losing this low here, like this little range. You got this nasty head and shoulders, and it's now the trend is to a downtrend on the daily as well. So the line, like the level to defend, is definitely this double bottom. Like you want to maintain that. If not,
That
at
250, is that
least
what you're talking about? The 250 mark?
yeah,
Give or take?
$2.50. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what I had in mind.
And
That
then
if it was gonna pull back, to kind
mm,
of look for that area to kind of, I don't want to say double up, but you know what I mean. Add a little more to the
yeah.
bag.
So then what you want to try and build on is if you're defending that double bottom, then you're looking at something like this, where wherever this next like sort of key pivot comes in, it could be in, it could be already working on it. But if we pivot off like there, then you want to continue to break higher highs, like just keep continually getting higher highs. And then that's what keeps you in like a mode of recovery to be able to come up, you know.
Right.
But
And even if it was to take
yeah,
those local highs, man, like what do you see over there on the left? Like $13, and what do you got? 13 and 12?
oh yeah, oh dude, these you need to get above that first. Like that's step one
This sounds like
to
a summer
even
play kind of thing, like
yeah,
till end of
yeah.
cycle.
But before you're even thinking of all-time high and then that one, you gotta
Beat the locals.
you gotta see this. Yeah, you gotta see that broken first. So, but otherwise, yeah, like overall, the broad current is down. But the cool thing
Yeah.
is the momentum, the sell-off momentum has slowed. See, if you take there to there as a measurement, and there to there as a measurement, and then there to there as a measurement, can you see the momentum is like the
Right.
magnitude of each drop is getting smaller, which is a good sign. Like that's optimistic. It means there's less to dump out.
Right.
It's
So when
already
I first started,
Bitcoin did this.
Mog had a
Hmm.
very similar, very similar, I don't want to say pattern,
Yeah.
but basically the sell-off momentum was coming to a halt. You can see. And that's why I felt
Yeah.
comfortable, kind of risking it. So with this one, again, I feel like this would be, this is going to be a couple month type of play. This is not like a quick in and out. That's why I wanted
Oh
to
yeah.
swing trade
Like
this one.
yeah. I mean, if you're prepared to hold it for months on end, yeah, it could be seen as a good buy. Like if we, I mean, it's all riding on if we get an alt season or when that's gonna hit.
Yeah.
But if you think render belongs in the alt season, then yeah, these are great accumulation prices. If you ask me, in my opinion.
Yeah. All right.
Like
Thanks,
the
bro.
lower the
Appreciate
better,
it.
of course. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, 2.5 would be like, like if it goes lower than that,
Mm,
I don't think I would add any more, to be honest. I'd probably pull out.
yeah.
2.5 is like, if
So
it holds there, I would feel comfortable adding a little more.
if you're just looking for swings off it, I mean, catching something like this is still good. Like you can
Oh,
trade
yeah.
that. That's a good
Yeah.
little swing there.
Believe
Same
me,
with
most of my
these. Like,
profits are coming out at six. At
mm,
$6, most of my profits are coming out. But I always like to leave a little moon back,
mm,
because if that goes back up to 12, I ain't
yeah.
gonna complain.
This was I think a lot of olds got this, but they got that double bottom, which is a really nice. You can get in, in this area with confidence because you've just proven that you've defended that level of support,
Mhm.
and then this, and then you got that local break of a high, which is even more. And then not only that, you double bounced off it to get that final push up. So that was great. And this is the daily chart. Like that's a number of days there. That whole thing played out. It took like a month and a half.
Oh, wow.
Um,
ICP's making a V-shaped recovery, it looks like now. Hold on.
oh
Let me
really?
zoom out a little. Oh, ICP's going up.
I'm gonna check if the
Yeah, that
also
was
the
another one I wanted to swing
Fibonacci.
trade.
Oh yeah, the insane clown posse chart. Yeah, I'll have a look at that too. ICP.
ICP. Oh, I'm pulling it up. I just pulled out my laptop. I hate using
Oh
these phone
yeah,
apps. Look at
yeah.
that.
This is yeah. It's starting to bend. See how this is how I sort of see it. It's like straight away before even drawing it, you can sort of see that it's doing like this big scoop,
Well, I gotta pull up your screen again.
which is
Yeah,
a
but
good
Got resistance
that's a good
here, right?
indication.
On what, Zusi?
A
ICP, look,
rounding
you see
bottom.
that SR? It needs to reclaim that, and then it's a beautiful ABC, and you could expect a
Mhm.
reversal of the downtrend, right?
It's done
This
rounding
is-
bottoms before too.
This might sound stupid, but I'm realizing because on my phone I have Dbloc. No, is that Rick or Dbloc? Oh, this is Dbloc. I got Dbloc screen up, and I'm looking at that last structure in ICP and compare it to Dbloc's dominance chart that he's got on the right of his screen. That's almost freaking identical, which I guess would make sense. But that's like really, really identical. Like that last structure in ICP compared to the dominance graph right there.
Could you imagine?
Isn't that
That happened.
the 15-second time frame though?
I'm on the 1 minute time frame. I'm not sure
No,
what.
it looks dominance.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, the market cap BTC dominance on the right. It's like small time frame. No?
Okay, good. So I mean, that should kind of match up with the 1 minute, right? Shouldn't be too far off.
Yeah.
ICP is definitely at the premium end of like a range that it's been in. So it's been in this like sort of this low range, and it's on the premium end. So be careful. But a breakout would be phenomenal. Like that's really cool if you got some kind of breakout of that range. But you know,
That's what I was kind of
treat
aiming
resist.
for, with the possibility
Yeah,
of an all-time high. I was hoping.
just treat resistance as resistance for now, and then if
Yeah.
you get the breakout, wait for the confirmation that it has broken out. I would say.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you know,
that was
alts
getting
and
too excited.
confirmations. Honestly, alts don't confirm much stuff, man. When they go, they go. They just go. That ICP will just go straight up to $10 when it decides to. You'll open the chart; it'll already be at $9 or $10. Unless you put alarms and really monitor it closely.
Yeah, but I can see why Dbloc was saying just stick to Bitcoin till it's ready. If you know, it's like eating a fruit
Yeah.
that's not ripe yet. Like, you know,
Well, you got sometimes the whole 3 green soldiers candlestick indication can be interesting, but look at this one. You also got it here, but it got stopped. You know,
But it didn't. But it couldn't achieve a lower low, right? So your original
boom, boom,
entry
boom.
was still safe, and now you got a higher high.
Yeah, you're technically at a higher high now from this one.
So the downtrend on that time frame has reversed upward, right? You now have bullish
Correct.
market structure
Just
already.
just marginally, like very not it's not blindingly clear, but it is technically.
Yeah. If you zoom out, we
break
haven't
structure.
reversed anything, but
I think it's like, yeah, it's.
yeah, I drew my inverted head and shoulder if you want to have fun and laugh about it and mock me.
Where?
But in the chat,
I'm not gonna mock.
well, feel free to do so. I'm going crazy before sleeping. Always dreaming of crazy.
Where is it? General chat.
No. This
Or the
voice
side chat. Yeah,
yeah.
I got you.
But you know, you can find targets at 300k. Like they exist. Also, 300k is the 1-to-1 of the last bull run, right? And if you count a bit Elliott wave since well, a while ago, I think this is the fifth. No, this whole cycle could be looked as the fifth wave. Well, you have your first wave would have started like in 2015. That's your first bull run. Then your bear market is like 2. Then you get your second run, and like 4, and now like 5. Only problem is that second bull run was smaller than the first one, but is it that? So yeah, so the idea is to try to guess the size of this bull run, comparing it to the previous ones, and
yeah,
I'm thinking like that's like right now we're at 61% of the previous bull run. That's what Bitcoin achieved. You see, it reached 100k, which is 61% of what the previous bull run was. The previous bull run was a 20x up, so we did a bit more than half of that. Well, we did 61% of that, yeah. 78 to 85% of that is a pretty cool area. There's lots of research papers and all that statistically show that there's a signal in that. And
Qui-Gon
then the
70.
crazy, the
Oh.
crazy targets, it's high up there, it's in the millions.
Qui-Gon 74K is on the weekly chart though. That is the lower end of the Bollinger. It's statistically possible.
But it's also the 50 MA on the weekly, right? Yeah, the 50.
Yeah, it's on the weekly. Yeah, it's there.
The 200 MA is at 48K on the weekly. So if we are to go into a bear market right now, you would like really pay attention at not forgetting to buy below 48K. But the 50 MA is at 82. It's actually not at 74 anymore. It was at 74. That's where we found support last time. But a few weeks have passed, and it's now at 82K.
Yeah, it's 83,900. I'm seeing 101,900 on these charts. I'm seeing all these numbers are there.
You gotta
I
have
think
plenty support in the old range, like the 92, 94 area is gonna be.
Yeah. Well,
support.
anywhere below 97 through to 93 should be huge support through there.
But
A nice
all of
strong.
this is small compared to the topping structure. Right? 4 months in between. January you find the top, then we're now in June at the same level. If Bitcoin cannot it can fail a bit, but it's can't fail too much.
I gotta check out my guys real quick. I'll be right back, fellas.
Oh, thanks. Because it took us
Appreciate the
5.
way though. Thank you guys.
Time-wise, if you take 5 months to do a structure like this and it actually starts to top, then the symmetric would be 5 months to find a bottom. Well, we're gonna run out of time.
Yeah, it would have to be
the end of
it would have to be some black swan wicking all the way down there and then recovering on some kind of reversal of that news.
We'd need increase in volatility. Like the drop would need to be faster than what we've typically seen in the last 4 years. Because
so you'd need to prep it with some bad news and then have some really bad news and then have it recover quickly.
Yeah, like a month of downward and then a month of upward. Well, this one was 2 months down, 2 months up. Next one would need to be quicker. I mean, actually, it doesn't need to. It can do whatever it wants, right? But
we're running out of time.
yeah, so people will really give up the idea of the bull run. Like with the crypto cycles and being this close, they'll probably just give it up. Which might be a good time to buy and break the cycle. Right?
Well, if we're sitting under 100K at the end of September, people are going to be.
Yeah, the four-year cycle crowd.
Well, the little anomaly was to pump
nice.
too early. The little anomaly was to pump too early. What's it gonna be at the top? Is it gonna be to top early or to top late or to top normally? No, to top normally it's like December 25. No, December 25 is 3 years after bear market bottom. It's like a normal
18 months after the halving should be the end of it.
Isn't it 2 years? Why 18 months?
I don't know. I heard someone saying that the highs are usually 12 to 18 months after the halving. So it's generally where the highs come in. Thought that was common knowledge. I don't know.
I think 3 years after bear market bottom is kind of easier metric. Because, November 2018 bear market bottom, 3 years later, you're in November 21 bull market top. Like it seems a bit easier. And August 2015 bear market bottom, and actually, yeah, that one was quicker. Right? It's in January we topped. But you could take January as bear market bottom because that was a double bottom there. Also, what the hell happened in February 2014? Oh boy, it's that candle down to $100. Yeah,
Yeah, Bitcoin was a lot more wild back then.
What's up with that? Like 90% down and straight back up. Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's a lot of events that happen early on with Mount Gox. That was a big impact to Bitcoin. The downfall of Mount Gox.
So yeah, if you just add 3 years to November, December 2022, you end up with November, December 2025. So that doesn't leave us a lot of time. It's gonna come fast, it's like in 5 months.
I'm gonna check that out actually.
I mean, a lot can happen in
Let's have a
5
look.
months, but if we go down to 74, well, we're gonna need to to probably revisit lower highs.
So if that's Bitcoin's entire lifespan right there, logarithmically on the weekly. Let me just see when the Mount Gox collapse, like what date that was. In April of 2014, apparently. So April.
But it's in February, the huge week on 10th of February 2014.
Let me go.
There was a
Maybe
lot of exchange hacks back then. A
Maybe
lot.
it's
Yeah, look
Bitfinex.
at the
Okay,
drama.
yeah, not the same.
Yeah, look at the drama of 2014. 2014 was a very nasty year for Bitcoin. Bear market style, just nothing but bad news. But hey, it produced the most amazing double bottom. If you identified that as a range to accumulate, because what do you do after a bear market? You accumulate the low. It created this really nice trough, and then you got the breakout. Look, this candle was like the green light. That was the go signal right there. That push up to that high there. And then it just didn't look back. Just went up and up.
But that
I don't think
inverted head
we
and
ever.
shoulder stuff, it's pretty symmetric. Like 1 year for a left
It
shoulder,
can
2
be.
years, 2 years for a head, and then 1 year for a right shoulder. Like, so that would mean you would need 1 year at least to reach your measured move, starting in October 24. Oddly, it lines up also with October 2025. Yeah. So
I can show you so many places that measured moves like don't target the zone, like the actual pivot, like you know what I mean. So I think it's a good starting point, but don't paint yourself into a corner that it's always going to be a measured move. That's
right,
what I think
yeah.
about it.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, something can happen before the move's finished measuring. That's the maximum. Somewhere in that range will be
Yeah.
where we.
Like, let me show you. Like this is, I guess this would be considered a head and shoulders right here, right? Like that part.
Yep.
Yep. And it's like you can target the measured move, no problem here. So if you go like from here to here, just roughly, right? And then to the breakout point. That gave you, it gave you very close to the bottom. So that was a nice one. That was a good one.
Oh.
Yeah. But then, like, if you look at, I mean, this one is not so clear, but you've got a low, a lower low, and then a higher low here. So that had some kind of neckline to it, but it's well surpassed its measure. You know what I mean? And the breakout was, it's like, where does it live? Like, it's all the way over here. So I don't know. Maybe you could say that got invalidated for trying to find where the measured move was. I don't know.
Because
It's
you
just a bit vague because it's like you don't know what you're going to get until it happens. What about this one? This is another. That's very extreme. Maybe it's a bit of a stretch to call that a head and shoulders. It's very slanted. Excuse
Yet
me.
it seems to reach its full measured move too. Huh?
On this one, yeah. Let me go down to the daily, get a bit more resolution. So this one here. And then it's like, okay, where's the shoulder? Like, I guess here, something like that, because it ends up going all the way over here. But for this local zone here, you have a neckline, something like that. You know, give or take. Top of the head to the neckline, something like that. You eventually get there with the COVID dip, the COVID crash. So yeah, maybe you can argue that that was a valid inverse head and shoulders. I mean, head and shoulders.
Well, we need confluence at these measured moves, right? Like you can't only take a head and shoulder and it's measured move, right? But you're looking for areas in price discovery where a few things are going to line up so that different style of traders, different strategies are going to act, and it's going to make price actually reverse. So, but it's one thing to look at because you hear a lot on social media about head and shoulders, so it's something to keep in mind too.
If the
right?
crowd, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
This
if it's a
this
very
one,
obvious,
well,
beautiful one, it's gonna be on social media everywhere. No? So.
Yeah. I
this
don't want to
one,
say anything.
this
Sorry.
one quadrupled its measured move. This head and shoulders here. The target was achieved 4 times over. That's pretty crazy.
I don't want to say anything, but
say it.
yeah, weird enough. Is that if you right now load up the moon phases, you
Oh
would
yeah,
actually see
yeah.
that.
Yep, that
They kind of
we've done the full
correlate.
moon, and it's time to
We
go
just had it.
down.
Yep.
Yeah, we
Dump
just
it.
did it.
Let's go. I'm ready. We're going
No, wait.
straight down to
asked-
$97,500. Are you guys ready or not?
No. You can't change your mind every time the moon indicator gets brought up. Last time
Sometimes
it was
you
a few
can.
days ago.
Sometimes you
I
can.
asked. People
Look,
said.
I'm
it's
sorry,
Fly's
but
birthday.
I
We're
am.
jumping for Fly's birthday. It's official.
I
People
did have a
said
pretty
am a
wild
buy the
day
fan.
full
yesterday.
moon. People
Guys,
said
do
guys,
to
like
guys,
full
buy.
guys,
moons,
guys,
man.
one at a time. One at a time.
They said to buy the full moon and to sell the new moon, and now you guys are saying the opposite. That we
No,
should
no, no,
have
no, no, no.
sold the new
No,
moon and
that's not
sold
right.
the.
You don't buy the full moon. You sell the full moon. Like you take profits because it's a rally into the full moon. See?
Oh, you
Rally
mean
into
what you
it.
do
No,
depends on where we come from.
if you're in an uptrend on the
No.
daily, then you buy the full moon. If you're in a downtrend on the daily, you sell the new moon.
Nah, I don't agree with that.
Sell it, baby. Sell it,
Okay,
baby.
so
Go,
the
Qui-Gon.
problem
I feel
is
you, Qui-Gon.
How does it not? How does it not line up perfectly when you look at that?
But look, full moon here. We just had a full moon. You sell if you're selling the full moon. That was a take profit zone around the full. See, because you rally up into it.
We just had
Yeah,
the
but you
strawberry. We had a
jump
strawberry full
into the
moon
full.
last night.
You dump into the full. you dump
dump-
into the full.
Why does your indicator
That's
put
why
the
you
blue
buy it.
moon below
Wait,
price
guys.
and the white one above?
But we had a strawberry
Whoa.
red full moon last night, so that's even more bearish. The strawberry red is like red. You know what I'm saying?
Because the
Yeah.
problem with the way it's represented, it makes you think
I'll
it
show you.
works.
The ones on top are new.
I'll show you.
Guys, one
No,
moment.
no, that's we've just had a full moon. Look, we rallied into it. Look at this. Rally into it. Rally into it.
Yeah, it was a strawberry full moon.
Rally into it.
That's a new move.
Yeah,
The ones on
that's
top
no,
are
that's a
new
full.
moves.
No, I've switched it. I've edited just the way
Did you
it's
just call me a
updated.
fool?
New moon below the bar, full moon above the bar, above your candle, like your candles. See, look, and check this out. Dump into the new moon. The magnitude's different on each one, but look, you can find them. You can find how price
Okay, so you're supposed
moves
to
down
trade
toward.
You're
in
supposed
between
to
then.
sell it.
Yeah, check it, and then look, another one here. Look, this is terrible. Dump into the new moon right there.
How are you on the 1 hour?
What do you mean? How am I on it?
Wait, which moon phase are we in right now? New moon or full moon?
How are they?
We
How are they
well
so close?
we
Right now, full
just did
moon.
a full.
Just had full.
So now it's correction. Well, if you're a phase trader, but anything can happen there because it's not bulletproof. It's
Anything can happen on a full moon.
yeah. You
It's
can,
Fly's
you can
birthday.
find examples. Look, this one actually had a low here, and then you had the new moon hit over here, but you kind of rallied into it. So that was like that's an invalidation, an invalid moon
And
phase trading.
we're really all bored,
you know?
or
Yeah.
I only ever look at it on the daily. I don't down to the.
Well, yeah, no, yeah, okay. You can
well, if you
still
zoom out, it's the
identify it
same
zoomed
thing.
out on hourly.
If you zoom
Look,
out, it's the
you're
same
still
thing.
looking at the phase. You can still see the phase, you know?
Iran just tweeted, "We are ready."
Uh-oh.
I'm
Yeah,
telling you,
this
bro.
this
There's
is going to
something
take
global.
Taiwan and Iran, and then they're going to make peace, and then the banks are going to fully adopt crypto in November when it's at high, and it's going to keep running. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, but first we got it done.
Oh yeah.
Look at these rallies into the full moon. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. There's a few of them, man. This, okay, look at that. That was incorrect because that rallied down, trended down into the full moon. Okay, I'll stop.
I did that
ranting
exercise
about it.
3 years ago. I did it. You go to you
3
can just
years?
create 3 years ago you do a study, and you put just the moon strategy in there, and it's gonna give you statistics. And there was a signal, like there's a bit of something potentially, but
It makes sense. Dbloc explained it too. Kind of, think about it. Old school almanacs, farmer almanacs, and the way the market works with the sun, basically too, and the cycle is when people are growing, when you're growing your crop,
Harvesting.
and when you're harvesting your crops. So harvest season, that's usually kind of bullish. Everyone got a lot of extra harvest to sell. So
In
it's
the right
still kind of
season, not
good
all
time.
moons, but it's not every moon. It's some of them are important.
Well, yeah, exactly. It skips it, and it shifts. So we got to see how it shifts. But I'm short term bearish. I think we're gonna dump pretty hard, and then
Yeah, I'm with you. If I was going off moon patterns, like we're now working on what is it? We're waning now, or waxing. Sorry, waning is when you're adding, and then waxing is when you're taking it away. So I think, right? Maybe someone knows.
Wax on, wax off.
Wax on. Wax on.
Waning when you're
Wane-
taking away. Waxing is when you're adding to.
Yeah,
Oh,
waning
okay,
sounds
yeah.
bad.
So
Something's waning.
we're waning. Yeah, the moon is waning. Price is waning. And then wax on is when the moon
Wax
is
on,
waxing.
wane
Price
off.
could
Wane
wax.
He said, "Stop whining. I'm gonna wax you."
Wayne's World. Yeah.
Wine world.
No, I'm with you. I think could be corrective for a couple of weeks, or at least choppy. I don't know. The interesting thing is a catalyst. Like if there's some kind of good news out of nowhere.
Oh, there's still some good news loading up in some chambers coming up soon, I think. But every now and then, I think next really good news is going to be when the framework actually comes out, and Atkins gives the official framework for institutions how they're going to be able to adopt crypto, because everyone's waiting for that.
Yeah. They're going to do that at the expected high, right? Because they're not going to do that at a low. They're going to be like, oh, we're going to put it on now because everything's good. And then that's going to cause another high.
And that might be the last one until we retrace.
Yeah, this is getting a
There's
bit
the extended.
sketchy.
That's the extended bull market.
Dude, no one's talking about Iran. Like, no news coverages are talking about it.
Well, they were. They've been enriching their uranium about 2 days ago. And China and America were talking in Europe the other day, making some deals. There's a lot going on in the background.
Well, Trump said he wanted to help Israel bomb Iran a few times, no?
Oh, yeah. Iran hasn't stopped. It's the biggest issue at the moment.
There was a vote today. This is pretty bearish in the U.S. Senate, and Rand Paul, Elon Musk, likes to kind of quote some things from Rand Paul. But anyways, it was Capital Switchboard, and they said that your stable coins can be shut off if your master database file shows you did not comply with the latest vaccine mandate. You will have no choice because cash will be abolished. Transitioning to stable coins will be like walking around with a wallet that the government can pick, control, purchase from, or freeze shut at any time.
Not a DAI one, though. The DIA or whatever it is.
And we got people in the Senate right now, and they're like, I'm not saying it's bearish for Bitcoin, but the whole thing with stable coins, I think there's going to be a big differentiation. Like, is there going to be a federal issued one? Is there going to be a central bank issued one? Are they going to try to really have it like that hardcore, like 1984, like your, mark of the beast type thing?
With all this FUD around stable coins, the best is probably just to hold Bitcoin, right?
Our big four banks already have them. They just haven't put them on open markets yet. They all have them. There's not going to be one.
I still think USDC is going to be the strongest one. So until they come out with the official.
But it depegged by like 30% when that small bank, regional bank.
Yeah, we had this conversation earlier today.
No, but my point is Bitcoin dropped 70% during a bear market. So the extra risk you're taking by just holding Bitcoin through a bear market is like only double holding stable coins.
Yeah, but a lot of the stable coins also give you 4 to 8% APY.
Yeah. But in one case, $1 million became $700,000. In the Bitcoin's bear market, $1 million became like 250,000. Right? In both cases, if you did nothing and just hold it, you were back in. Well, in stablecoin, you were back at $1 million. In Bitcoin's case,
Stablecoin, you had 4% or 8% gain, depending what protocol you used.
you ended up at like 1.6, 1.7 or so. And that's if you bought exactly the top loss cycle.
Look, I'm going to just say when price of eggs are going down, price of Bitcoin's going down. I'm just going to base price of Bitcoin on eggs. Let's do that. How about?
You're an egg trader.
Because if the stablecoin Fed works, Bitcoin's going to go up during that Fed. People will be panic selling their stables back into Bitcoin. It's the easier thing to do, no?
Depends if they're algorithmic stablecoins or backed by something, though.
Etana backs its stablecoin with leveraged positions on exchanges.
Unless this little idea of a bull flag plays out, then I think the broader rising wedge is going to send it maybe 105K. I don't know. Where's all the
well, yeah, first we need to lose this 108 low,
liquidation.
right? And
where's the liquidation cluster? Like, oh, look how hot it is below us with liquidity. I mean, yes, there's some short liquidity building above us as well, but look how local all of that is.
Yeah, but those are fresh longs. No, they just got taken this week.
They're fairly fresh, yeah. Not all
How
of
about
them. There's still a lot
how
alive.
does it look on a bigger time frame?
Let's see, 2 weeks. Oh,
Yeah.
look at all that short liquidity that got snapped up. That's crazy.
It's pretty
Yeah, that's what
empty.
we.
No? It's pretty
That's what we
empty.
Kind of
moved.
like evenly stacked, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we
It's
don't
like,
have
yeah,
crazy funding rates or.
mission accomplished. They wiped out all those shorts, and now it's like, now what? There's no giant influence in either direction. I don't think yet, at least yet. And now we're kind of just flagging. See the bull flag?
How about below 96? What survived
I'm gonna
from
zoom
last?
out. Let's go 3 months.
Oh, you can't change the scale on the right.
Yeah, nah.
It shows
Ooh,
you
see
only
the
to 80k. Like we can't see 74 even. Ah, there you go. There's some yellow.
yeah, this is a higher time frame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
3
100,000.
months
Yeah,
of data.
makes sense. Whatever survived
That's
last time
that.
is still there.
That's a double bottom down there after the
At
tariff
74.
dump. Yeah. And then yeah, we came up, snapped up all of that. All these liquidity, but look at all these longs that are still alive and active, like these big clusters that have not been stopped out. They're just winning. They're all winning right now. These whoever's like holding trades that has, liquidations at 80,000, 90,000, 100,000.
No, notice how the 100,000 level becomes yellow after price comes back. So a lot of people added to their longs there, right?
Well,
Because it
yeah,
was
that
green on the left, it became yellow. So there's even more now.
because
Then
higher
so
leverage. People are using higher leverage, and that's where that clusters up. See, if
yeah,
you're
but
if you're on 20x, your liquidation's a lot closer than those that are on like 5x. 5x are probably down at,
I think my
I don't
point
know.
is
You'd
that
have
it
to measure it
failed.
out.
If that was a stop loss hunt, it kind of failed,
Oh,
right?
there, liquidity. Yeah, I mean, it didn't. It
Because
wasn't able to grab all of it. Yep, it
it kind
stopped
of
out
failed
a
in the
fair bit of
middle,
it.
and now it's
Hmm.
worse than what it was. The
I
amount
know.
of
Yeah, I think people jumped in on like leveraged longs to catch the recovery of that V. And now it's like, okay, is there enough reason to go finish the job now? Or have we already, is the genie out of the bottle? And do we just keep going higher and
well,
leave all that behind?
the
I don't know.
ABC is putting a new low below 100,000 and then quickly coming back above 100,000 would stop out a lot of people
Yeah.
that are still long from there, right? Grab all the liquidity, and you'd
Mm,
probably get an amazing reversal up to the upside again.
yeah. I
As
think
long as you can
as soon
reclaim
as
100,000.
if price starts to collapse back toward 100,000 from here, you'll see that the short liquidity starts to build up again, and then it gives the market maker a reason to go grab that. So it's like you can't really. It can kind of keep things pinned
yeah,
in a
if
zone,
it's
like in range. Yeah.
if it's slow enough, yeah.
Yeah, it just you need like a gross imbalance of liquidity for the market maker to go for a reason to leave behind, say, the shorts and then go chase the longs,
We're
and
closer
vice
to the
versa.
green above than the yellow below, though. Like right now, it's just
Yes.
2% to go get more shorts.
Yeah,
Well, you need to drop
You could,
like 8% to get more longs.
yeah, if they could afford to pump it to like 114,000, that would wipe out all of that short liquidity there, and then they could, drastically dump it. Like, I don't know. It just, I guess they figure out or they calculate what is profitable. So it might not be profitable to pump it to 114 right now. You know what I mean? And that's why we're not doing it. Or it's
But
being
no,
sold into them trying to do that, perhaps.
I think the reason why we're not doing it is because there's nobody selling. There's really low volume, low supply up there. Like
Yeah,
we already
people are too
broke
confident.
110, so now it's just live order flow. There's no huge resting order. There's no like,
Yeah.
the next level is already much higher. We see it in the order books. the big amount available to scoop up is already, it's at 120 and above now already.
Yeah. The way I see it, like to really simplify it, let's say you've got a price range that exists inside here, and price like oscillates between the highs and the lows, like this. On the highs, that's not an infinite line of resistance. You know what I mean? Like eventually, price either breaks out or breaks down through the support. So either way it decides to break, it's gonna leave behind. Like let's say it breaks out, there's going to be a whole bunch of longs that set up on this dip here that will survive and get left behind and won't get liquidated. You know what I mean? So that the market will decide eventually like what gets to live. And then also like, inverse is true as well. Like if a whole bunch of shorts got opened here and price really does break down, these shorts survive and they get to make profit and they get left alone. You know what I mean? So like the rest of time, you can't just snatch liquidity top and bottom. The price will eventually make a decision on where it goes overall.
Well, isn't everything a bit low right now? Like low open interest, low volume, low. I mean, we got some volume at
Yeah, I'm not sure.
112 overall.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it boils back down to supply demand. Like, is there more people wanting it than selling it? Is there enough demand, or has it all dried up? Everyone that wants to be in Bitcoin is already in Bitcoin, maybe. And there's just not enough attraction for
Someone
new
needs to
money.
come up with a huge sell wall at 110. Give us interest there.
Yeah. Like, what inspires demand to show up? Like, what kind of things, what catalyzes a move to go higher when you're already at all-time highs, Like, what inspires anyone to buy the
The
top,
fact that there's
essentially?
nobody selling, there's just like the price has no choice, right?
A bit of an alt rally,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe
something.
consolidation
Yeah.
here. Alts getting people in.
Yeah. All you have to do is go back to Bitcoin, and go back to 2020. Let me go to the daily chart. So here was our all-time high of 2017, like right here. Draw a line across. There was a resistance there, and the psychology at that time was, it's like, hey guys, we're at all-time highs. Like, who's gonna drive this up? Like all of this is a terrible place to buy. Like you're at the all-time high. You're high. Like this is the most premium Bitcoin's ever been in history. And then it came. It happened, man. Demand stepped in, and it was a huge markup in value. Like that's crazy. A lot of inflows of money came to it. So
You either
similar again.
need altcoins to rally, or you need a big enough pullback on Bitcoin to get people's interest back in again.
Yeah. Something's got to give.
Probably Fartcoin on Coinbase or something like that.
Yeah.
Some
So here
techie
was
thing.
the all-time high of 2017. Here was the all-time high of 2021. Both got obviously beaten, and we broke out and made new highs. So this one we've been fighting for it. Like I don't think we've seen an all-time high be broken like this and us spend so much time consolidating after it. Like all of the previous bull markets have been so much easier to hold a position in. You know what I mean? Because there was no
Well, there was no
giant
institutions then either, because
drawdowns.
this was pre
Yeah,
ETF as well.
Exactly. So institutional manipulation has been making this one very painful and really testing your patience, you know?
Yeah. There's no reason to give up on it at the moment. It's like before you're
No,
like, oh well, maybe
that's
institutions are going to block it.
yeah,
Maybe.
yeah. It's hard to know. It's hard to know for sure, like why, but it's evident. I think that like the most exciting. Have you noticed the most exciting times with Bitcoin is very fleeting. Like it doesn't last very long in time. We spend way more time grinding and going like
Yeah.
consolidating, if not
Well, the weekly
correcting.
shows you that. The
Spend way
weekly shows
more
you that.
time.
There's just
Oh
the
yeah,
weekly.
yeah. The weekly, yep. The expansions are just a few weeks at best, couple
Yep.
of weeks for the most aggressive parts.
Mm.
So it's like
You
you're
mean
either positioned for it or you miss most of it because you're a week late or something,
you mean stuff like 14 green weeks in a row that we did last year, or 7? We just did 7 green weeks in a row too. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the magnitude of the week, like because you get some real
The big
baby
weekly candles,
weeks.
not the grinding. Yeah, the big bit, the god
Well,
Yeah,
candles.
the big expansion, like these three
Bitcoin
here, those
pumped
3 weeks they
We
were
got a
48%.
little,
amazing.
we got a little price action. Bitcoin just broke that trend line and is trying to get back above the 800 EMA.
Oh yeah, what time frame?
The 5 minute.
Oh yeah, I see it. Cool. Come on, Betty. Turn this into some ugly looking inverse head and shoulders.
It's not ugly. It's beautiful. It targets 300K. I mean, come on.
It's
It's not
no,
ugly.
no.
It gives you
I'm
a
talking about the
target for the
5 minute
bull
chart.
market top. No. Maybe
The
cut the
5 minute
target in
chart, man.
two, though.
The 5 minute.
Half of it is enough. Yeah.
Like this thing. That thing's crazy.
Nah,
I
that's
think
that
look at this
doesn't
trend line here.
Oh, but you have one. No, but you have one. No, you have one on the right. That's very
Of what?
valid, and it's not. It's perfectly horizontal. On the right side of your, just if you zoom in on the right side. Yeah, you like right now we are at the neckline of an inverted head and shoulder. It's just
Yeah, I agree. It's just a very like aggressive.
horizontal.
Like look at the
No,
size of that shoulder and then
not
that
that.
head there, and then
No,
not
that's
this.
no.
Oh, you mean this bit? You mean this one? I know it. I can see it. Like this more.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That one is horizontal,
Gotcha.
right? Like it's a bit
Yeah,
more
it is. It's
like
very uniform. Yeah.
yeah. So now you would need the breakout above and then come back to the yellow line, find support, and turn that a resistance into a support. And
Yeah.
if resistance becomes support, potentially you're supposed to attempt to buy support. But
Maybe.
we just tested support already, and that's 108 270. It's too low from 2 days ago. Well, yesterday. We just did a quick wick down there to that for some reason got put up
Look at that support there.
by 0.4%.
Resistance here. Resistance here. It's like an SR level, that neckline, yeah.
It was support on the left yesterday. So the whole thing.
Yeah, like over here. Yep.
No, yeah, there,
like
there,
that.
on the left there. That it acted as support yesterday. But it couldn't give a high. It gave a lower high, acting as support. And today we put the lower low, and well, we're now in a downtrend on that time frame, right? Sideways downtrend, but
you could say
yeah,
that this
exactly.
here is like a swing fail below that low.
Exactly.
Which
ABC
is
with
good.
the tiny lower low.
Stop out anyone that got long through this area may have had their stop loss just below this low here, which would have been cleaned up by that push. Maybe. Yeah. Just like the highs gets. Oh, look at
Yeah,
that. That's like a
the thing,
double top right there, isn't it?
thing with these
Pretty
plays is the
much.
invalidation is so small. Like, I think
Mm.
that's why you can make them worth it. It's like 4, 5 to 1, 6 to 1 if you go really tight stop loss.
This is super local 1 minute chart.
And it can all become wrong so quickly. I mean, all you need is like one guy selling 60 Bitcoin. Be more than enough to we can spec down there. Because there's really
Yeah.
not.
Imagine wielding that power though, the ability to turn a market just from what you're doing. It's crazy.
You said Bitcoin is going to reclaim the 800 on the 5 minute, right? ETH never lost it. That's odd. Yeah, ETH is finding support at that
Yeah,
800. While
You're right,
Bitcoin
yeah,
turned it
ETH
into
is.
resistance, right? Interesting.
I'm rooting for Ethereum because I want the old
It
season,
makes
you know. I want
it makes
I want
sense.
ETH to
Yeah, it makes
keep
sense because
grabbing
it
that
had
dominance.
but it's normal. It's because well, ETH will give it up if Bitcoin continues downward. It's normal. It's because ETH yesterday really outperformed Bitcoin, so you know the averages are lagging. They're always lagging behind. So that outperformance from yesterday is still shown in the 5 minute 200 800 EMA. Or just the 15 200. Yeah, 15 minute 200 EMA. Bitcoin is below it, finding resistance. Well, it can't even reach it right now. While ETH is trying to catch support on that EMA. Well, it's important for ETH to turn this golden pocket into support. You know, it's kind of what it's attempting to do here. The initial high, you know, the first high after that big up move was 2,730, which is also precisely like to the dollar golden pocket of the bear market on ETH. I mean, I called it bear market, but bear trend or whatever you want to call it. But I mean, 70% down. I think we can call it a bear market. But whatever happened to ETH? Well, absence of alt season, or it pumped too much early, so then it had to dump. But yeah, 2,730.8 was the golden pocket of the whole down move, and turning that into support, like Bitcoin achieved. Well, Bitcoin just ignored the whole, yeah, just pumped through it, but it was at 40K for Bitcoin. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you can compare. It's not the same times, you know, but turning that into support is a very bullish move. Like, not to underestimate, because it's like attempt to break out your range, come back down to your range. If you find support there, you find support there. There's no short to take. But if you fail to find support, then there is a short to take. Now, you know, there were opportunities to catch it from a bit higher, taking higher risks in order to avoid probably the hesitation it's gonna put here while it decides whether it wants to get back in its range or not. If it gets back in that range, then you know the bottom of the range is the next target. So that's more like 2000. Well, at least the middle, and then even the bottom of the range. No? 2,400, yeah, is becomes a target. But that's not what's happening. For now, it's finding support above 2,730 at 2,740. I mean, it's very close, right? So for me, it's tempting to just re-enter long even with a stop loss just below 2730, right?
Yeah, I mean the macro trend is up, so
and if that
I don't
gets
think it's
triggered,
too crazy.
we're back inside the range. I might want to actually reverse it to short then.
At least you're buying a dip. Put it that way. It is because we
Dip
have
on
dipped
ETH.
over the last yeah
Yeah.
we've dipped. Go to the 15-minute chart or the hourly. You can see there's
Yeah,
been a
yeah, yeah.
series of red
We're
candles for the
back at
last 8.
we're back
Yeah,
at the
we have
15-minute
pulled.
average. Yeah.
We've pulled back, so you're not FOMOing essentially right now. I don't think. I think you're. This would be arguably.
You're still buying it to a 20% pump, right? Like a
Oh
nice
yeah.
a nice dip to buy would be 2,400. A
I
crash
think
to buy
it's
would be like
it's
2,000 or even
yeah.
even lower. Yeah,
It's like
2,000 would
time
be a good
frame. It's time frame contextual. Like if you bought in the last year, in the last 12 months, you're buying high essentially. Like if you're looking at like the weekly context, the weekly chart zoomed out or the monthly chart zoomed out, these are highs. Like we're not in a bear market. We're not down in the accumulation zone
But
overall,
we're
right? On the
I
cycle.
disagree. Yeah, but I kind of disagree because we had the average, right? ETH
The
is back at the
average.
daily. So we're back to
You're
where?
talking about Ethereum.
Yeah,
You're talking about
yeah,
Ethereum.
ETH,
I
yeah.
was talking about
ETH.
Bitcoin, but yeah, ETH.
Okay, yeah, no. On Bitcoin, since we are above 69K, it's more time to think
Oh
about the
yeah,
distribution. Yeah.
it's a premium.
Oh,
Yeah,
since we
it's
ever
knocking
broke
on the
into price
door.
discovery, you're now potentially closer to bull market top than to bear market bottom. Yeah, that's been true for like a year already. Well,
Yeah, like most of the cycle is over. If you're talking about the bull
yeah,
cycle, most of it's been done. We're on like the final stages, the
yeah,
final
but you know
chapters.
that last 2x you can extract makes a huge difference dollar
It
wise.
does.
So
Yeah, the final chapter is always the most explosive or the most impressive, eh, historically speaking, for
I
Bitcoin.
learned that
Yeah.
lesson on Solana. Like,
Oh, yeah, man. Alts getting their all-time highs is always wild. Like it's crazy. See, I don't yet. You know what big coins haven't seen a proper alt season yet to go and score an all-time high is Sui. Sui's never seen that frothy alt season before. There's so many that have not. Like Pepe hasn't. What else is new since 2021? You know what I mean? There's so many new things that
the
have
problem is,
never been in an
these.
alt season.
I mean, whether it's Doge, Pepe, they've had a lot of success in the previous
Yeah.
runs, right? Maybe those runs were
Well,
not coinciding with a
Pepe
fully.
Pepe only came out in 2023, so it was never even part of the 2021 alt season, which is what I was sort of like referring to there. Like
Yeah, but
Fartcoin, like
I wouldn't
anything
bet.
that's like fairly new has not seen a proper alt season, like what's considered
You're
an
right,
alt
but
season.
would you bet though on these coins to actually be influenced by a global alt season?
To be
Because
first, what do you mean?
well, stuff that has run while there was no alt season, kind of has already run.
Oh, yeah, there's definitely been little sub seasons, like little narratives here and there. Like there's been the meme one, there's been the pump.fun coins. There was a bunch on MEXC, like back in 2023. There was a MEXC pump that lasted like 2 weeks or a month or something like that.
Or maybe Bonk is another example, right? Like it had a huge
Bonk,
run
yeah,
while there was
yeah,
no
Bonk.
global.
Mm.
Well, there was like mini alt seasons.
Bonk was the first Solana meme coin. I'm pretty sure, anyway. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Bonk was like one of the first, if not the first. And even
No,
that was
no.
after the alt season of 2021, I'm pretty sure. Let me have a look. I'll look it up. If we go to coin market cap. But Bonk did a very impressive all-time high, you know? From
Yeah,
from the level it came from. Like it's
yeah,
amazing
and
how high that
coins
went.
that coins that have huge upside like that, it's
Look at
pretty
that
rare
one.
that they manage to do the same thing twice, right? Reminds a bit of Shiba even.
Yeah, this part. So it came out in basically the 2nd of January 2023. So basically, yeah, start of 2023 is when it started. So it wasn't part of the 2021 alt season. Shiba Inu was, obviously Dogecoin was. But yeah, man, most of the alts, like the meme coins that are moving now and that have been hot in the last 12 months are only kind of new.
Yep, yep. No, but they'll probably
Yeah.
do good, but on stuff like Bonk, I still wouldn't expect new all-time highs,
Yeah,
Actually, I
I
didn't
guess
look
we'll
at the
find
chart.
out.
Let me check it. Let me check the chart. I don't even know what it did this last
Yeah.
year.
I mean, logarithmically, we're not that far off all-time highs for Bonk anyway. Like, yes, it's pulled back, but depends if
Oh,
you look at
really?
it
Okay, then.
linearly or logarithmically. Yeah, it depends.
Actually, yeah, you need like a 4x to go to all-time highs on Bonk. Yeah, it's not that crazy.
Yeah, it's not like unrealistic or anything.
So wait, is Bonk like cheap right now? Nah. No, it's because you have to go into an exchange that has the bear market on Bonk. You don't see it. Go on Mexi, for example, for Bonk.
Yeah, I just
That's
look at
where
it on Coin Market Cap because it'll always show you the inception of the coin if you hit all on their candle chart for Bonk. So that's how I see that it came out on the
January
2nd of
23.
January.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, January of 2023, yeah. And then it did, like, if you turn logarithmic on, you can see that there was this bleed out for the first, almost 9 months of it. And then all of a sudden, this massive expansion happened, and that was like a 20,000% move. That was a 20x play right there.
Bonk never dumped, actually. Oh boy.
Oh wait, 20,000%. That's more than 20x.
Yeah.
1,000x is, sorry,
It's not.
1,000% is a 10x, isn't it? So if you're going 20,000, that's like a 200x.
Well, if you take it from really the low
In
October,
In
it's up
it.
40,000%.
In it.
In it,
Remember that, Quiet, watching Bonk go absolutely insane
dude. Yeah,
in
and I'm pissed
2023?
because you called it
Oh,
and you were like talking about it, and none of us paid attention to it, and then it friggin' ripped, and none of us were holding it.
I didn't trade it either because I was shorting it
Yeah, but you shorted
during
it
the bleed
from when
out.
it first came out, right?
Yeah, like through that bleed out phase that I was talking about, between January and October of 2023 was when I was shorting it, somewhere in there. But I think I was focused on Bitcoin at the time or something else, and this thing happened behind the scenes. Like I didn't notice it.
Dude,
But it was,
2023
yeah,
was rough. Like,
it was very wild. Yeah, man.
yeah, there was a lack of them.
That's right. I got a girlfriend in 2023. That was a very big distraction. Not saying that relationships aren't a good thing. I'm just saying that's what happened to me. I got distracted.
Yeah, I'll pull you on that. I made sure to be single
Yeah.
for this end of the cycle at least. Man, those dinner
When
dates
you
add
need,
up now, bro. In New York,
yeah,
they're not cheap. You go out for
yeah,
a drink or two and some good food, you're spending between 3 and 4 usually, and parking and
yeah. How many?
everything, you know.
How many times have you missed something in crypto because you were out on a date or like, you know, just busy doing something
I
in
could imagine.
your real life, you know?
I could imagine. I'm a late
Yeah.
20. You got to remember that. So I've been dedicated.
I
Yeah.
missed so many freaking moves on crypto just
Yeah.
having sex. Like,
Well,
dude, I
you
don't know.
didn't miss the move in real life. I mean, you were doing real life things, so that's cool
Yeah.
too. You got to live your life. You can't not live your life, you know.
I mean, that's always good, but it's like afterwards you look at the chart, like, damn, I missed that whole shit.
Yeah. But then you have to ask yourself, would you have actually been a part of it as well if you were
sit
watching?
and look. Well, I sit and look at the charts for like freaking 12 hours a day, and I'm just freaking.
And then you
through.
step
And then
away
I'm like,
for an
you know
hour.
what? Screw this, and I step away. And then
Yeah.
that's when something happens.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like I sit and watch it all day, every day. Nothing ever happens, and then I walk away.
Try living in Australia. When we're asleep here, a lot of activity happens because that's the US session, the trading session. So you get a lot of activity. So unless I'm drinking, you know, 2 cups of coffee before, like at 10 p.m. or 12 a.m.
Speaking
to
of
stay up, I'll
activity,
miss it.
I'm looking for this. I'm looking for a push up on Doge, put it in a lower high and confirm this. The rest of this move
Yeah.
down to 18 cents.
Yeah, look, I tell you what, man, with Dogecoin, what were you saying? You're looking for a further move down?
I'm looking for a push up to put in a
Oh.
lower high and confirm this.
Ah, I gotcha.
The rest of the move back to 18 cents.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
But there
Looking for
hasn't been
that.
really ever since that big drop earlier. There wasn't really a dead cat bounce. It was like,
So you're talking like about the B wave of an ABC correction kind of thing?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. You
Yeah,
could
I
even
hate
trade
kinda like a
long
little
the B wave. You know, the B
Yeah.
rally and an ABC
That's what I'm doing.
correction. Yeah. It's tradable.
I'm gonna. That's what I'm trying to do. But yeah, I'm thinking if it comes up to either 19,750 or 19,900.
Tell you,
That's where I'd take
yeah.
profit on the long and add to my short.
You know what a beautiful thing, because see how Doge has been correcting for the last 8 hours or however many hours this pullback has been, right? The beautiful thing about hunting out a long in these conditions is that your invalidation is so local. Like, so if you're wrong and it goes further down, the stop out is not going to ruin you. You know, you can afford such a close stop loss because look, the level of invalidation. And if you just keep hunting for that, you will find something that sticks, and you'll be in for the pivot. You know. And same with highs. Like if you hunt out the highs, eventually you'll get one that sticks.
Yeah, but no, not in this case,
If
man.
you're prepared,
Because look,
you
in this case.
you have to be
Because
prepared to
that
stop
wick,
out. That's the catch. You have to be prepared to stop locally if it's wrong. You know.
that wick up is hard to catch, right?
Oh yeah, this was
Yeah,
tricky.
that's a bit of a
Yeah, that's
problem, right?
yeah, it's a poor example. But yeah, that because it's a bull market, I mean, like that the expansions upward are pretty quick, and they can become like violent wicks. But I feel yeah, like in corrections, this is a good example. Like, look, this was a low that people were probably looking to buy potentially, and it did initially show little signs here of support, but then this candle really put the writing on the wall, and then you got an SR flip, and yeah, it was just that was not the low. That's not the low to buy. So you stop out.
These
So
are
if
not
you
the
had
lows you're
set-
looking for.
yeah. So right now there is an opportunity that Doge has found like a double bottom, and you can set the invalidation pretty local, like if it's wrong, you know. And then if it's wrong, like scratch that, look for the next one, and then
eventually you'll get something that does stick, and you'll catch the next swing, like the bigger swing back up.
Yeah, the only
It's
problem
like,
is
it
not to
reminds me
start.
of,
You have to be
yeah,
patient enough before you start that process, though.
I know, right? Yeah, because look, you could have started
Because
over
when you're
here.
trying too long,
That's a stop out. Like all these are stop outs. Well,
yeah.
apart from this yet, it could totally be a stop out. But this is how Max trades. This is how Old Mate gets into these wild
Yeah.
positions, because he's
He's
prepared
a
to
knife
stop
catcher.
out. Yeah, he's prepared to stop out repeatedly to get that big Hail Mary pivot, that
That's what
takes
I
him
do
there.
also. I mean, for me, 10 stop losses in a
Yeah.
row is nothing. Like,
Yeah,
honestly,
that's
it's nothing.
definitely what he does. Except he puts
You
50 grand
you
on
know
100x.
yeah.
Oh,
You know how much better trying to buy these are than like if you're trying to buy these lows, that's better than buying all these pumps and FOMOing. That's because look at the downside. Like if you're trying to constantly get in on momentum and like,
yeah.
oh, we're breaking out, like before you know it, bam, like you're on this giant drawdown, if not liquidated.
I
So
knew
it's
I should
better
have
to
added to
hunt
my
out.
short up there earlier because I was like, it's not going to make a higher high. I'm like, but wait, I'm going to see if it does a swing fail of that big wick. I'm like, that
Mm.
wick is so ugly. I want to see if it swing fails it and gets the rest
Well,
of the shorts.
I think
That way it's wrong.
this is why following trend lines is so helpful, because it really puts the rhythm of the market. It gives you an A and a B, like a live or die side. Like you've
Yeah,
got
but there
live
was
on this side,
no,
you got die on this side. So
there wasn't even a
once it
bearish
crosses that
retest.
line, no,
It
I
just
know,
freaking,
it
it was a
just
free
died.
fall.
Yeah. So it's like if you have like a line that parallels it at a distance, like a little buffer zone, like if you're prepared to let things move beyond the line a bit and just establish some kind of zone where you can accommodate deviations off the trend, then that's but when you break through your buffer, it's like, damn, this thing ain't. So you cut it, you get out. If you were in a long, you take profit. Even better, you can short it. Like you can go, oh, this thing's looking tragic. You just broke a trend line that we've been building for some time. Look, there's
It
a
only
trend
took about
line there.
24
That's a
hours.
local one. Yeah, that's a local one. This would be a bit more higher time frame. This one here.
It broke that one.
Look at that one.
Bearish retest
Broken
on that one. That was
retest.
good.
Yeah, that was a good one. Bearish retest. And so now it's like, okay, we've broken down. What are we tracking in the opposite direction? We're tracking resistances now. So it's like we're trying to hunt out when it's not as clean, but like
But it's not
there's
as keen
something
because we're
happening.
already trying to break it out.
This
If you
is
really use the 2 points there, it's already
this is kind of how I see Ishimoku clouds. Like this is the same vibe. It's like once you lose the cloud structure, the game's over for the bulls for the time being. Until you can get back through the cloud and for that matter, the 200 EMA, it's bearish. Like Doge right now, it's getting hammered down. That's just what it is for now. Hammered. Hammered.
I don't know. I think it's basing out. I think
Yeah.
it's running out of sellers right here.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The momentum has slowed down. Look how much time it's spent at this level. But same could be said for over here. It did like a little inverse head and shoulder attempt, which completely failed.
because Bitcoin has been going upward for the last 3 hours.
It has?
Bitcoin dominance has been going up. Bitcoin's been going down, but dominance has been going up, which is the problem for me.
No, since New York closed, Bitcoin is upward.
What the hell are you talking about, Zeus?
Well, if you go 1 minute, it's
It
upward.
dumped all day.
Yeah, but since New York closed,
this little bounce, this little baby bounce here.
Yes.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I can see
in
it.
the last 3 hours, Bitcoin is up. Like it's
So it's higher
Yeah,
than
it's
where it
like rally.
opened 3 hours.
It's higher than 3 hours ago, so alts are also higher than 3 hours ago. Well, actually, no, they're still dumping, but you know, they're like stabilizing a bit.
Yeah, I guess this is where as a bull, if you're trying to play it safe and be smart, you're now on the hunt for an entry because we're dealing with some kind of correction of what was a rally. You're now looking for the next place to get in on a for a long, right? And then if you're a bear, it's like, well, you probably caught the double top or you know the swing fell on some moves, and you're just riding this trend down until there's a real strong signal that the bottom is in. So that's kind of like how I'd look at it. There's things to do for both people, whether you're a bull or a bear at the moment. And what about if we invert? It's like
get rid of the losers quickly and keep your winners. Trade safe, everybody.
all inverted. This is like the
Have a good
start
night,
of
Zusi.
a nice trend up. Did someone sign off? He said, "Have
Yeah,
a good night."
Zusi just left.
Oh, I didn't hear him say I'm going.
He didn't say that. He just said have a good. Or he said
Oh.
trade safe, everybody. That's all he said. But he usually only says.
Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought he was just saying it in general. Yeah, I did take profit on my XRP trade because this thing has just and that was a local trade. I'm not saying that I've closed out like some 12-month position or something. So to give the context of what I closed, it was only a swing. It was only a smaller trade swing thing.
Oh, yeah. You made profit?
It was from the Elon Musk, Donald Trump V-shaped thing that I got in on down here.
That's a great trade.
Yeah, I took profit like up around here. So now it's collapsing. Well, it's correcting. Yeah, cheers, bro. I need to get better at shorts. Like, I just need to trust the correction, and the playing out of the dump. Just never really done it, man, because I've always just like sort of looked for longs. I just feel more comfortable doing that. So in these periods where it's correcting, I'm kind of sitting on my hands, waiting for confirmation of a turn. Instead of riding, like I could be making profit right now if I was more comfortable going short.
Well, you know how you said when you're hunting for a long,
invert
trying
it?
to catch a falling knife.
Oh yeah, yes.
If you just keep your validation really close on the shorts, you can average into a long and hold it for a while as long as you got enough money to keep the position alive. But you can hunt for shorts just with really close validation, and like when it sticks, it just look what it does. It freaking collapses like 5 seconds.
Yeah, on XRP, this was a beautiful swing fail with this high over here. Like you just could not get any candles closing above that previous high. And it spelt a local top, double top sort of thing.
Yeah, I should have shorted that. So.
Yeah.
I hardly ever look at XRP on.
That's fair enough. I just use it as like a just slightly, just very slightly. Oh, you mean like on this perspective?
From the orange.
From over here. Yep. It's not very impressively a higher high. Like it's kind of a shallow one, but yeah, technically higher high. Yep.
Throw an anchored VWAP on that V bottom.
I'm going to clean this up a little bit because this is, yeah. Look at this. Here's another good example of, you know, that rejection of a channel. See how this blue channel going up? You had 1, 2, 3, arguably 4. Tried to establish a 5, kind of got it, but then you lost it. And then look, bam, rejection to get back in above that trend line. So that kind of, and then look, there was this like bull pennant triangle thing that I was trying to see, and it did initially.
Yeah.
It caused the right kind of move out of it, but it just, yeah, it just could not get back into that
It
channel.
tried to
It's too
change its
much.
outfit, but it still got thrown out of the
Yeah,
party a second time.
yeah, yep, it wasn't good enough. Too drunk to come back in. Too drunk to get back into the party. The bouncer kicked him out. But I think I'm going to delete some of these lines for it to be a little cleaner. But yeah, look, I mean, from the bottom of that orange channel to the bottom of this blue channel, you've got a rising wedge between those two patterns, see? And it's done like a textbook. Yeah, it's working on a correction. Now the fibs for the correction exist between here and here, I would say. And we've just broken down through the first Fibonacci level, 236. Now the 382 is on the cards. The 0.5 is still all the way down here, and the golden pocket's all the way down there. So look at that double bottom. If it reacts with the 382, that harmonizes with this low here. So that's a reason to find like a little bounce. You know, you could see a bounce there. Golden pocket would be like all the way down here. So from where it's at down to the golden pocket, that's like a 4.5% move. It's pretty good. We'll see. Very nice.
Yeah, go to the 4 hour.
Yeah.
And throw an anchored VWAP on that V bottom where the
An anchored VWAP. I've never used that. Can you teach
left.
me? Anchored like this?
It's not an indicator.
Oh, okay. Yeah, left.
Yeah,
Is
right
it a
there.
drawing tool, is it?
Yeah.
It's in this cluster?
Yeah.
Anchored VWAP. Okay.
And
Yeah.
then just click on
And what do I do?
lowest candle.
Ah, okay. Anchored VWAP.
Yeah,
So
so
you
that
anchor it off a
looks like
low, do you?
Yeah, so if you're looking to find out if the lowest low of the trend, like this, the V bottom strategy, the lowest low of the trend, you get a V-shaped recovery, and when it breaks the previous high and it closes a 4 hour candle above it, you then look to see if there's a bounce, like a pin bar wick off that anchored VWAP, which is really just the line in the middle. The two
blue
bands on the
line?
top, the 2 bands on the top and bottom. You can take those off if you want. I usually just use the VWAP, but it looks like it's about to fall below it. Is the problem? Like it's not wicking
Yeah,
off.
it's threatening it. Yep. I'll be right back. I'm just getting a phone call.
I'm back. Ah, anchored VWAP. Did you like pick this up off a video, like a strategy thing, or okay? Anchored VWAP.
Yeah, it's the V bottom strategy. I mean, I'm sure you can combine it with oscillators and stuff. Like if you wanted to look for like a bullish bullish divergence in RSI on the 4 hour, you could probably combine it with that. But I mean, if you're looking for it to bounce off of that anchor view up, like you can't close below it or else it's invalid. So if it was to make a higher low, if it was to just wick below it and then close above it, make a higher low.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, I guess you could look for like a hidden bullish divergence, like to see if the RSI makes a lower low at the same time price
Yeah.
made that higher low. Like you could probably combine it with something like that. But
Yeah,
or
it's
like
definitely
stochastic, if a stochastic bottoms out when it bounces off of that or something, could be another
It
signal.
looks like it's definitely losing it.
Yeah,
Either way.
looks like it's falling through, so it doesn't look like it looks like it's no good. It's still got 2.5 hours left, but
That's true. Yeah. So it's got work to do if it's gonna keep it alive. But I'm glad I took profit on it. Damn.
yeah, I mean that could be indicative that it's either going to revisit that low, like if it loses that anchor view up,
Yeah.
and then rejects from bottom side of it, then it's probably indicative that it could either revisit that low or make it even lower low potentially.
Big sales coming in. Big sales coming in. Watch out.
Yo. It would be kind of cool if we got like an inverse head and shoulders on this, whatever this becomes. If it's a higher low overall, that could be cool. Don't know. But yeah, man, big sells coming in. I want some cheap prices, man. I want to open up a nice, healthy long. But I'll be patient. This could take a while. This could take a few hours to find a low that's worth buying. It's like, okay, what kind of conditions do I want to base this entry off? Like, am I going to go Ishimoku's system? Am I going to look at the oscillators? What time frame am I going to hunt it out on?
I'm saying just keep it naked. Look for lower lows and extended lower lows and momentum shifts.
Yeah. Market structure type thing. Look for evidence of like double bottoms or support at previous lows. On XRP, it definitely likes
its last trend line.
this. I wouldn't mind doing a Doge trade. Like XRP's kind of slow lately, but XRP's getting a decision on the 16th, whether that Franklin Templeton spot ETF is gonna be approved or denied. One thing it can't be is delayed because this is a deadline. That's why it's a big deal. Kind of a big deal. Correction. How are the memes going, man? Oh, Peanut. Terrible correction. Mudang crashing out. Fartcoin's still up there, but
Shorts on some V's today.
yeah, man. These ones, because they got elevated, they pumped pretty good. Like Mudang, it was a grind, but yes, Mudang moved up from that pivot low. Ponky was nice. Whiff, Fartcoin, Bonk. But yeah, they're all shifting down now.
Bitcoin's looking very threatening of the local lows. It's like, you know. Discounts, discounts. I'm gonna go pour a coffee. I'll be right back.
Are you still there? Drewski. Drew. Drew. Pamela Brew. Drew, I triple Doge dare you to take a position on Doge right now.
Right here, right now?
Right here.
Triple Doge dare me. Man.
Even if it's just for a dead cat bounce.
Why are you going to do that to me?
I think it could be something. We really do.
I mean, Bitcoin's getting a little bit of buy right here. I don't know.
Just stop out below the previous low that it just made. We're getting
Trying to be-
bullish divergence.
I was trying to be patient with this next buy.
Well, I do think it's going lower, but I think this is going to be a dead cat bounce.
So far, you might be right because Bitcoin's getting a little bit of, just a little bit of buy coming in. Man, you know I can't do that tonight. Yeah. No, I'm messing around. But right now, I've had some dry powder on the side waiting to do one buy at the right time, even if it takes 2-3 days. So I just want to see what happens a little bit. And as long as we're floating around here, nothing like no crazy volume comes in, I'm thinking we're going to go a little bit lower, and I want to take advantage of that.
Quarterback bounce.
Like, look, how about this?
Oh, look at this! Look at the 15-minute candle.
Yeah, 1714. I'm all in.
1714.
Yeah,
We're gonna get that tonight.
Oh, you're probably right. That's why I said 2-3 days.
Look at this 15-minute. 15-minute hammer. He's gonna do some damage. That's got to be a stopping volume. Come on, let me look at it. Is it a vector? I think it is. Now it's a dragonfly. Yeah, it is a vector candle. All right, it's a green vector. Yeah, dude, that's a stopping volume. It dipped below no candles, closed below the 800 EMA on the 15-minute. This is a trade.
Why are you trying to give me FOMO, Doc?
Dude, that's a long on Doge. I don't know what to say. I don't think it's gonna put it at a new high, but I think it could be a dead cat bounce and goes just up to like 19.9.
Yeah, my cat doesn't like it every time you say dead cat bounce. You hear that?
19. I'll target 19.7 probably.
Huh? Did he say dead cat bounce? Huh? You almost pushed me into carrot. Let's see, would that have been a good push? Let's see, what's carrot doing? Let's see. You never know. You never know.
I don't know. This might be a bad call, but it.
Carrot. Yeah,
what is it?
It's getting tossed. It's just getting tossed left and right because they keep on selling their coins and they keep on getting unlocks, and the devs are just dumping. It's called carrot.
Carrot.
It might, but even when that happens, man, there's times where the devs are like, okay, finally we got the whales out that we wanted to shake out, because there might be some whales they're trying to shake out. And once certain wallets are gone, then bang, they start pumping it again. So you never know, it could turn around.
I'm back.
Come on, Doge.
You know,
Rick, take a long on Doge. There you go.
a long on Doge.
Just a
You
19.
think it's ready?
Man, I get kind of a feeling about it. Look at that 15-minute candle. Nice. The last one that just printed.
I'll tell you what. I'll put a hypothetical on where you said go long. And where's the invalidation? Just below the swing lows?
Below that previous low in the last candle.
Okay. Let's see how it goes.
The low on that last 15-minute candle.
And what are you targeting? 19,500? Like
19.5.
19.5? Okay.
Well, really, 19.9. Okay, so the like 19.5 to 19.9 area.
We'll track the progress.
I actually think it, yeah, 19.750 to 19.9.
1905 is a stop loss.
Yeah.
Let's see. So far, it's in profit from when you said.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Sorry, because Bitcoin's getting some sell.
Yeah.
Bitcoin's always roaming in the party.
That's
It
what
wouldn't be the
Bitcoin's
loss
born
of
to do, man. Bitcoin is born to wreck the party.
Last night, Doge made a higher high when Bitcoin made a lower high. So I think Doge can do it. It's capable of spectacular things.
What am I prepared to lose on a trade idea, like as a stop out? I mean, it kind of sucks losing any quantity of money, but you have to risk it for the biscuit. Losing $100 is like, oh yeah, I guess I can justify that if I'm making like $600, $800 on a win. You know what I mean?
Wait, how much?
But if no, I'm just talking generally. Like I'm not saying what I'm risking or anything, but like
No, if you make $800, how much would you risk?
no. What I'm saying is like if I'm prepared to stop out for $100, like a stopping out costs me $100. I want to make sure I'm making at least like $200 or $300 on a win, like when I am right, like when I'm like a winning
So
trade.
that would be like a 1 to 3 risk to reward ratio.
Yeah. So the painful thing is if you stop out 6 times in a row, which can happen, that's like, $600 down the drain. So you got to be really picky about, and really confident about your entries. Because stopping out repetitively is like it can happen. It just means there's something wrong with your strategy. Like there's something wrong with how you're getting into the market.
Yeah, if you
you're
stop out
stopping
20 times in a row,
Yeah,
either
you're
the
not doing it
strategy
right.
sucks, or either
Yeah.
that strategy sucks, or you're not following the rules.
Yeah. And that's when it's like, okay, stop using money, just go back to paper or low money, like use $10 as your margin, or like just something baby, and then prove to yourself that you know what you're doing before you play with, bigger money. You have to really prove to yourself that you've got a system that's working for you consistently too, not just off luck or a good day, or because the market's pumping.
I might step outside for a moment. This thing goes. Hopefully, it doesn't just dump like hell.
Well, this is a good little snipe. I can see why. You've got there's some justification for going long here because you've got a low. You've had the swing fail. You've now got a micro higher low, like here. So yeah, at least you got a couple of things working for you right now on the small time frame. And the other thing that's working for you is that the invalidation is so local that it's not, if it doesn't work out, it's not the end of the world, It's like, okay, it didn't work. I'll hunt for the next one,
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool. This is a very ambitious risk to reward.
Cool.
It's a 4. You can go left for it too.
Do 1 to 3.5.
Yeah. A 4 to 1's pretty cool though.
I usually go for 1 to 3.5. You only have to be right 20% of the time to be profitable.
Yeah, for it to be. Yeah. Looking at my trade history, like just my recent 90 days, I think it says that I'm 90% win. I win 7 times out of 10, which is not bad.
Wait, what? On your private account?
Yeah, let me check it. I'll
That's hella
find
good,
it.
bro.
Let me check my performance.
Yeah, that's hella good, bro. Damn good.
It's all right. It might have changed lately. This is just from the last time I remember looking at it.
Like 90%.
Sorry, did I say 9? I meant 70.
9 out of 10 trades. Well, still 7 out of 10
7 out of
trades. That's still
7
damn
out
good.
of 10. Yeah. Let's see what it says. Last 90 days. Here we go. I'll just bring it across screen. I'll just take a screenshot of it. So this is 90 days. There was 23 wins and 9 losses. 72% win rate. There you go.
Nice. Pretty good, man.
Yeah, it's okay. I've had tragedies before though, like the win rate's like, below 40, and I'm just in a funk, and I can't get it working. Just can't get that trade pattern working.
That's all right, because my kill death ratio on Call of Duty Black Ops was like 0.5.
Oh, true. Hey, dude, check it out too. Look at this. Can you see that I'm a bull? I have a bias for looking for longs. 30 longs,
Yeah.
2 shorts. I've only done 32 trades in the last 90 days. It's not too bad. That's 3 months. I would say that's fairly low frequency for a trader.
90 trades in 3 months. That's one trade a day.
No. 30 trades. 32 in 90 days. It's like a trade every 3 days, roughly.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So you just do it casually. You're not addicted.
Yeah, dude, I used to be way higher frequency of trading, but dude, look at my trade volume for the last 180 days, almost a $1.5 million Aussie. It's crazy. That's just volume though. That's all borrowed money. It's not my money. It's just like the volumes. I wish they rewarded for that, like hitting like a threshold of trade volume for whatever. That would be cool. What's 180 days? Is that 6 months?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
That's kind of like a year to date.
So what's the percentage on that? If you put it at 19,750, what's the percentage on that trade?
19,750. Three 3%, 3.19. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good bounce. I don't think it'll go really much higher than that though.
It's moving in the right direction, at least for now. 0.5% up. See if this is still followable on this screen. Yes, it is. Cool. Let's do that. Follow.
Look at Tron dying when everything else is bouncing.
The Chinese play.
It's just like the opposite of everything in crypto. It's always.
Yes, it is.
Remember in the bear market, it was just ripping like all the time.
Yeah, it's so random,
Like,
dude.
it was just going straight
Does its
up.
own thing. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
TRX.
I like
You're
seeing
special.
like a Bitcoin and Tron stacked comparison. Like if you put Tron down here,
Bitcoin up the top, and get the interval the same, and go like the daily. Well, actually, let's go to the hourly. Just reset it all. Get rid of that. Hide the drawings. Look at that. There's a massive pump there, Tron. And Bitcoin did nothing that day at all. Just completely flat. And Tron gets this mega pump. Look at this. Bitcoin rallies. Tron goes down, if not sideways, like penanting while Bitcoin's climbing. You had a nice rally there off Tron over here, while
Bitcoin was
Bitcoin
going down.
sort of would dumping at the time. So it's very, it's a lot of decorrelation. Look at that, there's that down while Tron's rallying up. Bitcoin goes up, Tron rallies down, opposites. Check it on the weekly though. Yeah, directionally, obviously it's still similar. That pump, man, in December of last year on Tron, where it pumped 100% out of nowhere for like a day. 3rd of December. It's wild. Take that out of context. Just look at the local context. Yeah. For the most part, the flow is the same. The flow of the market. You kind of, coming down on Tron here, you're coming down on Bitcoin here. You're generally trending up here, and then you're generally trending up here. So they're similar on the macro. Just like the intra swing. Yeah. The intra swing stuff is like can be pretty different. Like right now, on like the 5 minute. Ugh. Stack them the other way. Let's go back to the multi-view. That's a hell of a hammer on Dogecoin though, on the 15-minute chart. That we had like 2 candles ago, 2 or 3 candles. Even just the one before. It's very hammery,
Yeah, and it's a stopping volume candle. The next one was a bullish, not really a bullish engulfer, but like the second one was a bullish hammer too. So as long as no bodies close below that first hammer, this is a good trade.
Yep. I see the potential for sure. Oscillator centric. Let me find a time frame. Yeah, the hourly looks really cool. Look at the MACD, the way it's
You got a
scooping.
bullish divergence too on the 15-minute with the RSI. Bullish divergence in the 15th.
You've stochastically cooled right off on the hourly. It's on the floor. So there's a lot of upside potential if you're talking about a swing, like a little, a swing that could last for a number of hours. It's like, where is this low? Where is it coming in? Could be in. Could be.
Yeah, I think it just did.
Be nice to see the stochastic. Yeah, for now, until it gets stopped out. If the stochastic just starts to turn up and get back into the band, that would be really good to see that. Not to mention the MACD curling up and all that good stuff.
MACD's nuts.
What does Ishimoku say?
Remember, freaking
Ishimoku.
what's his name? Genuflex. Genuflex used to say that all the time.
Who's that? Is that a user in the Discord or
You don't remember Genuflex?
no?
Man, how's nobody remembering?
No, don't remember. Was he from 2021?
Yeah. And he was in base. He was one of the founders.
Oh, okay.
But then he stopped showing up at some point in 2022. Like him
Yeah,
and
that's
Yo-Yo
probably
stopped
why I
coming
forget.
around.
Ah, good old Yo-Yo. Yeah, maybe they got wiped out and they just got so disillusioned and burned that they're not coming back. Fallen soldiers.
Yeah, Turco.
It's
Poor Turco.
ah yeah, man, that's brutal. But as damaging as the market can be, if you stay determined and you learn and you learn like how to become profitable, essentially you can really turn that all around and make money like big time. Look at Mac. I mean, he didn't go to trading school, or like he's not
That dude.
an expert in finance. He's you know what I mean, like he's
That
just
dude's a maniac, Will.
he's found a system. Yeah, he is a maniac. Yeah, he's like your classic degen.
Dude, he's a mega DJ.
Yeah. But it's I don't know. Like he still uses stop losses and stuff. He still does the risk management. He still
Yeah, but you're
cuts the
talking about like,
losers. He doesn't.
if you lose $100 in 6 trades in a row, $600, that's like one stop loss, man.
Yeah, but he's just amplified. He's playing on another level than what I am. He's like 10x from where I am. And that's because he's been so he goes aggressive when he's sure about a trade. He just goes so ham at it,
Yeah.
Like I never feel confident enough to
Kitchen
go
sink at it.
beyond 10x leverage, like just because I've been burned too many times,
You
But
used to.
maybe I used to. Just maybe the next time I see a very there's trades there that are just very confident. Like I was so confident about that V-shaped recovery after the Musk Trump drama, because that was just it's like, no, this has got nothing to do with crypto. Like this is just some some drama piece that's in the
Some
media
hissy
for a
fit.
day or two. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
hissy fit. It's just stupid. So, and it made sense that
Dude,
it was a liquidity grab.
I find that like you'll probably degen on higher leverage if it's a particular day where things are just ripping. Like how like once in a while we get those days where
Oh
just
yeah,
everything is just ripping and
everything's double digiting.
retracements are
Yeah.
very shallow.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But it's only like once every couple of months.
Yep.
Those are the days I feel like you'll pull out like a 25x.
Yeah, I hope so.
Like a really strong trend.
And not just a couple $100, but thousands of dollars into the margin at 20x is like, dude, that can really flip you around. You know what I mean? That can really get your account moving. But the key is to, when you get ahead with doing that, stop doing that. Like don't expect to do that every day of the week, because that's where you fall apart. Yep. When you get ahead, you have to start defense. Yeah. It's like a special weapon, man. Like you only use that very special times, not all the time. It's a Hail Mary type, It doesn't
It's like
happen
if
all
you
the time.
have a sick day or like a certain amount of sick days. Usually one day every couple of months. You're just like, all right, hey, I'm not coming to work. And you just trade.
Yeah, you just go ham on the leverage. The cool thing is, man, there's nothing stopping you from having a stop loss. Like it just, if it doesn't play, you stop out and you get over it. Move on, find the next opportunity, you know. Just don't force it. Don't go, oh, it didn't happen, I'm gonna try again in 5 minutes. Stop out again.
Right.
You just you walk away, recalibrate.
You gotta walk away.
Yeah, you gotta because you're gonna be emotional from the stop out, frustrated. You're gonna feel like you want to revenge it, you want to rush it, you know, and you're gonna come on stock again. So it's better to come into it with a clear mind and a fresh approach. Bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. Do you have that saying in America?
Yeah.
Bright-eyed, bushy-tailed.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we never use it.
Yeah. Yeah. If you think of a sport match like the NFL, when are they like the most explosive and energetic? Probably like, I don't know, the start of the second half of the game, as opposed to like, you know, the final 10 minutes of the match. You're worn out, you're tired, you're either, you know, down dramatically on points, so your morale is low. Like trying to trade in those kind of conditions is just not good. It's kind of defeated.
Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it can. It just depends on the score and like how your team's, all that kind of stuff. But there's definitely strength. There's times of strength and times of weakness in a game. And if you've just stopped out, yeah, that ain't a strong. That's not strong. That's not a good place to trade from after stopping out and getting something wrong.
Yeah,
you're not
then
going to be thinking straight.
Yeah, you pretty much just lose your whole account at that point. Like you forfeited your whole account.
Yeah, you may as well just trade it into the floor. Like I've felt that way before, like stopping out and being really frustrated with it and going like, you know, screw this. I'm just going to throw it all on 10x at this point, and I'm gonna dominate.
Yeah, like
just
screw
from,
these stop
you know, being
loss.
angry. Yeah, stuff like that.
I don't need a goddamn
And the
stop
market loves to crush those kind of people. Whether intentionally or they're just part of they become part of the liquidity, you know.
Yeah, we're all part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, just gotta you gotta develop that balanced mind and low emotion. Like we can't be completely devoid of emotion. It's impossible. But just calm, measured, calculated decision making, you know? No rushing, no like, oh, I gotta get up quickly because it's pumping. I gotta get in. Like, don't do that stuff. If you're jumping out of bed because of the price action, it's probably a bad idea.
I mean,
Like
it's okay to
because
do
I've
that.
been there,
It's
man.
just
Oh,
don't
depends.
trade.
Yeah, it's risky. Yeah, it's okay to get up and watch and whatever. And if you're positioned, even better. But chasing that, like chasing to get into it, is just pure FOMO, man. Like emotional trading, and you get stuck
Emotional
half the time.
damage.
Emotional damage. Exactly.
Come on, Doge.
I
Do
feel
something cool. Make me look smart.
there's two times. I think there's two very key times that emotions do damage. The first is being an emotional trader, so FOMOing and capitulating off emotion, right? Selling at a loss, buying a high. That's the first time emotions can serve you wrong. The second time is when emotions make you deviate from your well calculated strategy. That's the second time emotions ruin you and wreck you. It's like you deviate. You know, you've just left your strategy that you've been doing all week because you saw that Fartcoin was ripping, you know?
Yeah, you just like,
It's
screw
like,
my
yeah,
strategy.
it
Screw my system.
derails you. Yeah.
Screw my rules.
I'm
What
just
rules?
gonna.
What are you talking
I'm
about?
just. Yeah. I'm just gonna give into emotion and deviate all of a sudden.
It's gonna go up. I'm buying
That's
it.
generally not a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, usually.
Well, that's usually.
That's usually.
Man,
There's
I gotta
probably
sound clip
like
that. I gotta
100
dig that
people in
out.
here that don't get any of our inside jokes.
You're right. Yeah. That's true.
The angular resistance I drew out stopped it dead in its tracks.
Man, it almost hit my line and it missed it.
Oh yeah.
Almost in my line and it missed it.
So what's the fun this time?
Oh yeah. It just played out exactly the way I drew it. So.
Gotta love it.
All right, I'll be back in 3 minutes.
All right.
I gotta go bust a lungy.
I saw chaos. I didn't see patterns.
I saw chaos.
Yeah. Everyone's talking about patterns, and he's like, "It's chaos. It's not patterns." Love it.
Crypto bear market. I know how to trade a bear market. Do you have that one?
Oh, I can hear a knock at the door. 1 second.
No, Doge. See, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to go up. Almost still 1%.
Yeah, a little bit of a rewind.
Yeah, rewind to the bottom. Going up 1% on the bottom. Come on, Doge.
It's times like these you learn to take a hit. Times like these, it's time again.
What, Bitcoin throwing on the pussy fit again? Yeah, but it's working its way back up.
Yeah.
Well,
I think Bitcoin is, it's kind of on the breakout side of this local trend on the 5-minute chart, this downtrend.
Right.
Let's see if it gets slammed back below it, dunked back under the wave.
I don't think it does, and if it does, or if it doesn't, then I don't think that change. It's like,
Yeah, look, it's showing signs of holding it on the 1 minute down here. Look. What are we at? 20 minutes past the hour.
come on, Asia. We all know that you love Doge. Don't act like you don't love Doge. We all know you do.
We got FOMC next week too. Oh, you know what's coming out? PPI. Soon, in a matter of just hours. Oh, look at Bitcoin. Come on.
Come on, Betty. We
A little tickle.
We need your help with it. We need some Bitcoin
Help.
sponsorship.
Help me, Bitcoin. You're my only hope.
You're my only hope.
Bitcoin, a new hope. The dollar strikes back. Return of the crypto.
Return of the Doge.
Return of the Dogecoin. Use the stop loss, Luke.
Don't force the trade. Trade the flips.
Yeah. We're cold, relatively speaking, for an Australian.
It's not like
Used to warm
75
weather.
degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, let's have a look. Let's see what go to that Zoom weather
Doge.
website.
I think it's just going to
and
get this 100x long.
I'll flip
Somebody
it
went
to
long on
Farron.
100x.
Let's go Farron.
That's what the problem is. Degens going long than 100x.
Temperature. Brisbane. 18 Celsius, 64 degrees Fahrenheit right now, where I'm at. It's kind of cold.
64?
Yep.
That's like perfect for me, dude. I want to move to Australia for the winter.
I really like 24 Celsius. I'm going to see where on earth is 24. Okay, let's see. Okay, Cleveland. Cleveland, Ohio is currently 24 Celsius. In Fahrenheit, that is 75. 75 is just like beautiful. Good weather. Just, it's not cold, it's not hot, it's just, you just don't notice the weather. It's just nice.
At that Cleveland rocks. Doge needs to bounce back above freaking 19,180 in the next 7 minutes.
Let's see.
Come on, Doge. I need you to work out for me. I need you to pump that wing.
Yeah. It's threatening. It's now in drawdown off that hypothetical. The battle is on, man. Could it swing low? As in swing fail that previous low?
Possible. What about those people that are like, your stop loss is my entry? You know what I mean? Your liquidation's my entry. Oh, good for you. A little bit of an inflection. Back into profit slightly.
Come on, Doge. You got 5 minutes to do 1/4%. Not even 1/5%. You can do 1/5% in 5 minutes. Come on. What are you, a pussy?
That's a little hammer right there. Dogecoin just printed in the previous minute. Little baby hammer.
Yeah,
because we're down on the 1 minute.
The funny thing is, we need
tail.
Bitcoin to go up, but we don't need Bitcoin dominance.
Are you long on Doge right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing a hypothetical long. Quai might be. Are you actually long on it?
Yeah, actually.
Quai? You actually? Like
I
literally?
thought you guys were bearish.
I am.
I am. I'm locally bearish, as in I think that we're correcting, and that is evident on like the 15-minute chart. I think it's justified to be, expecting downside, but it could turn. I don't know.
I'm just looking for a dead cat bounce.
Hey man, it's at
Well,
least you're not FOMOing into a green dragon. You know what I mean? You're not chasing the dragon, so to speak.
Yeah.
What's a
At
green
least you're
dragon?
hunting out. Well, okay, chasing the dragon's just an expression. Like, when you chase the dragon is like you get caught up in like something
I
spectacular.
thought
You know what I
chasing
mean?
the dragon was like an expression for doing heroin.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's because like it comes from like if
Let's look it
like
up.
the first time that you do heroin is always the best time, and every time after that it's not as good. But you try to do more and more to try to make it as good as the first time, and it's never as good. So that's what like you're chasing the dragon.
Or chasing a pot of gold is like another, like the end of the rainbow, because it's impossible.
Yes.
Don't go
Chasing
chasing
the
waterfalls. Please listen to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to.
chasing the end of the rainbow. What's the dashed line
Which dash line? On XRP?
on on Dbloc's chart?
Oh, I'm not sure.
It's like where Bitcoin's been hanging out. Beautiful singing, Drew. You should go
Thank you
pro.
very much. No autographs, please.
Oh, that was a double bottom from earlier that got lost.
You and Quad should start a band together and
We
go
had a band.
professional.
Yeah,
We
had a
didn't.
band
We
back in the
tried.
day.
Yeah, we didn't become professional. We tried though.
What is like a famous like duo?
Drew and Quai, or Quai and Drew.
Fallen Oats. Fallen Oats.
We were famous, but we didn't go professional.
What about
You
Simon
guys
and
should
Garfunkel?
We haven't gone professional yet. There's still a chance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
our
you
biggest
guys.
hit was Turnaround. I think that was probably the biggest hit.
Yeah, you guys should
Oh,
sing a song together, like a
We might
famous one.
maybe a
You need
Doja
to
session.
you need to cryptoify the lyrics. So like, don't go chasing profits.
Yeah,
Just
we
stick to
need
the
Doge to
stop
be
losses that you're used to or something. I don't know.
we need Doge to be ripping if we're gonna sing that one.
Oh yeah.
Here, we're gonna have to dip for Fly's birthday. Fly's looking for a fire sale. We're gonna have to give it to him.
He wasn't wrong. He was like, every time it's my birthday, there's bearish activity.
Isn't that crazy though? If you zoom out, we're here talking about bearish activity. Look at the weekly and the
Oh
monthly.
yeah, yeah. No,
At least on
there's
Bitcoin.
nothing wrong.
At least on
Yeah.
Bitcoin, but some of these also you zoom out and you start crying. It's like, what happened? I thought like we had community here. What's going on?
And moon.
Yeah, man. There's been people waiting since 2021 for something exciting to happen. I mean, at least
We got a
there
few
was like
little
a
good ones in 2024.
dude, Doge going to almost 50 cents in November. That was cool.
Yeah,
Can't deny that. That was
great.
cool.
That was great.
Because you came from the depths. You came out from, below 10 cents. That's 5x.
Yeah, I mean, if you count it
Whatever.
from 5 cents, then it's 10x.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh hell yeah. Yeah, that's even incredible on spot, let alone leverage.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, but you would have been mad to try to hold the leverage position on Doge for that long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took that trade on Doge in the first half of this bull cycle.
Yeah, Doge strings held it on spot the whole way.
Yep,
What
10
a
cents to
legend.
just under 45 cents.
And so did Randall.
Oh, good play, man. So you cashed out like near the high. That's really cool.
Yeah, and I got completely out and was on the sidelines until, like, I was thinking there would be a bit of a midpoint between, like, the first
like a
part of the bull
bounce.
run and the second. Like last bull cycle,
Yeah.
we had a big dip in between two halves of a bull cycle. So I was
Yeah.
hoping we'd get something like that, and was not expecting the liquidation event that we had, where alts like came down 50% in a day. That was wild, man.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, my account got liquidated that day.
Man, it's been brutal.
Yep. So that's
really,
where I
it
bought in
puts
for
you.
the second half of this cycle, and now I'm just waiting.
Waiting. I'm
You
waiting. I'm
really
scratching
get
my head. 60 Ethereum or 880,000 Doge? Which one's a better buy?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, man. Crypto is a hell of a train. Crypto is a hell of an education on trading. So, it's the rewards are nice, but the punishments are so brutal if you let them be.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Let's look at it this way, Drew. Doge is cheaper. Doge can do bigger percentage moves. Doge has a smaller market cap, and it has a limited supply, whereas Ethereum has an infinite supply. So take that for what it
Well,
is.
Doge is gonna. I mean, for an infinite time, Doge is still gonna be giving out supply, but it does have a cap per year.
It has a limited circulating supply.
Yeah, it's capped. I mean, it has a cap. A lot of people think it's unlimited. It's not technically unlimited. It's just that Doge can last forever, basically, which is a good thing.
Yeah, totally. That's a big misconception with Doge. Like, people think that there's just like a literally like infinite amount of Doge that's in the circulation right now, which is like totally wrong. There is a cap to how many can be mined every year.
And that can still give you a lot of buying pressure, especially with that amount of cap. And if the market grows, let's say if we get up to like $8 trillion, $9 trillion market cap within 2-3 years, that's gonna, that's with that kind of cap that Doge has, and if Doge stays in the top 10, you could see some nice shock supplies.
Yeah, man, I agree. I think I love Doge. I've traded it for years, and so I have nothing against it. But one thing that is, I guess, a bit concerning, and has you scratch your head a little bit, is the fact that Elon has not said a word about Dogecoin, Like, yeah, he said Doge a lot when he's talking about the Department of Government Efficiency, but the mention of
Yeah.
Dogecoin or any cryptocurrency for that matter in years has been non-existent.
Well, he did just retweet
Mm.
Brian Armstrong's tweet from Coinbase talking about Bitcoin taking over as a reserve
really?
currency. Yep.
That's
Like
pretty significant.
2 days ago, yeah, it was like basically saying, all right, if the government doesn't want to take care of stuff, I don't just if you look up Elon's last tweet, let me see if I could find the tweet. I had it up here.
I won't be lazy. I'll look it up.
But yeah, it was basically them saying that if nothing happens, Bitcoin is going to. Elon didn't say it, but he retweeted that if Bitcoin, keeps on doing what it's doing, and the government keeps on doing what they're doing, Bitcoin's going to become the reserve currency of the United States, basically. I couldn't believe he retweeted that. I was like, yeah, for real?
Those rejected my vlog, damn it. Come on. You get your ass back in the gear. Still moving forward.
Probably easier to find Brian's tweet than Elon's tweet. Let me see.
Yeah, Elon tweets so much that like anything will get lost in the sauce.
Yeah. Okay, here it goes. I found it. So Brian's tweet said, if the electorate doesn't hold Congress accountable to reducing the deficit and start paying down the debt, Bitcoin is going to take over as a reserve currency. I love Bitcoin, but a strong America is also super important for the world. We need to get our finances under control. And that was retweeted by Elon.
I mean, that sounds dope. I just don't know how they would accomplish that, like logistically. Shit, I almost fell down the stairs.
I was about to say, did you almost just eat it?
Yeah.
Well, they didn't say official reserve currency. It said as reserve currency. So it's worded out smart, So there's, Bitcoin is going to take over as reserve currency. So not official U.S. reserve currency or anything like that, but a reserve currency, informal currency for the United States.
Right. Yeah. And like it in a way, it is already a reserve currency. Like it's a store of wealth, digital gold. So yeah.
But we got to start finding some bearish talks. Get these prices a little lower so we can get a little fire sale going, and then start talking bullish.
You won't find any bearish talk from me, my friend.
Oh man, not even a little bit ounce of bearishness. Just something to get us down to like at least 102, 103.
I mean, sure. That's reasonable. Could happen.
Yeah, talking about. I'm just trying to speed it up. Rip off the Band-Aid real quick.
Is it bearish that guy who's been looking for his Bitcoin in the trash stopped?
Totally bearish.
12 years, man.
Well, no, that's actually bullish. That's good, because what if he found it? He would dump it on everyone. So it means it's missing forever. That's good. The less Bitcoin, the better for its price, I think, because it's finality,
$740 million in Bitcoin.
But does lack of a Bitcoin that was never on the order book really affect the price action? It's a philosophical question.
And I think the Elon Musk Dogecoin factor is so 2021. Like that's not a thing anymore.
Could be. I mean, he definitely like his stance was so like almost like he loved Doge. Like it was weird. His relationship with Doge.
I know he completely like dumped it. Like it's just.
Well, there was a lawsuit, if you guys remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was. But he won.
An ongoing theory that he's being suppressed with his ability to talk about Dogecoin, or maybe even any cryptocurrency for that matter.
I mean, I do got some theories, but I'm not going to say them until I get back in position.
Well, yeah, that X payment system thing, like that's been in the rumor mill for a long time. You know, we've been waiting for that to come to
Big
fruition.
push just happened on Doge.
I think the thing with Elon is like he says he talks pretty big and makes pretty large statements about stuff, and he eventually comes through with it just later than everyone expects. So my ongoing theory is that eventually he's going to come back around to interest in crypto. It's just not his main concern right now. Elon's been a busy boy.
Eco Bitcoin, a little bit of enthusiasm here. That's all we need.
Elon's been busy getting punched in the face.
I know, what the fuck, man. Like, that's so funny. Like, he's saying that his 5-year-old son. He told his 5-year-old son to punch him in the face. I call
that
bullshit.
was the Treasury Secretary, the Secretary of Treasury, sucker punched him after he shoved him like a rugby player.
What is this on video or something?
It's the talk of the town. So the guy, basically, the Secretary of Treasury, whatever, yes, Treasury. I don't know what his name is, but he started calling Elon's Doge program a fraud because, of course, Elon was kind of nitpicking what the Treasury was doing, and this was all at the White House during a meeting, and they started going back and forth like two little kids, and Elon was huffing and puffing. And he just went out the door, and on his way out the door, he's put down his shoulder really hard and like hockey checked this dude. You know, Elon's a big dude.
Oh yeah.
So Elon hockey checked this guy. I mean, Dbloc's theory is that Donald Trump got involved. I don't know, but anyways, the talk of the town is that there was a big scuffle in that room, and that first he started out shouting, and then there were some haymakers thrown. And I guess maybe if a punch got landed on Elon somehow, and then everyone dispersed.
Wow.
It's weird. It happened right after their secret agents got caught fighting in front of Obama's house.
That's too funny, man. What kind of world are we living in?
But I don't know if there's probably is footage if it happened in the White House. I mean, security got it, or someone's got the footage of whatever happened. Steve Bannon said, I don't know if he was. I don't think he was there, but it seems like he's one of the ones spreading a lot of the fight thing.
That's craziness.
I mean, his kid's not going to give him a black. I like that. That was not a little kid giving. It's like that was a shot.
No
right?
way. Man, that is so funny. I can't wait to tell my wife about that.
Yeah, just look it up, and there's just some pretty interesting, I mean, some reputable outlets that have, they already document. They don't have any proof. I guess it's still he say, she say. But I don't know.
I mean, I honestly can't say I would put it past either one of them.
Well, his shiner's on his right eye, and Donald Trump's a lefty, so that makes sense. Because I was thinking someone with a right hook or right jab is going to give someone on their left eye socket. Usually, it's hard to give a shiner on the other eye, so especially on the outside of that, of the eye. And that's what me and Dbloc were talking about. Like, yo, did Donald Trump just sucker punch Elon?
Man, y'all have already gone deep in your analysis of this whole thing.
Yeah, because Donald Trump's a lefty, man.
That's right.
All right, Bitcoin's testing this little local area. I think we might have to dippity-doot on this next 15-minute candle coming up in 2 minutes. That's my bet. I'll be right back. I'll see you guys at 97,500.
Oh, what happened to Rick? He's a goner. Damn.
Or nor.
Oh, nerd. Bitcoin. I'm killing the vibe all the time.
Little Smokey says Drew is so spicy.
Yes, spicy. That's a spicy meatball. Ugh. Silly little dog's gonna have me up all night watching. Congratulations, Doge. You've officially stolen my soul. Hope you're proud of yourself.
That's good, Joe. I'm just getting back in. Give me a second. What's going on, yo?
Big cells coming in. Big cells coming in. Watch out.
1000% coincidence, guys. I just sat down. Swear, it
Oh,
had nothing to do with me at all.
Oh, my bad. I didn't even know I couldn't even hear no one. I had everyone on mute. My bad if I cut someone off.
Nah, it was quiet. So now, or at least right now when I got on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
we're
saw
all just watching.
There was an abnormal small amount of time from between when I drew that arrow and when it played out, yes, but that is just a coincidence.
No, we know it's not just a coincidence. It goes deeper than that.
I'm never going to beat the allegations anyway, so it don't matter.
Interesting. Dom's going down with this dump. This is weird.
Can this take us to CME?
We've got a couple of steps left to go. We've got to get down to the psychological ranges first, but yeah, CME will be right underneath that. We're basically at that first high volume node that we were talking about earlier today. Next bit of support is going to be our uptrend at 107.257. Be right back. Give me a second.
Sometimes you gotta buy the blood in the streets, even if it's your blood.
What happened?
Sometimes you gotta buy the blood in the streets, even if it's your blood. Like buy the dip.
Gotta wait till you see the white of their eyes, though.
See, straight down, straight up. We'll see.
Straight down, straight down, straight down one more time, then straight down one last time, and then straight.
And then straight down.
There's a couple of bearish patterns, Sean. But you don't really need it. You would just create another bear flag here, and that would take you down. But if you wanted to look for something more macro, you've got you've got a giant M pattern here.
The cat ears.
Right?
Turbo J here.
Yeah. I'm here for the end.
That would take us right down into our vector.
Ooh, bit of a correction. Oh yeah.
How much you got? When I was trend line. 106.
You guys are not allowed to act surprised until we run out of arrows. Okay?
Wait, man. We're fighting it hard. How was the stock market today? I mean, how was that news today?
Good. Came in good. We got a tiny little pump, but it just wasn't enough to get above supply. Whenever you do a correction to pick up liquidity to get above a supply that you can't get, chances are you're not going to make it above that supply without grabbing that liquidity. There wasn't enough FOMO off of those numbers. We retested it, right? CPI numbers came in here, came in good, gave us enough hype to sort of retest it. But once that failed, then what you had is the motivation of this range being gone. The motivation of this range was CPI numbers are in a week. So then you're just waiting.
PPI now too, huh?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah.
But for the most part, when it's an event that has the market stagnant and that event happens, then the natural course of the market sort of takes over. Natural course is the retracement in this point.
Yeah. The ES futures S&P. Nothing dramatic, nothing too crazy.
I've honestly stopped looking at legacy for correlation when it comes to Bitcoin. I'm watching for other reasons. But yeah, we're moving on our own. The tariffs really decorrelated us, in my opinion. Because the markets are run by the trade war right now is what's really moving the market up and down. And that has little to no effect on us. Literally the only effect it has on us is the correlation that people expect.
Through inflation.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just we don't got to go to 100 no more. You're thinking
we did that already.
Than that. Yeah, we're done with that. So what now? 105.
CME gap.
Too high. Oh, okay. What was that?
High 104s, low 105s. Again, this could very easily get front run as well. So a good spot for it to get front run would be right here at 168, which is the resistance that we broke out of, right? We were stuck underneath that for the longest. SR flip.
You said 106?
106.8, yeah. The problem with 106.8 is it does give us two of our measured moves, but the problem with 106.8 is it leaves us on top of a huge vector. Inside the vector is the psychological range. The vector is full of liquidity, and there's the CME gap underneath. At some point, it gets to the point that you gotta, recognize the danger when you see it.
Well, at least it's going somewhere decisively for the moment, That's good.
Exactly.
It's not
So
always
tired of these
zigging
ranges.
around, zigging, zagging. Yeah. Just the grinding is just, it's good to get results.
Macro. So if we take this entire move just from what we took off from, remember we're still breaking out of this bull flag on the macro for Bitcoin. This is a retest that we're looking for that would bring us down to like 106, 107. If we get that, drop down to CPI, then it'll be a little bit lower. But this is why I say that there's a decent chance that this gets front run, or at least that they make an attempt to, because the 50 EMA on the 4 hours sitting right at 107, and so is our retest for the bear flag. I mean for the bull flag. And if we come back to the chart, right, that's basically the end of our arrow, that major support, that uptrend. Like this is all 107 area. Actually, 107 is exactly the uptrend. We're just slightly missing it. So there's two chances here. One, we catch here. And then that would be a bullish retest of the bull flag that we broke out of on the 4 hour. Right? Or it comes down to that CPI. I mean to the CME, sorry. 104.8. And then that brings us back down into the range, and this ends up just being a double top. We basically double topped off of that dead cat bounce, which is why I had the that's why I had this line here. So we'll see what we get.
Hopefully we can get it real quick. That way it doesn't hold.
Hopefully we can get it quick. So what I don't want is for this drop, and we're sort of seeing it already, is for this drop on Bitcoin to take long, right? If this takes a week and we got to spend a week of it coming down 1 or 2% and dominance pushing up, the alts are going to end up getting slapped for a longer period of time. Right, 1% down on the alts with Dom going up is like 2%, 3% down, 4% down. On the alts, I mean BTC, 1% down on BTC is like 3-4% down on the alts if Dom is going up while it happens. You don't want your alt to sit through 3, 4, 5 days of that. You know what I mean? That's why I want to get it done quick.
Yeah, me too. Let's close my little short out and then back to the plan. Thought I brought a tea up here. Oh, there it is. Hopefully we can get some action tonight. You know, stupid sideways.
I know it's
chop crap.
crazy. You remember when we dropped down through all of this, right? And we made that full recovery. And we were like, damn, can you believe that it pumped so hard? And we just got right back up to that full recovery? Like, that's crazy. Right? It was such a long way. Look at what we've done since then.
Damn.
Okay? Doesn't feel like it because we're living through it, right? But when you go back and look, it's like, bro, like we almost had a 2x what the damn V-shaped recovery was. More than that. Right? The V-shaped recovery that made everybody think that the bull market was back was what, 4%, 3%? Since then, we racked
What
up
is that?
another 7%, 6%.
So 7 plus 4, 11%.
Yeah.
From the top to the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, damn. Not
But
bad.
people still waiting for a retracement.
Nah. Just trading. Waiting for a retracement, dude. What else, 6 or 5? Get up out of there. It's gonna be a wick. I better put my salt order in. Let me see where I'll put it at. About 106 on the dot. Nah, 106, 100. Yeah. And it'll probably go to 105. Oh, well, that's fine. I don't want to risk it. All right, come back up to my entry and do nothing. Let's see. Take profit. Go.
A little crazy. So if you take a, excuse me, if you take a fib extension, I'm sorry, my throat's been killing me. If you take a fib extension of this move, just because, you know, we're going into price discovery, so at some point you've got to figure out what are the possibilities here. Take a fib extension from that low, from 49 to all-time high, back to 74. And it gives us, we just hit our 0618. So we're getting resistance from 1618 at 170. It's kind of crazy. I don't read too much into that. It's interesting. It's nuts to even see the fib extensions going that high. But I'll show you what how our fibs have played out, how our fib extensions have played out from the beginning. So if you take your first fib extension, so that's the fib extension you would have pulled from the beginning of the run, right, from the first retracement. Gave you a slight hiccup, right? This is that range that never came back and retested. Like if you look at on the daily, this green vector never got taken back. We came up, caught up on the 1618, popped up to the 2618, couldn't hold it, wicked all the way back down to that 1618. And then when we got back up to the 2618, held it as support, and that's when we made the move. Went right through the 3618, 4618, failed to hit 5618, held to consolidate, well, consolidated at the 4618, came back down to the 3618. And our 6618, so our final fib extension will be hit on this breakout of this pattern. And then we'll have run a full fib extension from the bottom. All that means is that you have to take another fib extension at that point. So you wouldn't do what I just did and take the fib extension from the very top, right? They give you that 555,000. What you would do is you would take it from the next level. There, this one, back to there. So we'd be waiting to hit 1618 somewhere around 140, 145, which makes sense. Plus a blow off top, and that's all I'm really looking for from Bitcoin. That's enough for me. Now, some people.
So when is it?
Oh,
my bad.
No, you're good. Just for a second, looking at the macro on the fib extension, right? If we look at the monthly, that last hit that we had, that drop that held us up, was locking in the top of that fib extension. Yeah, we didn't get that full sort of fib move until this year, and this is 2 bull markets worth of time. Yeah, we're running out of time, Wall, but it's slow at first and then all at once. That's how these things usually play out. Remember, what we're talking about is a bubble popping, right? And bubbles don't pop like in slow motion. Like when bubbles pop, it's a huge influx all at once. Way too fast to sustain, and then it goes pop.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
So let's say when the time comes up there at the top, when you feel like it's time to start scaling out. Is that when the Bitcoin dominance finally comes down?
No, mine's gonna be time based. I don't care what anything else is doing. September, October, November. I mean, August, September, October. I'm starting to scale out. By November, I'm making hardcore decisions about any runners or any sort of, double dipping that I want to do. But dominance doesn't start to dominance doesn't start to recover until around the bottom of the bear market. When you see dominance start to recover, it's time to, like, from dropping, I mean. When you see dominance as low as it's going to get and it starts to recover, that's when you start to get out of stables and go into Bitcoin.
Interesting. Because there's a guy I know that's been saying that the altcoin season had happened back last year in December.
We had altcoin runs.
Yeah,
but...
I said that was basically it, and everything is basically becoming less and less from the last 3 times it's happened. Till this time, it's going to be even less. And that
he's blaming it on diminishing returns. It's not diminishing returns fault. It's the fault of QE versus QT. We were in QT, so there's no extra money for the fun shit. There is diminishing returns on Bitcoin's tops and bottoms, but there's no diminishing returns on people's will to degen, and that's what we're really talking about. The parabolic move at the end comes from everybody's main positions, Bitcoin positions being so high, ETH positions being so high that they're cash rich, right? They've got that wealth effect.
Okay.
And now they want to gamble and buy this and buy that and buy the other thing.
Okay. And that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. So let's say hypothetically Bitcoin does, what is it, 130,000? Is that the number you're looking at? I know it's time based, but
I'm looking at 150. I think we'll get to 150 by October. I mean, we could very well get there before, but my point is I'm not taking profit just because we got to 150. The dominating factor is the time. Yeah.
Right. So, but let's just say the time comes and it's 150 at that time. Just say, let's just say that does happen. Not saying it does. So then at that point, okay, now they're cash rich. Are they buying alts now?
No, that happens before. I said I'm taking profits. Okay. Yeah, I said I'm taking profits August, September, October. That means when I go taking those profits, if there's alts running, I'm 1,000% putting it in whatever's running. I'm just taking profits off of my longer trades. So as people go selling into the top of the bull market, they go a little riskier with that money,
Okay.
You got to be careful though. That's a spooky game to be playing.
Dbloc, so what you just said is
stuck in that game, maybe.
Dbloc, what you just said is you'll be taking money off your long-term portfolio and you'll be day trading alts, correct?
Yeah, I mean, once I take profit from at the top, I'm day trading until the bottom of the bear market, except for maybe 1 or 2 long trades. So it's like people are like, "Oh, what if we super cycle?" Blah blah blah. Well, okay, cool. If we super cycle, cool. I got a bag full of money that I just got from the top of the bull market. Let's play. People act like if you take profit, the money disappears or something. Like you can't change your mind in 1 minute and put it back in. I just rather err on the side of history and then look for evidence that this time is different instead of just putting all my chips in that basket,
Yeah, I hear you.
So September-ish.
Yeah, we have to wait to get a little closer and see what's going on time-wise, but it's dynamic. But that's my rough draft of a plan so far.
That's what I'm just trying to start figuring it out before it's too late. Appreciate it.
But no, people like us are already in alts at that time. Right? Like
Oh yeah.
So what happens with us is like we already bought it low. It's already going up. Everything's been going up with Bitcoin. And then you start getting these blow off tops on your alts. And you're like, damn, like these big inflows where you just like, it just goes. You're like, where'd that come from? Probably came from somebody taking some profit on ETH and then buying an ERC20, or taking some profit on Bitcoin and then buying lower, you know. Or the news has gotten so hype and everybody's starting to come in, retail starting to come in, and now they're starting to buy your tops.
I think it's starting to happen. I got random people hit me up like, should I get in now? Should I get in now?
What I'm trying to figure out is the returns. Are they? I know, like the other guy said, the diminishing and all that, but I mean, if that's not legit,
No, there's there's obviously diminishing returns. Like, think of the first bull market. The second bull market got you less money than the first bull market. The third bull market got you less money than the second bull market. But that's because it was like 1,000,000% in the first bull. You know what I mean? Like as Bitcoin gets big and fat, it's not gonna do 30x from here anymore. You know?
well, I'm talking about the altcoin runs.
But it's the same. It's the same sort of thing. Are you talking about like XRP that's big and fat, and is he talking about diminishing returns on that, or is he talking about?
No, I'm talking about all of altcoins, everything.
But that's what I mean. You got to look at them. You got to look at them different. Some old cycle coins, which is why I don't really like old cycle coins, unless they're the shit, unless they're like cream of the crop, they're gonna have a diminishing return off their last year's returns. Right? Doge is gonna get less percentage than it got last bull market. And next bull market is going to get less percentage than it got this bull market. The trick is to know when to get off the, you know what I mean, when to get off the train. But altogether, it's hard to judge it altogether because it doesn't work like that. As long as we have rates coming down and there's a wealth effect with people taking profits and there's some sort of QE or as long as risk on, right? As long as people are willing to risk, alts are always going to move. The question is which ones. It's not going to be like 2021 because there's no quantitative easing, right? Everybody was rich. They had all the money in the world and there was money pouring in and the Fed was printing. And so, of course, every alt that you looked at went absolutely crazy. Now, does that mean that the diminishing returns as a whole, right? Like, let's look at others. Does it mean that the diminishing return on others is less because that diminishing return is baked in? No, it's just because of the monetary policy. So next cycle, when QE is going full blast again, because they've got to fill back the coffers and they've got to, then alts are going to perform similarly to how they did the last time that QE. Right? We can only compare QT alt run to another QT alt run.
I understand, but I'm just saying, just to put a number out there in general, all of crypto excluding Bitcoin, Ethereum, and stable coins.
Yeah, so like the others.
Compared to the last altcoin run that happened before, where you said before the blow off top, that run that would be coming would probably not be as big as the one that happened last time.
Yeah, but I've been saying that. The one that happened last time is absolutely ridiculous, though. You'd be lucky to get
the most recent one.
No, it's cycle to cycle. It's not like diminishing returns, like from pump to pump. You know what I mean? It's diminishing returns from cycle to cycle. Meaning during the next bull market, it'll be a less percent. It doesn't mean that, if your coin went up 40%, it's only going to go up 30% now because it just went up 40. The market cap has to get fat for that to take place, right? Market cap has to get big and fat. Then you need to come down in the bear market and you need to have a ton of underwater holders, right? History that you've got to fight back for. Those are the things that keep the price, that give you a sort of insured diminished return. You remember down at the beginning when I said new cycle coins. New cycle coins have no underwater holders. They've got low market caps. They're at the beginning of their lifespans. Now that we're at the end of the bull market, though, I'm not saying that. I'm saying we've had a full bull market for these coins to prove themselves, which ones have done their job. Even if they haven't run narrative for a while, when their narrative came, when their turn came, which ones stood up and proved it? Those are the ones that'll do it again. It's not the time to be going to, you know what I mean? It's different than in the beginning of the bull market where I'm trying to find something that's at $2 million market cap, super low valuation, because it has all the time in the world to prove itself. We don't have a lot of time. And retail has to be able to come in and buy this shit, right? Which means if it's not on Robinhood, if it's not on Coinbase, if it's not on Crypto.com, if it's not on Kraken, they're probably not going to touch it. I'll be right back.
And that's what I thought. This move is supposed to happen at the end, September or whatever. So why in the hell is this dude saying that it happened already back in last December? That's what I was like, what the hell are you talking about? That doesn't fit the time frame. But yeah, I hear why you say it. We just tried to put one and two together. This fucking guy.
Yo, Dbloc, it got me thinking when you said retail has to come and buy it. What if retail has no money left?
And it all kind of feels like that, doesn't it?
Because like retail hasn't really gotten paid in a minute, right? Like if you think about it, like
Hell nah.
if they got in like unless they took profits at the top, which I don't think a lot did, but I don't think anyone thought that was the top in December.
Last year in December, exactly that range. That's what that guy's saying. That was the move, but that can't be the move because the move's not supposed to happen until before the end of this thing, which we're waiting on later on this year. But that's what it is. Just trying to make sense of it. But that helped out a lot right there because now I'm kind of looking at this run coming up around that time, and I'll just be paying attention. Hopefully, I can recover a good amount of my funds. And then I will become a day trader. Mm-hmm.
ETH is really trying to hold this 2750.
Yeah, they've been doing this. Keep on pump faking this dump. It's not a big dump or whatever. Retrace to 105.6, whatever the hell. Go ahead. And I'm going to pivot right after I get out of my short right there. We'll go long. Then hopefully after that, I could take the damn thing up to that 120 or whatever up there. New all-time high, whatever. Maybe this time it'll go through it.
Yeah, there's a chance 107 holds.
I know, but then I'll get stopped out of my short. Oh no, actually, I'll be in the profits of 107. I take it back. I'm like a 109 almost. Yeah, I'll make something there if it holds there, but I'll be watching. I already set it for 106, 100. There, get me up out of there. Then if it does what I think, and then the wick down to that reversal. It's gonna have to be quick. They'll probably do it early in the morning while I'm laying in the bed like usual. Immediately pivot, bam, long. If it's 107, damn, we're almost there anyway. But, but I mean, I'm going with off of what he's saying. There's too much down there. Not that it has to happen, of course. But CME, you know, the trend lines down there.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about it.
It's like perfectly healthy to come there and just go back up like it did before. And it came down to 100 and nobody wanted to deal with it. It was a good trade. It helped me. I didn't short all the way down to 100, but I had done shorts from like 111,400 before that moved down to that 100,000, and then another short like at 100 and I think 8,000. I don't remember. I have to go look, but that was another good one. I can get this one. Now, I did have some longs, I only did short, just for side trades. And get that 100,000 came up. Like I didn't get right in, but I did eventually. What was that? So many damn trades, it's hard to remember. I think it was 104 or something. Oh no, that's what I did. I went and bought my alt back. That's what I did. I got out of my alt and then I bought it back down there for less. And I'm still in it. And now just doing this trade here. So I don't think I'm gonna come back down there. This Bitcoin trade, get out the short, get back long on the Bitcoin. This time I'm gonna get long on Bitcoin instead of adding to my alt. Which I should probably just do all Bitcoin, huh? Well, too late. Guess I could think about it. Nah, Bitcoin on leverage. The alt spot. In case they try to pull some crazy altcoin rip up and nobody sees it coming. Big if. But it's if I can't afford to miss. Keep it right there. Buy some more. So hopefully by the time September rolls around, I have the whole truck loaded up. I'll be able to back it up and unload it. Go straight into stable. And play the game. and never touch an alt again until Bitcoin dominance is completely deflated. Well, day trading. I had Bitcoin. Get your butt down there and finish this up. But I tell you what, I won't mind if it comes up though, because if it comes up, I'm going to add to my short. I'm a little light. I want to add. Come up there. Let me back in. 108. Feel pretty good about it at that point. When I flip long, I want to hopefully I can catch some of them bottoms.
I don't feel good long in there. I mean, just doesn't feel right.
It doesn't feel right longing.
Yeah, like the way it's dropping is it doesn't look good, honestly. I mean, with this TME gap that is below us, I just checked the value area, like the value area thing now, and the point of control is at the CME. So if we get any push lower, I don't think it's gonna hold. Like, well, we'll see what happens. Well,
That's
I
fine.
won't close my anytime soon.
Oh, you have a
I'm not
short or
gonna.
a long?
Yeah, I have a short currently from daily open
Okay.
yesterday.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll be all right. Watch it. You know, comes up to your entry. And it's kind of
From
rush the
110.
bell. Unless they pull some crazy stuff and some God candle comes out and polishes
Exactly.
us off. I will be screwed. Well, I won't be screwed because I only put 200 to 300 in my leverage position, my leverage account, futures account.
I don't even like this doji candle that formed yesterday. This bullish engulfing candle on the daily. It looks very bad.
It's fine. They don't make it look bad because I don't think they'll go down too much. Let's see if
We'll
they can
see what
break
happens at 107.
Yeah, let's see. 107. They can give us 105. That'll be perfect. That's up to you if you want to. When I short, I never hold my short long enough.
Really?
Yeah, I'd always let them go too soon.
You know, when price go up, it goes slowly, but when it comes down with speed. So most people tend to like hold their shot.
Yeah, that's why I will be closing it with speed.
You know, the only thing bullish to me, that Bitcoin's drop. Yeah, it seems like it wants to go lower, but then ETH and Solana look pretty strong, like really strong. They're trying to hold their own.
It's fine. Good. It's just a short little short. It's not nothing to. Everybody's bullish here, I think. We're all looking for that Big run off top. Just not really much to talk about when you say I'm in some spot positions and I'm hodling them. I'm just hoping that this thing goes. Hurry up. They come up, man, at 108 again. I'm adding. Let's see what the dominant's doing. It's doing some type of little bull flag up there.
I guess naturally,
Mm-hmm.
the next thing to do, the next natural course of action is to find where the pivot will come in, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's sometime in the next, 6 hours or 6 days, I don't know, man. We'll find out.
I'm guessing it's going to be in the morning US time.
Yeah, maybe this PPI data will help, turn things around.
To the upside?
Yeah, hopefully. I'm a bull. Like, so I want to see the rest of this cycle play out,
Yeah, me too. I'm just doing a little trade.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's fine. Yeah. Anything that's short-term swings and all that, that's sweet. You can do longs and shorts. There's opportunities for both. Yeah.
I don't my spot. I just accumulate it and do nothing. But when I trade both ways.
Yep.
So I just want with 105, 106 is what I want, and then I'm going to pivot and go along from there.
Yeah.
So see if I
just
can
looking
get
at the whole the Elon Trump like tantrum sell-off that was V-shaped recovered.
Weird to me.
Yeah, if you take that low to the top, the 0.5 is 105,450. So that'd be a nice
I don't
bet.
really believe that whole narrative with them.
It's strange, but I mean, the market still reacted the way it did. That's all that matters, is just how the market,
it doesn't really matter what we think. It just matters what happens.
We needed that test of 100 anyway, regardless of what it came out of the news, But it's kind of like the market waits for a reason to achieve a goal. If the reason doesn't come, it'll achieve it anyway, like in time. But it is nice when there's like something to get it happening, like get the goal resolved or get the sooner, so that you can get on with it, get on with the next phase or chapter or whatever.
They always find a way, don't they?
Yep. So whatever, if this correction, like if they want to take it down to 105, for example, 105K, just naturally it might take some time because demand may step in and keep it elevated longer, and it might take a longer time to grind down. Whereas if something catalyzes like a sell, you can go and achieve that 105 like quicker, and then and then check that box, and then pivot, and then come back up. But I mean, it's moving down fairly quick. It's not. At least it's the last couple of hours has been a good progression backwards. Progress backwards. Yeah.
That's fine. We're just gonna get it over with, and we can go back up.
Yeah. I would like that.
We both know this thing can't just go up only. It just result in a big ass reversal downside.
Yep. I like rallies, or should I say trends? Something that trends, whether down or up, it doesn't matter, but just something that's going somewhere rather than being stuck in a rectangle.
Yeah. I'm about to do a nice leverage long when I get to that spot.
You just do Bitcoin, or?
Mainly, unless I see something that's really horrible to short. There's nothing really to talk about unless you want to talk about hodling and accumulating. That's boring.
Yeah, that's right.
So I'll talk about futures, and what I'll do is I'll predominantly trade Bitcoin unless I see. Let's go look right now. Yeah, I'll go look and see what's up. If I see some crazy coin that's a total joke and it's up 200% because it just got listed, or I'll probably go short. Just too easy. It's easier than finding something that's new to long. They usually don't let you get in. You got to do that on a DEX or something, unless you're going to go to the DEX and you're like, no. That's hard. It's easier to get it after it's already up there and it's getting listed on another exchange, and you know that they're going to take their profits.
Yeah. What is it, like midnight on the east?
Yeah, yep. 11 Midwest.
Yeah.
Phone's dying. I'll be right back.
All right.
Man, Bitcoin won't let him go. You can tell Solana wants to go. It wants to go. Yeah, there's PPI tomorrow, and then there's a 30-year bond auction that Bloomberg keeps talking about. That it's gonna be one to watch.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. This is what is disappointing. Because I only use it coins. It's coming down low. Exit, I need to exit, bro. Cliff. It's looking dangerous. 12, 50%, then use that 50% somewhere else. Don't. Could have been fine. Yoksa şimdi?
Nereden sikitizeme muy selecta. Musta se ardu más ya.
Yeah.
Ne kram sabos bu motor. Muy bu makar kuhane ta khazo a letar nera.
Yeah, asla startup.
Nesa na prepaga kuch ke hamal ne krawan.
Anybody awake?
I am.
Okay. Looks like China market is down. A lot of this has to do with Iraq. Might be a bloody day tomorrow. Israelis might bomb the nuclear facilities of Iran because they're not agreeing to decrease the enrichment of uranium.
I didn't get to work much today.
It's not looking good for tomorrow.
Oh well.
We'll see.
Figure it out.
Yeah, it looks like the talks with China went well.
That's good.
Uh-huh.
Need to find us a banger tomorrow, even if it's something that looks like it's dumping. I'll buy a put.
Right. Yeah, there you go. I don't think we're going to see massive unless there is an Israeli bombing and we kind of look the other way against Iraq.
Man, what's up with that pony, dude?
Pony? Is it moving?
Man, it's down to 13. I might have went down to 12.
Yeah.
It was hanging around 20.
Yep, it was at one time.
I don't understand that.
Really not doing anything because they're not doing anything. There's too many AI companies.
That's a good point.
I mean, look at C3 AI. That was $100. Now it's like 50 cents.
Yeah. Yeah, I use that chat GPT all the time, man.
Yeah, that went down today.
Did it?
Yep. You cannot rely on this. This AI is just. People are getting. It's basically what they're called hallucinating AI. Is that it's giving you the wrong answers. It's not flawless by a long shot.
Yeah, I asked it to take me to a Capital One bank on Florida Boulevard downtown. It's like 6 miles from my house. It was taking me the other way on Florida Boulevard. Then I said, well, shit, I think there's one right over here. And I said, Google, where's the closest Capital One? I said, oh, shit, there it is right there.
Yeah.
She told me,
I had that.
She said, like
I had
6
a
miles.
delivery.
Another one I'm pulling in.
Yep. I had a delivery today that it gave me the incorrect directions. I encounter that every few days, an incorrect where the address that it's going to is not the same as the one I plugged in.
Yep.
Nothing's flawless.
People do have some certain circumstances that there's a reason maps can't find it. But.
Yeah, actually, that road has a lot of problems. There is actually a road that has totally disappeared from Google search that you have to know where it is.
My house, man, I've been here 23 years, but this was a newer subdivision way back then, and when all that came out, man, it didn't even recognize this road because it was brand new, you know.
Right. Yep.
Found no Google Earth though.
Yep. Well, it can only be so accurate. You can only put so much money into that stuff. It doesn't pay for itself.
Yeah, especially when it's free.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, it's I'm home already by 1 o'clock, so it's too late. It's too early for me to stay up till the breaking pre-market. So I'm going to get some rest, and I'll probably wake up at 4 or 5 o'clock.
All right, buddy.
Okay, have a good night.
You too, man.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Yeah, so C3 AI is not at 50 cents, it's at $24. But if anybody knows anywhere that I can buy it for 50 cents, please let me know.
Yeah, I didn't know what he was talking about. What is that? Is that a AI app?
It's a stock, yeah.
So
They're a
it's
software company.
that's what we do together. So I guess I should have known that. $24 bones. So has it gone down? Or was it at 40 or something? Or
It was over 100 when it first came out. It was at like 140.
yeah.
But it came down to like for like the past like 2 years, I want to say. Came down quite a bit. No longer than that. All right, so its high was December of 2020 at 161. Was at 44 in June of 2023. It was at
You
40
guys are you guys are
in
so
December
quiet.
of 2024.
You guys are so quiet. The YouTube chat is like, how and why are there people speaking from nowhere? Because
Y'all could hear it?
Well, maybe they need to turn their volume up.
I think there must be something with the sound. Like on my TV, it was like it was so faint. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
YouTube doesn't care about me anyway. All they do is troll me.
They just don't like your big personality.
Oh, it's huge. They're so jealous.
Huge.
How big it is.
How big it is. Went right over your head.
Do you think we're bouncing? Sorry to interrupt. I don't know what you were talking about.
It went right over her head. See it? Well, we were just talking about it. Clive came on there and mentioned something about a stop. Said it went down to 50 cents.
What stock?
That
C3 AI, but he's freaking senile because it didn't do that ever. or he's thinking of something else.
What stock?
He said it was C3 AI, but that stock never did that. So he's either thinking of something else or he's having an episode.
I didn't hear that. I don't follow that stock.
You're having serious volume issue. So that's what it sounds like to me.
I just turned it on and it was like really quiet voices and I was like, what is happening?
But you hear us now?
Like, well, I just got on Discord because I couldn't hear on YouTube.
Oh,
And then it was you guys.
Dbloc must have done that. Cause I hear you.
I don't think it's you guys specifically because you're both like the same amount of quiet.
Same amount of quiet.
Like you both are like.
I understand. It's just funny.
Oh wait, maybe my volume was really low. I don't know. I just checked it again and I can hear it now. I don't know what was going on, but when I switched it from like another channel, it was like so quiet.
So if I mess with
So
my Discord volume, does it affect with my microphone, my voice? Like if I turn it down so I don't hear people? Does it affect them hearing me?
If you change your input volume.
Yeah, I mean, but that shouldn't affect my voice going through the mic, right? If I make them quieter, it should make me quieter. Because you got to input output.
Oh no, and it just makes them quieter.
I had a rough couple nights. I got a trade on gun, man. 2 nights ago, I stayed up all night. Someone chasing me around. And last night happened again.
I wonder if this is gonna hold. It bounced right on the support at 107.3. I mean, looks decent.
A couple things telling me we're going to get a bounce here. I don't know if it's going to be for good, but I think it's going to be a healthy bounce. Which I was up a minute, about 40%. Now I'm down to 1. Maybe that was the bounce. That ain't no cut. I need 400. What you been trading?
What?
What you been trading?
I was. I forgot. I forgot. I shorted something earlier today. Well, I just shorted like Bitcoin.
You on?
Hmm.
You on payment? We
Mexi.
We at? Oh, yo. Is Bitcoin on there? Not really.
Probably. Like everything is. Oh, I also shorted Cardano earlier today, and that went pretty well.
Not to be. I'm not being silly. Bitcoin. I chased it all the way up to 60 cents. This is 17, and it's fixing to friggin'.
Yeah. It's even on perpetuals on Mexi.
Okay, that's what I was asking because it was on WeX. They just liquidated me the other night. I hadn't put no more money over it. They fuck me every time I play.
This is a volatile coin.
Yeah, when you got greedy goddamn makers up there fucking trying to get every penny from everybody. I don't care if you listen to Clive because it's true. I watch them do it. I take a position with high leverage and they turn the fucking green candle red and come straight down. Right when it's supposed to be breaking out.
YouTube. And
He said he was a market maker. I'm like, yeah, you were a market maker in the stock market. You work 8 to 5 and you go out there and you provide liquidity where you're supposed to. These guys are, they're providing liquidity by fucking wrecking us.
Can you hear me?
Language.
Now you're low. Oh shit, that's sorry. Forget I was on
Few
that.
times.
They can't hear me anyway.
I think they can. Nobody said anything about low mics.
Yeah, I
There
think
was
they
an
can hear
open
you
mic
now.
earlier, and that's what they were talking about with the people.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay. Maybe it was just my volume.
Yeah, it was an open mic with a couple people who were talking to each other.
We the people.
All right, well, I'm heading home. Good night.
You going to bed?
I'm going home. I'm going to get in bed and
you
relax
been?
for a little while.
Good deal.
I've been fantastic. How have you been?
Working on all this shit, trying to get it figured out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an eternal struggle.
It is. There's some smart people that came up with this shit now.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm heading out. I'll be on
All right.
On YouTube in a little bit. Have a good night.
Night. Are you gonna do what you say you're gonna do? Low, 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 low. I forgot we were on here. We couldn't cut.
Wow, just not even any dead cat bounces. Any small little rally just gets taken right back. Crazy. But there's a lot of short building up, so I'm expecting a violent move to the upside.
I jumped in this Mudang because it's got it's got two violet vector candles and a couple of huge red ones. Man, if it pops, it might clear them all at once.
Yeah, it's probably going to be pretty fast and violent while people are sleeping. That would be my guess.
Looks like it's still kind of moving down.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think they're just trying to get more people to short.
Stuff's pretty low to be short, huh?
Actually, it's going to flip. Yeah, but I mean, when you look at it, you're like, oh man, this is just only going down. How can I make money off of this? It just keeps going down. And you start trying to short. And as soon as you start trying to short, is when they start going for short liquidations instead of long liquidations. But yeah, I agree. Good shorting opportunities are over. For now. Need a bounce. You need a good bounce to get a good short. But all it's been doing is just falling through support. It's not going to like back test the previous support as resistance or anything like
Yeah,
that.
there's some bullish news. U.S.
Falling.
Iran nuclear talks to be held in Muscat on Sunday.
That's bullish.
I mean, what's Muscat?
I don't know. Some sort of old-fashioned gun.
It's like a city.
It's the capital of Oman.
It seems to be bullish. It sounded like talks were kind of off, and now they're saying gonna have talks on Sunday.
What are they gonna say? Hey, guys, want to stop blowing each other up? Let's put a 30-day pause on it. No, you know what? We'll do a 90-day pause.
90 day. Let's do 9. Let's keep it always 90.
Do a 90-day pause on blowing each other up. Do you think Bitcoin should go back to retest 109? It did kind of bearish retested. I don't know. There's like it just keeps dropping support. No bearish retests. Been down all day. It breaks this ascending channel. It's been in since this morning. It's gonna be a swift kick in the ass to all the people shorting and didn't take profit.
Some alts had kind of a strong bounce. Didn't last.
Got so mad at that guy, that Hondo last night. that I felt like they were looking at my screen. Like the market makers were picking on me. I put a list up there that says, this is how much money I'm gonna take from you. And every time they were a dick, I would add to it. I don't know if they can see. They probably can't see it. I feel like they're just looking at our wallets and looking at the screen saying, we can deplete this guy's account if we keep this up. I doubt it's quite that bad. That is pretty close.
Yep. This level that Bitcoin's trying to bounce from is the 618. It's the golden pocket, 107. Like if you draw a fib from all-time high to like 100K, like the dip that we just had, it's right at
Watch this
618.
I watched this one guy that had this target yesterday. He was calling for 106.6.
That's the thing. Everybody is calling for. That's what all I've been hearing is people saying 106 or 105, 106 and 105, and there's a chance that 107 could hold because it is a golden pocket. It'd be bullish.
Or one front runs the crowd.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, alts took a pretty decent drop, except ETH held up, and ETH is showing a lot of strength too. ETH is showing a lot of strength. It's holding its like this 0.5 level, which is at 2750. Figure hold that, the next target is 3K.
And Tau looks pretty good.
Very town.
What?
Very town. I think I need to go to sleep.
Don't.
Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Tanny New has been doing so good.
Harry Potter going?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not. It's just like it's a silly meme coin. It's kind of I don't really know how to describe it.
You got it spotty or trading on that?
No, you can get it on the spot. It's an old meme coin.
What happened with that Star Wars one? You were talking about getting it when they're having an anniversary or some shit.
Oh, that one. It like went up before Star Wars and it did terribly. It went down. It's so low market cap. It didn't do very good. Yeah, that one didn't. I think I bought like $50 and like it went down pretty bad. I haven't looked at it since. And then Vader, I don't think did anything. That was the main one we were talking about. Vader. I mean, I think that's done decently, but it didn't do anything on. What did the 4th of May? May the 4th. May the 4th be with you.
The 4th. Hey, Schwartz, baby. Did you ever see that on that that spoof?
See what?
Spaceballs, was it?
Oh, have I seen the movie Spaceballs?
It's like a spoof of Star Wars.
I saw it in like 9th grade.
Yeah.
At a birthday party. A long time ago.
Somebody on here said the other day, Maneater, Hall and Oates. I said, man, that's an oldie or a classic. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Shit I listened to growing up, they're calling it classic.
I never listened to Hall and Oates. Well, it was like before my time.
That's what I was saying. They were saying I was old because, well, they didn't sound old, but that made me feel my age.
The band Hall and Oates you're talking about?
Yep. I mean, I was a kid, but I guess they don't have many people my age doing it.
Dragonfly? I don't know, he might be older than you.
Someone said I'm senior to freaking Clive. I'm like, well, I'm the second oldest person in this whole freaking group besides Clive. And I should have told him my age. Should have put a good looking dude up there for my picture. A Lamborghini or something.
That's funny. That's damn, man. They just calling you old.
As long as you keep getting older. Like Sanford the other day, I picked up a recliner on the side of the road.
I think my mom watched that show.
That was an old show when I was young. So.
No, she like that the Jeffersons.
Watch it still. Good time. You grew up watching Friends and shit.
I watched Friends in elementary school.
God damn, I guess that's a classic. Oh, there you go. I'm the same age as Jennifer Aniston.
think she's like 50.
But she's born in 69.
Probably.
I went to the bank today and the lady said, we got two things in common, our birth month and where we live. Because the bank's across the river. So I mean, I live in a smaller town over here. I'm up 7% and 16%.
That sounds good.
So, it's not that. Not the bounce I was looking for, but shoot, when you're messing around with liquidation candles, anything up is good. Especially when half the coins are dumping. My watch list is all red except for 2 coins. And one of them's not the one I'm in. But that's okay. I like to buy
Things
the
are
red.
looking up. Things are looking up right now.
I was thinking this Mudang it's got 2 violet vector candles and at least 1 huge green. If they go try to recoup that, this is going to be a solid bounce. It's got 1 and 2 little red candles and 2 more green, 2 more red. They got some money going up there.
Where's Moo? Oh, Mudang has pulled back. I haven't looked at this in a while. I wonder if it's gonna bounce back.
The vector candles tell me it's going. And my new little alert said buy at 18,206 or 208. Hanging right around there. Jump on in. I like that launch coin, but man, that you're on Blowfin, right?
Yeah.
How does that compare to? I guess only when we have in common. Wex.
I've never used Wex.
We'll never do. There's a reason we call it scam Wix.
Yeah,
Scam Wix.
I've heard that. I've heard people say that.
Dbloc said,
Launchcoin seems like it's recovering well.
what?
Launchcoin seems like it's recovering well. Like that was man, it went down to 10 cents. Like it was a good buy. It's already that's crazy.
Which coin is
It looked like Launchcoin. I can't believe it went all the way down to 10 cents and now it's back up to 20.
Yeah, you believe I was playing it? It went down to 10.7 and I got out because it was going so low. I was at
That's
11 in at 11.1. Some bitch went all the way.
that's damn, that would have paid.
That's what they do though. They know when it's going to go up, so it's their job to get you out of there. They don't want you sitting there on a low, high leverage, low price. So they do everything they can to get you out. That's probably a fun job to sit there and be a dick off of. To rip people off. Imagine how happy they are going to work. Wonder how much money I got. Wonder if I land me a whale, make a big bonus. You know, Scamwix has a demo trading account, and I did a Bitcoin trade in it. And I think it was $100 grand. That's how much they let you use. You know, the market makers started chasing because it uses, I think it uses the same charts because it's live price. And they were coming down there trying to liquidate me. Thinking, man, we could get on there. We'd get on there and get them to chase us down there. Freaking buy. Who cares if they liquidate the demo account? Always looking for that edge kill.
Oh, Tau is bouncing really strong.
Tau's an expensive one, huh?
It's at 397.
300, right?
397.
It's 300.
397.
397 though, right?
Yeah, 397. $300. Yeah, 300.
That's expensive for when you're playing with shit that's 18 cents. A $50 position with 20x leverage, you can buy 30. I got 3. I hope it goes up $50.
I like it because it'll bounce really strong when Bitcoin starts going up sometimes. Or just like even sometimes just on its levels.
You don't know anybody that's
On
used
this
that Hyperliquid platform, huh?
to trade on?
Yeah, I think I tried to get on there and it said they couldn't do it.
Goshwick's been trading on Hyperliquid for I don't know a couple weeks.
I don't want to get on one I have to use a VPN though because I'm hearing more and more people getting stuck. They can't get their money off.
Yeah, I don't know. He's only been on it for a couple weeks. I don't know if I know it. I don't know anyone else who uses it. He's been complaining about the fees.
All of them.
He's been saying the fees are really high. Like he did a bunch of trades today, and and he ended up with less money than when he started. But he won all the trades.
Well, you can win the trades, but if you don't stay in it long enough to win big enough to cover the fees, what good is it?
Yeah, I don't think the trades were big enough. Well, they weren't.
Shit, I could get out of these 2 trades and say I won them, but I won $3. Then, right, like you said, probably pay 5 in fee.
He's just been saying that it seems like every trade, like the minimum fee is like $10.
If you use like a limit order and you put a stop loss in before it fills, like if you use it to your full advantage, yeah, they'll nail you on $8, $10. Because they know they can come liquidate you if you don't put stop losses and stuff in. So why charge you a big fee? They're persuading you not to use the stop loss and all because. But if you do, they can just stop you out and get the $10. If you don't, then they can liquidate you. It's a win-win for them, man. Fuck, got it made, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad exchanges out there.
I know they all do it, but it's so blatant on a couple of these. You have to have the perfect entry, and you have to stay, and you have to be willing to go underwater to have a successful trade. Very difficult to hit the bottom and be in profit the whole time. Even mine, I felt like I hit pretty good entries in it. They flip it back and forth.
How's your trade going?
Shit, I'm up 40% on that one on Moodang.
Oh, Mooding's bouncing.
I'll tell you, I got an 18,208. It's at 18,37. That's 40%.
That's
really
good.
that's really where it says the bounce is going. I just look at them vector candles. It's about got the first violet one. Even if it only goes halfway up that red one, it's going to be shit up to 19.4. So I'm up 40% at 0.02. If it goes up a whole penny, 500%.
Uniswap's been doing really well. I was surprised.
Who's that?
Like Uniswap, that's been doing really well. I was surprised. I feel like Uniswap isn't usually like that big of a performer.
It's been around. A lot of people use it.
But this week it went up a lot.
They probably got like staking rewards and stuff.
I wonder how Fartcoin is doing. That thing, Fartcoin has been doing good.
Let's say it went up to 150 and pulled back to 130.
And Rick was saying that it's getting listed on Coinbase tomorrow. What else? Oh, and PancakeSwap.
Really?
That's surprising because it's not on BNB. What?
What tomorrow? Tonight? Today? It's midnight.
Earlier today, he said tomorrow.
Shit, I wonder if it's at midnight. Maybe it's on there.
Could be.
I'm gonna go look, man. If you got people might get up in the morning and blow that thing up.
PancakeSwap has been doing pretty good too, like this year, especially compared to a lot of other coins.
Cake and CRV, that's stuff that I played 3 or 4 years ago when I did this shit.
Like when PancakeSwap pumps, it seems to pump really hard.
I'll pull a fart coin. I see fart boy. Fart girl.
But that's on. Those are on Coinbase. It's crazy. All the Farcoin I think is on. It's on Coinbase now. It says new. It's showing up already.
$1.36. Oh, it's not tradable on Coinbase.
Cancel only market. I don't know what the hell that means. Maybe it's gonna. Maybe they're like getting it ready or something. I don't know.
Elon and Trump ETF.
Elon Trump ETF.
There's on there when I pulled up fart. Fart daddy. Farting. Farting. F-U. What's based Fartcoin?
I guess it's if she gets Fartcoin on base.
Fart cat.
Are you on deck screen?
No, I'm just reading them. Huh? And but just reading. Yeah, I was just reading the best one. Type in fart.
And they got it listed here under new Fartcoin, SQD, and Cake on the new list. But yeah, it doesn't have it like to butt trading yet. I don't know what SQD is. What the hell is SQD? Subsquid?
Oh, they were talking about
Subs-
that new squid coin going on today. SQDZ.
It's just got listed. That's one of the third coin listed on Coinbase today. I guess technically today. 150 million market cap. Never heard of this before. It's up 3% in the last 24. Been doing good since. Seems like it's pretty much only been going up since it launched in November. And it's still only 150 million market cap.
Geez,
I
almost
think it's also on BNB.
almost
Surprising
like
they're listing these BNB coins. Usually Coinbase won't list BNB. And they didn't have PancakeSwap forever. But today they're listing 2 BNB coins. I'm kind of interested in this SQD. It looks bullish. Whatever this is. It's a Subsquid network. Innovative decentralized data lake and query engine designed to offer developer some long crap.
they might be ready to glide.
It might be what?
They might be ready to go. Green vector candle.
Mm.
It's picking up. It's going.
Bitcoin?
Pepe.
Come on, Bitcoin. Keep going up.
I hate when you go sell and you sell a limit order, but you just pick the price and it's friggin' they just sit there. If shit was going up that fast, we'd be leaving the trade. Oh, it's going down that fast. That's why. Please, man. I ought to close more of it just because you did that. Come on, Pepe, wait for me. Wait for me. I love this. Oh yeah, big green and little red pullback. Come on, baby. Time is 152. Alphabet, you coming? Come on down, baby. Surprised AI on didn't say something because I hadn't been over at BJ's over. I went over there for about 3 weeks every day. I came back over here, hadn't been back.
BJ's great.
I love her. I just going back and forth, Clive, and the stocks and the trading floor, and here and there, and I don't know. It's just she's trying to build her little channel though, and she got stuff going on.
I need to go back over to her channel more. She's smart.
Yeah, Kelly, I think Pepe is at the bottom. Well, it's not at the bottom now. Not with this coin.
I don't know why I don't look at Pepe that much. I don't think about it. I forget about Pepe.
One of the first ones that turned green. Mudang's turning green.
Yeah, no, it's the biggest meme, and I forget about it. Or well, it's one of the. I guess Dogecoin is a bigger. I think does Doge have a bigger market cap? Probably. Pepe looks good, for sure. Yeah. I think when I first started leverage trading, I tried to trade Pepe, and it was like volatile. It wasn't doing it. It was like too volatile for me. Mm. I'm gonna take care of my dogs. They're hungry. What?
Yeah, I think Pepe. I think it's fitting to fly, but it might close all that other shit. I don't know. It's hard to close up 60%. First trade
I wonder if this Bitcoin bounce is it's gonna stick. What is the volume like?
It's got them red vectors like new dang. Market maker getting greedy. Get in behind him. Up my leverage a little bit.
You gonna up it?
Shit, yeah. I'm taking a chance at this next candle green.
Pepe it bounced stronger than some other stuff, than a lot of other stuff. Maybe it'll keep going.
They just patient on the 15 minutes, so that don't mean they won't do on the hour. Shit, in an hour, this thing could go all the way up and kill a short.
What has Pepe been doing?
It's
No,
already
Pepe's been having a strong bounce over the last couple weeks.
coming down a little bit. You might wait. 3 minutes.
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Maybe it's coming down to its fair value gap.
1, 2, 3, 9, 1, 2. Maybe it'll come back down to my buy entry.
There's a fair value gap there on the 5-minute. There's like every minute, or 10-minute too, and the 50. And the 50 and the fair. There's a 50 like right at the fair value gap on the 15-minute candle. Hey, buddy.
And that's why you don't jump in at the top of the green can.
Yes. And that thing is taking it back.
The thing's gone. That other one's going. So you know what he's doing? He just they're getting people out because it's fixing the pump.
Probably.
Buy that old wick right there. Oh, get you some of that. Oh no, you ain't gonna leave that money right there.
I feel like Bitcoin's like creeping up slowly, but alts are bouncing kind of strong for for how slow Bitcoin's moving. In some alts.
Come on, big green. Yeah, starting off red. Like
Along Tau, it's looking really good.
don't let other stupid. The liquidation level's pretty close to it. Yeah. Oh shit! I bet it didn't even sell from earlier. I gotta get out of it before you liquidate. It won't let me go to my order.
Oh, UK session just started.
Flash close probably cost me $6 to lose $2.
I hate that flash close button. The fees are so high.
Yeah. But it wouldn't let me go to my orders and change the price because it wouldn't fill it. And it was coming down to liquidate. Dang has not moved much at all, man. I think it might be fixing to have a huge candle. they just finishing liquidity sweep. Dude, that Mudang is, man. Let's go. New green coin on Pepe. And they pulling back. Pepe, you gonna turn around up there? I'll shoot your ass. Get you some of that. He turned around when I put that short on his ass. I guess Asia's made its range, huh? Same with that, so fall under my buy-in. I take my proud look Pepe running. Mask is at 157. to make money.
What's going on, family? A little late night check-in. How we doing out there? Everybody good? Ready for the next leg down? How long has Discord been quiet? The guys World War III each other to sleep, or? Yeah, no. And dominance hasn't been helping the situation, yeah. I think it was like 31. I'd have to check. Give me a second, I'm rolling up a little nightcap. Try to see if I can actually be to sleep by 5 o'clock in the morning tonight. Here we go. I'm not gonna miss any of the action. All about narratives, gear. Traders that made the most money were the ones that were able to spot the narratives, get in early, wave 1, wave 2, and move to the next narrative as soon as retail got interested. That's been the playbook for this whole bull market. Was doing some research on Kick. I heard some horror stories. I was watching like some YouTube videos trying to brush up, trying to be a better YouTuber for y'all. But I saw some like, I guess warning videos, right? Things to watch out for. And some stories of people like losing their whole community. We don't have that same problem because we have Discord. Right? Like if anything crazy was to happen in YouTube, like we'd still. But I've been thinking about multi-streaming to Kick, just as a backup. I mean, it's not like we do anything to get kicked off of YouTube, but I don't know if you let this one guy tell it, he still doesn't know to this day why he lost his channel. And they didn't give him any real explanations or anything. Yeah, they said they made changes recently about the copyright laws. And a lot of people are starting to get copyright strikes from AI. One of the AI projects that everybody uses to make videos just randomly started copy striking the videos that were used with their yeah, so like now it's crazy because everybody's been doing these faceless channels just using AI to throw together some bullshit videos and spam out like animal nature videos or top 10 beautiful cities in America, shit like that. And now they're all getting copy struck by the AI. There's something weird in copyright where it says that the burden of or the grace usually goes to the artist, right? If there's an argument between one or the other, they usually err on the side of the artist itself. And what AI is claiming is that it's the artist. You're a director, it's the artist. Crazy though. But I don't use any type of footage or anything like that. That would be an issue. It sucks though, because I would love to. I would love to be able to put on like videos that I find helpful in here and do like reaction videos and shit like that, right? But when they start doing things like this, it's like, ugh, you don't even want to mess with it. Twitch won't let you monetize if you multi-stream. Only thing I don't like about Kick is how toxic it is over there. I don't know. I'll be right back. Problem with Kick too is that that whole thing is sponsored by Stake, right? And they've got like tons of gambling streams on there. I just don't think it's the right. Again, it wouldn't be the. I'm not trying to pick anybody up from Kick. It would just be somewhere that if shit hits the fan, we have an alternative. Now, from what I've noticed, Mr. Sound, as soon as we got monetized, we started getting put up higher on the searches. Excuse me. Started getting put up higher on the searches, and we started getting Google pushing us on browser features and shit like that. It's all about keeping the algo happy, right? That's why I'm always like, yo, chill with the controversial topics, chill with the language. It all comes down to advertisers, right? If Tide just paid to show a commercial on your stream, they don't want to come onto the stream and have the first 4 words be something crazy. And then since Google gets paid off your AdSense, then they're incentivized to sort of push you and help you grow. For me, it's all about just reaching more people, right? We want to be as high up on that search list as possible. Rumble's cool. Rumble, I mean, Kick is probably a little further along than Rumble. And Kick monetization is really good. Like, Kick has partner pay where they don't even pay you for, I mean, they pay you for ads and shit like that. But you get a per hour pay on there. The most interesting thing to me about it is that it's literally just one click. Like, for me, the only difference would be is checking another box on my OBS. Like, you literally don't have to do any extra work. But yeah, I'll check it out. I'll see what Rumble's got going. Yeah, Kick is like degen central, bro. No, my PC is actually good, man. After I fixed everything, Even with full stream, Discord on, Discord streaming, YouTube streaming, about 30 charts open, I'm only using 1.6% of the CPU. Hands up, go wee. All right, this is the uptrend. I don't have a lot of faith in this holding, but this was one of the levels that I was saying we could possibly get front run from if the intention was to front run us. Yeah, there's video. It's video and audio. It used to be before that. So, fair use, right, is something that streamers have always sort of fell on. And you could use like 3 to 4 seconds of material, whether it's a song or whatever, or you could play like a whole video if you had a talking head, right, and you were in the video and you were stopping it, pausing it, like doing a reaction video sort of thing. The new law that they put in is that, or the new rule that they put in is that up to 1 second of content can be flagged. Right? And the problem is that after 3 flags, you lose your channel. So it's like, yeah, I'm not trying to play with that. It is crazy. You see tons of people do it all the time, but there's this one guy that literally just streams Kai Cenat's Twitch all day long. He's got 30,000 followers, gets a shit ton of, and he like literally just is live streaming somebody else's live stream. I don't know how they get away with it, but all right, this is the test that we were looking for on Ethereum, yo. Remember, we had that topside deviation out of this range, right? We want it to be a breakout, which means that it needs to hold support, right? When you get a breakout and it doesn't hold support, it becomes a deviation. So that's where we're at right now. We're at support. If we break the support and come back down into this range, then this was just a deviation out of the range, and we're looking to put in a higher low at some point here. Right, these are our 2 options. Option 1 is the breakout, and option 2 is the deviation. Have a better idea of what's going to happen there. We need to keep our eye on Bitcoin. All right, that was a little wrong. Yeah, so far we've got a double hit off of that uptrend that we were talking about. We were watching out for. For the most part. I don't think there's enough will to front run right now. I just don't see it. I don't see the volume. I don't see aggressive buyers stepping in. We've had reactions when we were supposed to, meaning if we come down to a resistance or we come down to a support. But other than that, and remember, if we look at our VPVR, this is where we have our big gap ahead of us. Right? We're holding up on that high volume node that we were talking about. If that fails, we come down into this gap. They've been walking this thing down, though, huh? Left, right. Let me see. Do it. Left. Do it. Do it.
Yo,
Yo.
saw a little action.
A little something, something. A little shotting, shotting. Yeah, I thought about you earlier. I was watching YouTube and there was this kid. You know these kids be doing like album reaction videos. He couldn't have been more than like 17. And he was listening to Nas's first album for the first time. Oh, that was a joy to watch. Watching his head explode in slow motion. He just kept saying he was my age when he made this album. He kept stopping it, rewinding it. He like discovered bars. Yeah, what? He was like, why did we stop doing this? Like, what is he saying? Like, what? He started catching like the double and triple entendres and he had to like get up and walk around the room. It was like, yeah, it was interesting to watch. For some reason, YouTube's been showing me a lot of these videos lately. The ones I've been getting a lot of are LeBron fans watching old Michael clips, old Jordan clips, and just getting their entire brain blown open.
Kind of the same thing.
Yeah, the same thing. That
Yeah.
one LeBron fan just kept saying, "But that's not fair. He can fly." Yeah, that's why they call him Air Jordan, buddy.
Well, that's good to hear. Yeah. Too bad things had to get so bad.
Everything comes full circle, man. The pendulum swings, you know?
Sometimes you gotta ask yourself why.
A lot of it has to do with kids wanting to be different than their parents.
I don't know about that.
Our generation got a lot more gangster than the generation before. The hip, the hop, the hippie to the hippity hip. Like, bro, when we started coming out with our street shit, they were like, these dudes are animals. Like, it's definitely some sort of, you know what I mean? Like, it's definitely some sort of attempt to have everybody locked. I don't know. Kids rebel, man. But I know that kids grow up listening. Kids that grow up with their parents listening to that mumble rap shit are going to reach out for something.
No. Well, you see, that's part of the issue. I mean, I don't look at it that nicely. I think that there was something in place, something deeper, and that generation, first generation to 90s generation, that's a whole different deal.
It's the
What
same
they try
thing.
to do
You
is
could use that same mentality though, and say that they just gave us guns and drugs. You know what I mean?
Yes,
we were too
yes,
peaceful.
yes.
We were too party, and they turned everybody into criminals, or tried to.
What's a similar concept? They tried to bring gangster rap and put that to the forefront for whatever reasons they had, but what they found out is that didn't work the way they thought it was going to work.
It made a generation they were scared of.
Now the new thing is to make you weak, feminine, and
Not scary.
submissive.
Not scary. Yeah, they built a monster and then they tamed it.
So that's what I see going on, and I don't believe they had a choice. But it's good to hear that.
It's funny to watch it happen.
They're looking.
Like to see that realization come over their faces, like, oh.
But you get it. We're basically saying the same thing in a different way.
God, can you please just go down and stop with this? Like, I understand mean reversion, but do we have to revert to the mean after every single drop? Like, must we come back to the 50 every hour?
Like constantly jerking back. Okay, finally we got something going on. We're gonna test again for some reason, for no damn reason, even though we're already under the point where we should
just delays.
Go.
Yeah, it just delays everything, bro. And what sucks is that every move up, dominance peaks up a little bit, and then every move down, dominance keeps going up, and it just keeps shaving off the alts here.
All right. I'm hearing on the internet 106,300 is the line in the sand before you have to test 101 to 102. Like it's if you hit 106.3, it's like straight plummet to the 102.
I would love to know why, because I see tons of support at 105, 104. I see massive buy orders at 103. Where I would worry about coming down under is just losing the full recovery, right? We don't want to lose the V shape. Not that that means the death and destruction, but it sure as hell means we gave back a lot of price action. And sentiment-wise, that's not going to be great. I'm still not convinced that they don't front run this CME gap. I'll be completely honest with you, bro.
And then I'm hearing worst case scenario is high 90s, and then that's it. And then we just fly back up again, like we did from down there.
In my opinion, it's safe to say we don't see 90s again.
Which is fine with me. We'll see.
Yeah, we
Interested in that.
haven't come back down into that bull flag yet. But if we get that CME gap, we will be coming at least wicking back into the bull flag. Right now, it's very clean, just a retest that we're waiting for, really.
Yeah, that'd be nasty. They come back and test that 100 again. It'd be pretty nasty. It's a hell of a double bottom.
Going back to the 100 is not like going back to the 100 the first time. Going back to the 100 the first time was corrective. Going back to the 100 now would take hardcore manipulation.
I'll put it past them. We'll have to wait and see. Just try to make sense of it.
Yeah, you said it right. Scary. I promise you, 80% of the people that are asking for 100 right now won't make a buy there. Because they'll be too scared to. They'll be convinced that it's going lower. I say that. I can say that with confidence because I saw it happen the last time we went to 100.
Not me.
I saw plenty of people hesitate, bro. And it was a bad time to hesitate because you didn't even get 100 flat. You got 100,211, something like that, like $211 off the thing. So any sort of hesitation at all costs.
Yeah. It's crazy that there's such a big difference between 105 and 100, though.
What's even crazier is the difference between this exact price point. 1075, right? Think about how 1075 felt right here versus how it feels right here. You know what I mean? It's the same exact price point. It's only 3 days apart, And this was rockets, 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 and here people are trying to console themselves. The same exact price point, 48 hours apart. That shit is insane to me. I understand it, but
Hey, they got to get people to sell. So
it's not hard apparently.
you got to figure out what's going to take. You're going to need pressure.
You notice
You're
that
going to
we're
need
not getting these big, massive drops anymore, like really quickly, though, right? Like even this thing has been walked down sort of systematically. And I'm not saying the big drops can't come and won't come, but what I'm saying is you're seeing the effect of less and less paper hands holding. Right? They've already basically got the paper hands to sell, and they're selling into hands that are stronger hands, right? So it's just less fear. Right? Drop doesn't really have that big of an effect anymore. It isn't like drop one, drop two, and then capitulation. It's just like they're just walking her down.
make them give up. And then another thing I'm hearing is the low for this month is usually within the first 2 weeks.
I would have to check. But at this point, with this much volatility, that just feels more like kind of like a fun fact than, you know what I mean? Like it could be true on paper, but I just know structure-wise, we're looking good.
Yeah, it's good. I'm just saying what I hear on the internet.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know how they are, Twitter, YouTube.
What were you saying about M2? Let me see. Let me fix this overlay real quick. So time-wise, excuse me. Remember I told you on the longer offset, we took off early because of that 90-day pause, right? But time-wise, let me scoot this over so we can look at the structure. All right, so this hump that double top, our drop, and then the pump, right? It's this hump, that double top, the drop, and the pump, right? Slight sideways, slight consolidation before it takes off. In my opinion, that's where we are. Oh, you know what might be a good way to do this? Hold on. This
Yeah,
could
101.
this could get messy here, though. The bar pattern. Now, just remember, guys, that this M2, it's not meant to be followed hour to hour, day to day, peak to peak. Right? When it matches up perfectly, it's like cool. But what the real importance of this is the direction. Right? The real importance of this is we're not even halfway through it, and global liquidity just put in a new high today. But let me see if I can do something here. No, I didn't just do this earlier. So just to show easier, since I can't scrunch up over there. Right inside of this little dip is where I think we are. Right? You see it? I was just kind of pushed to the side a little bit. But that's the first part. That's the second part. That's the third part. It's just happening over a longer period of time than it did originally. Does that make sense? See, that's your hump. And then it also gives you your hump down here. Right? So even when we look at the correlation by numbers, it can be off 20% at any given time. Right? So it doesn't need to be perfect. But we just want to be able to keep track and sort of get a rough idea of how far along this line we are so that we know how much time is left. That's all. So if we use the 76-day offset that all the degens are talking about and bring the line as close as possible.
Wow. I mean, I know you're not supposed to do it, but it looks like we're done dumping.
Yeah, it's like, you shouldn't get in the habit of chasing it because it's not the only thing that pushes the market, right? Which means that, like, the money can come in that's not accounted for in M2. It's just that we want to know whether this is uptrending or downtrending, right? Way harder to pump if it's downtrending. But
We're
even
not doing
this,
that.
so the 76-day guys, they're trying to do this. This is what they're saying. They're like, well, we're all the way up here already. Right? Because it matches up so nice for them. But they don't pay any attention to how horrible the rest of it looks. Like, you want to go crazy to make this match is cool, but you threw everything else on the chart off. You look at the 105 day. Oh, what did I do? If you look at the 105 day, which is the one that I'm sort of respecting the most, then this thing has been hitting
Yeah,
since. You know what I mean? Like we've been
that's
hitting
that,
on all cylinders here.
that looks that. I mean, that's good. That looks like it.
And the only difference is that instead of waiting all the way to here to take off, like we were supposed to, Trump gave us that 90-day pause on tariffs right here,
Where's that at?
right where we see it. It sort of deviated, right? Instead of, and if you look at where we had our shit set, right, it's still within our go zone. Right, we still left when we should have left. We just left a little bit early, but we know why we left early. Right, it was literally on the day where he came in and gave us that 90-day pause, and things just went. All the tariff fears went away. The tariff fears went away, and all that good stuff.
You think they know that people are looking at this?
I mean, commodity guys have looked at it for a long time, right? Gold follows M2 on a 0 offset, almost 1 for 1, and some other commodities do as well. What we're talking about is the speed of money, right? How long it takes for the money to get into the asset. For crypto, it takes a little bit longer than everything else because it has more hurdles. For gold, it's immediate. As soon as the bank prints money, they buy gold. And you see M2 go up and you see gold go up right with it.
Double bottom line's right up down there.
So the trick is just doing the analysis and trying to figure out in each cycle what the delay is. How delayed is our money? From the time that the bank prints it to the time that it becomes spendable. What's the offset? And that global M2 runs on a 4-year cycle, right? Which is why I said that our Bitcoin halving cycles are tied to the global liquidity cycle. It's not just the halving cycle, right? The halving cycle is put in a very specific place inside of the global liquidity cycle for like maximum effectiveness.
Look at this green candle coming in. My God.
It's another retest of the 50.
Looks just like that other green candle up there.
We got some aggressive buyers coming across the tape. Let's put on the volume and see. Get some market participants. Yeah, volume isn't crazy.
I have a feeling that M is on the way again. Oh, I can see it right there. Boom, boom, boom. M and down.
Green vector through the 50, green vector through the 50, green vector through the 50.
I'm fine. Kind of want to add. I wish they would do a fake out to the upside.
Well, we know how this works, right? We look for the motivation. So we've got a vector candle right there. Oh, that's not accurate at all. Vector candle right there. We've got more vector recovery to about there. So vector recovery to here, you can get that within the mean reversion. So you know they're going to grab this one. If it breaks and holds above, then you target that vector range there. But I think it'll fail like the last 4 times. We've done the same thing. We've come down. If you get above the 50, you're looking at like
Oh, I see it.
1082 ish.
I see it now.
Our last high
Go up
volume
there.
node. Right. This is the last large amount of volume that came in was for that.
It's that red candle going with all that volume, that red one over there straight down.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, look at that volume on that red candle. The one in the
And
middle.
I want you to see that we've been doing the same thing over and over. Look, drop, big volume, green vector through the 50, and then it drops again, big volume, green vector through the 50, and then drops again, big volume, green vector through the 50.
Okay, good. Thank you. Go over here.
So what we want to see now that we haven't seen is all of our big volume spikes have been on the drops. Right? That's what the market's interested in participating in. Drops.
Yeah.
What we want to see if this pushes up is we want to see a green volume that matches that, but to the top side. And then we could say, okay, maybe this is a little different, right? Because every one of these green vectors that we had through the 50 had shit volume. Green vector through the 50, shit volume. Green vector through the 50, shit volume. Even now, green vector, shit volume.
Yeah, looks pretty similar there.
I think it's dynamic, Galactic. I think at different times the money moves faster. Right, so it's gonna match more at one point than the other. Maybe there's a news event, like I said, that brings in liquidity that didn't come directly from the banks that's already sitting around. I don't know. Where are the crowns? The crowns went to sleep, and yeah, still haven't been able to take them. Let's look at the leaderboard real quick. Aeon's in first place with 550. Definition is in second place, and he's like more than 100 away from her. Yeah, they just ran up the scoreboard and went to sleep, yo. That's nasty work. I'm about to reset the stream here in like 10 minutes though, so all the XP is gonna refresh. Yeah, that's why I'm not worried about it going down to those levels to CME. There's more than enough buy orders down there to scoop up the dip, in my opinion.
Yeah, probably just that same game again. Scoop them up, and then up we go.
Yeah. No, you're well.
Can you check the heat map, order book heat map, please?
What happened?
Can you check order book heat map?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we'll go all the way down to 105?
Well, it's not just me that thinks that.
Can you refresh it, please?
We've got some pretty aggressive bids. I should probably go check on what you call it though. This is that CME right here, 105. Or 104.5 right underneath, 105 to 104.6. Yeah, there's basically a grid set from underneath price to that CME gap at this point. Let me put it to larger orders here. Over 500. Right, so serious little wall underneath us. Your chair is super loud, Emat. 197, 46, or 43. Not scared me the first time. I thought it was the chair behind me making the noise, and I was like, what?
Get a ghost.
Yeah, man. Got one of those old wood like library offices too, so like a ghost would fit right in. There is an attempt to stop price here though. Let's say that much. Still plenty of liquidity to the top side. Telling you guys, it's just that vector gap and the CME gap is the only real juice to the downside. It's not like there's tons of liquidity. We already cleared all those liquidations. Right, so like the idea of coming down into the hundreds into this, like I just don't see it. That's why I said it would have to be manipulated. It would have to be some sort of black swan event because there's just no legitimate reason to go down there. Market maker would gain nothing.
I'm surprised by all the like TA people who think it's gonna go to like 95 or 98 or even 92.
I don't know, man. They're just missing pieces. And I don't want to sound like a freaking know-it-all, but the reason that I say that they're missing pieces is because I'm on here charting all day, and when I'm not on here, I'm researching, and when I'm asleep, I'm dreaming about this shit. And I'm still missing certain pieces. So I know they're missing pieces. Because there's no way in hell that they're grinding as hard as I am. And I hear some of the shit they say, and I can tell it's like either you're only looking at the charts. Like if you look at the chart and take all the liquidity away. Right? Let's go here. And let's go to the daily. Or not even. We don't even have to do the daily. We can do the 4 hour. Let's go here. Let's go to the 4 hour. Well, the daily's probably better because it's the macro. Go to the 4 hour and just like tell me why. Like what exactly? What I could give somebody maybe is that there's half of this vector gap unrecovered from 98 to 100, and all that has to recover because vector gaps recover. But we know the rule, right? When things are super bullish, vector gaps can recover 50% of their vector and keep moving with no problem. Where did we come down to? Exactly to the pixel. All right, so if that's not in the books, then what other motivation is there to come down? We got this vector underneath us, but we're already expecting that move to 105, right? The CME gap just happens to be there, but the vector recovery is really what that would sort of play out. And then, I mean, okay, maybe it's our bias, right? So let's check our bias and invert the scale.
I know what it is. They're saying on the last move when we came down to that 100, they're saying that we didn't come down far enough and claim what we were supposed to claim there.
Yeah, what it means is we didn't come down far enough to hit their orders. That's what they're saying. So when you look at this chart and we invert Bitcoin, does this look like the dip is done dipping? There's no support underneath us. We're basically an inverse price discovery. And we just took out our lows and retested them.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Do you get what I mean? So like,
Yeah, it looks really bullish. I think people are like, there's too many people who are bearish.
yeah, we destroyed
So,
the bear div on higher time frames. We destroyed that weekly bear div with our close. I mean, just so many impressive moves. The V-shaped recovery from 74. The move from 74 to 112 with no hiccups. Right? The push down to 100 to get all of that liquidity and still make it back up above 104 to cancel that bearish diversion. Like, I'm trying to figure out what sign exactly does it gonna have to be an angel with a trumpet? Like, what exactly has to happen for people to say, "Oh shit," you know?
it's like having trouble coming down now. Seems like.
One of the good signs too is when bad news starts to have less of an effect. When you notice that like the FUD is coming in hot and heavy, but you're just not seeing the capitulation that you're used to. Or FUD comes in, price drops, but there's like no continuation to the drop. Sort of like what happened at 100K. Or today where everyone's saying, oh, it went down because, you know, we had to close our embassies in Iraq and there was so much FUD today. And you look at the chart and we've literally just walked down. So even with that high level of FUD that usually people would be more than happy to capitulate into. Oh. Hold on. Let me fix your mic. Somebody's mic was really loud.
So he's clearing that throat.
Do you still think that Coinbase listings have an effect? I mean, like, since they got rid of Gary Gensler, it seems like Coinbase will list like anything.
It depends on what they
They're
list. Like, I don't think it's gonna go just because Coinbase lists. But like, if Coinbase happens to list Brett, then yeah, there's gonna, you know what I mean.
I was surprised they're listing Pancake Swap today because I don't think they do a lot of BNB stuff. And some other I'd never heard of before, SQD, and this is another BNB coin and Fart coin. That one's not surprising.
Arpan, remember that green vectors are full of market maker short positions. So just because you see a green vector doesn't mean that the intention is to go up. Right? We're still dealing with mean reversion here. Right? When you come away from your MAs and you consolidate, you revert to that mean. So market maker will pay or will match trades up into those vectors. Right? If we look how many times they've done it here in the past. Let me go to the 5-minute. Right, we were just talking about earlier how they keep doing it right here. Green vector through the 50 just to set up shorts for market maker to pull price back down. Green vector through the 50, green vector through the 50.
So then the red vectors are all that they're building longs.
Yeah, so look at it like this, like a quick refresher. The way it works is you have you're the little ball, and then the exchange is the big ball, and then the market maker is the biggest ball. So you hit your exchange up and you say, I want to go 100x long on Bitcoin at 107 or at 107,445. So like right here. So the exchange says, all right, cool. I'm not covering that shit. Goes to the market maker. Market maker, these guys want to go long 100x at 1745. Market makers, all right, cool. I'll sell them short. So market maker sells you the shorts for you to go long, right? Because every long position has an attached short position. Every short position has an attached long position. Just like every spot buy has a sell and every spot sell has a buy. So market maker sends the money to the exchange. Exchange sends the money to you. Keeps their fees, of course. You get to place the trade. So your trade is right here. That's where you decided to go long. Market maker short is right here. Everybody else after you went long, called their exchanges. Exchange called market maker. Market maker matched the deal. So there's shorts all the way up. Right? So what happens is when market maker comes back down, he pays himself on all those short positions. And he gets back all of this money. Eventually, when they come back down through it. Now, the market maker can also decide not to match the trade. Right? And that's how they control price. If the market maker doesn't match the trade, then you have to hit the book. And if you hit the book, then price moves. So by market maker matching trade, sometimes he can keep price steady. By deciding not to match the trade, he can force you onto the book.
Okay.
Yeah, sample, basically. It's just like options, right? Where you can buy shorts or you can sell shorts, right? So the market maker sells the shorts that you need to go long. Or the market maker opens the short positions that allow you to go long.
Morning.
Morning.
I don't know what is more boring because at this time I have like a quarterly planning agile meeting or the price action of Bitcoin. It's basically in the same camp.
What, the tape is dead?
It has like short sort of outbursts of aggressive buyers and sellers, and then it just goes dead again. There's nothing sustained, you know what I mean?
That's
You can really pick up the rhythm. Yeah, you can really pick up the rhythm by staring at the tape for a while. You just zone out into the tape. The amount of people that think that there's no need to trade Bitcoin or hold Bitcoin unless they can have a whole Bitcoin. And then you look at the tape and see how many transactions, the overwhelming amount of transactions every day are way below one Bitcoin.
Yeah. Okay. Half, a third, 17, a 1%, 1% of 1.
And then some weirdo just come in and sell 375 Bitcoin out of nowhere. It's so random sometimes too, bro. It almost feels like the bigger the bag, the less it makes any sense. They're just like, oh yeah, I forgot I was supposed to buy some Bitcoin. Just slaps the button and goes and does whatever he was gonna do for the day. Don't trip by the dip. Not financial advice. We are not financial advisors. This is for entertainment purposes only. But don't fuck this up by the dip.
Is your one of your main reasons for trading Bitcoin every week? Like, I think that's what you were doing, like the weekly trade, is to like build up, to like stack sats, like build up
Yeah.
your Bitcoin bag.
Yeah, that's just how my Bitcoin bag sort of feeds itself. And it's also my dry powder, right, for everything else. So if the alt that I want is dropping against this BTC pair and I'm gaining more Satoshis, then when it comes time to buy that alt, I'm gonna have way more.
It seems like a really like a good trader could build up a lot of Bitcoin.
I mean, it's not very
over
sexy,
time.
right? It doesn't, not very risky. It sounds kind of boring, but yeah, it comes from experience, and I've probably traded every different way possible, imaginable. And long term, this is the most sustainable. And it's not just, you know, because I have a little bit of money. I mean, just period. Just think about it. Even somebody that only had, you know, 7K at the beginning of this, 10K, 15K. Even if they just had 7K, right? They've, by doing nothing, by just sitting in Bitcoin, they've turned it to what, over 50, 56, 57? Now they have $57,000 that they can put into alts that just this week have made new lows against their BTC pairs, right? Which means they haven't missed out on anything at all by not buying these earlier. That you're still getting, even if they're up on their USD pair, they're still making new lows on their BTC pairs. And then now all you have to do is catch a 2 or 3x on something, and you did very well, right? You turned 7K into 150.
The longer I do this, the more I just want to build up Bitcoin.
These cycles will turn you into a maxi. That's a fact. Yeah, we've got a couple of buy walls between us and CME, so I don't expect it to be a quick drop, RPAM. But that's what we were talking about earlier. It seems like this is going to be more of a slow grind than, you know, usually we have 2 or 3 steps and then a capitulation. But there's enough underneath us to hold, which is good. Because we don't want to come down to these levels with a lot of momentum. We basically want to come down to these levels feeling seller exhaustion. Where like you can't pot, that's it. Everybody that sold is gonna sell. They had plenty of opportunities. Most of the leverage has been